Welcome in, everyone, to the VESL Greensboro Regional here at the UNCG Esports Arena. I am Vaudable, and joining me today is Captain Etsoka here for some Rocket League and NBA 2K action today, and Valorant and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate tomorrow. It's going to be a great weekend of events for these high schoolers in North Carolina.
Oh, absolutely. And then not to mention, we got the luxury of being able to cast and commentate and watch all of these players make their journey here through the qualifiers, through the regular season, and now all of those months of preparing has led us here to the regionals.
It's going to be an amazing day, but we have to take a look at this amazing facility here at UNCG. The Esports Arena, we are lucky to be back here for yet another regional, 2 seasons in a row now. We've had a great partnership with UNCG, and it's just beautiful to see the facility that they're allowing us to use here as well. We got a row of PCs in the middle, and then we have these banks on the side as well, with tons of PCs for warm-ups as well. You can see it right in front of you as well. It's crazy that this is where the main matches will be happening for all of the Rocket League, some NBA 2K as well, Valorant, and then also Smash Ultimate tomorrow. It's going to be a great time.
Oh, absolutely. Like, the first thing I did when I got here was, like, just walk around and observe the facility, because this is like a gamer's dream come true. Truly. Right here. Like, I even had to plug it to the socials. You know, it was kind of a flex, but at the same time, there's a reason. I mean, this facility is absolutely amazing.
It is a great facility, but we also have a great schedule of events happening today specifically. For Rocket League, here's the match order for those at home that are wondering when your favorite teams are playing. Match number 1, East Forsyth versus Esports Legends. Match 2, West Forsyth versus Surrey EC. Match number 3, NCCA versus East Lincoln. And then match 4, STEM Early College versus West Guilford High. Of course, we'll do the semifinals and final after that. And in between, we'll also have some of the NBA 2K matches littered alongside everything. We had some of the playoffs being finished today. Now we have some of the matches being input as well. But Kearns Academy, Northeast Guilford made it into the bracket. We're still trying to see what's happening for specifically the independent conference. But I did get word that Roxborough and NCCA did get their spots for the NBA 2K. Roxborough got a 2-0 over at NCVA. So NCCA Roxborough will be representing that conference specifically. West Forsyth and Winston-Salem already in the semifinals too, based on the matchups that have happened. So a lot of updates we'll give you as everything is going on today. But I'm just excited for some of the Rocket League action we're going to be getting into pretty quickly.
Yeah, and you know what's even better for me is that throughout the entire regular season in the qualifiers, all of these players were playing online, going head-to-head, and now they actually get to meet face-to-face, play against one another, and now there's no more...
And get jerseys. I can't forget about the jerseys.
The jerseys are so drippy. Like, I'm a little envious. Okay, not even a little. I am envious.
Very envious.
Because again, all due credit to the players, you know.
Truly.
But at the end of the day, you know, once in a while, I could use a little caster jersey, you know, a little commentator jersey.
We'll have to ask for that for states, maybe. Who knows?
100%. But no, seriously, we're here at LAN, and now there are no more excuses as well, because now that you don't have to blame the internet connection no more.
That's very true.
No more server issues.
Or being on like a different console, or your monitor maybe not having the best refresh rate. You have the latest and greatest technology here to compete on. And I feel like that's going to be a big thing to talk about too. A lot of people might be used to playing on console, playing on PC for the first time too. That's a big change. I know for the NBA 2K players, they're all over the place with the different consoles that they're playing on, all playing on an even playing field on PC here for the matches today. So that's going to be interesting to see, too, the adjustment. Thankfully, they're getting some warm-up time before they start their matches. So I'm glad we have the availability for all these PCs here, because without that, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult in some of these LAN situations. But let's talk about this first matchup we have coming up. East Forsyth versus Esports Legends. This is the 4th and 5th seeds facing off against each other. East Forsyth, they got the number 1 seed in their conference, so shout out to them. Won their playoff game in Game 5 in the Foothills Conference against West Forsyth. They came from the first round. West Forsyth, they had a bye, basically. And, hey, now we're into this, too. Esports Legends versus East Forsyth. We'll see what can go on here.
Well, I mean, we're already off to the races here. 5 minutes already counting down. And you can already see East Forsyth trying to take possession here as this one goes up high. You got Furious going to be able to get the touch, and it goes right back to the possession of the Esports Legends. A big 50-50 out and towards the corner. And here comes Jim UC, able to get a big banger off the backboard, but that one's cleared away.
It's going to be an interesting matchup, too. The rank's pretty even for the most part. East Forsyth, Champ 3, Champ 2, and Diamond, and Esports Legends, GC1, Champ 2, and Platinum on their side. So a little bit more skewed towards the higher ranks for Esports Legends. I might be a little bit biased here at Soka because Esports Legends coming from my conference. Stinky Bus is the one to look out for. He has been grinding and ranking up throughout the season.
Oh, good. You could be biased and take Esports Legends. I'm going to back East Forsyth because I've seen both East and West Forsyth play. I think they're both extraordinarily talented, and I think the rivalry that possibly exists between the two fuels one another, and I think it's only going to make them that much better here today.
We'll have to see what East Forsyth can do against this squad. Mile and Q, the one to really look out for on this team, the highest rank at Champ 3, but there we go. Sob Shook is able to put one through for the first goal of the series.
Yeah, Sob not so shook. I mean, they seem pretty straightforward, concrete, straight to the goal, straight to the back of the net, coming through with the first goal of game number 1 in the favor of East Forsyth.
Nice for East Forsyth getting that first goal, but now we'll have to see what Esports Legends can really do to bounce back.
And take a look at this. East Forsyth again, already going right towards the net, as it will be Furious Lizard to come away with the second goal here for East Forsyth.
Huge there for East Forsyth with the way that they are trying to take down Esports Legends, pick up where they left off with that conference championship win. Again, the conference championship winners were able to get $300. So we'll have to see what East Forsyth can do.
And now take a look at this. They're already starting right back on the attack. Now going back towards the mid, and it looks like Esports Legends now have an opportunity to try and get a pass play going, but it is broken up again by East Forsyth, who are literally challenging every single touch that Esports Legends are making.
And that's unfortunate for Esports Legends because they've been known to go toe-to-toe with the best of them. They took a couple games off of NCCA, the #1 seed, going into this bracket, and really got to see what they can do to bounce back. Again, could be land jitters getting on the stage. They were here in February when the Greensboro Regional happened then for last season, but now still having to get back into the saddle, get warmed up, and get ready for this best-of-5 series against East Forsyth.
And you see, that's the best part about it, that it is a best-of-5. Just a friendly reminder for the folks at home, maybe even some of the folks that are in the lobby watching right now, that this is a best-of-5, so there's still plenty of opportunity like that for the Esports Legends to answer back against East Forsyth.
What a goal as well from Stinky Bus. Nice that they were able to clear out the net perfectly in time for them to get that shot onto it and make it right before halftime that they can bring it within 1. But still a lot more time to go for either side to get the victory in game 1. It's not going to be that easy for East Forsyth to hold on to this lead.
And you know what? We just passed halftime, too, so Esports Legends able to get onto the board in the appropriate time, as they still have half a regulation left to go in order to try and find the equalizers. Once again, you can see East Forsyth trying to force the issue, have an opportunity, but it is once again cleared away.
Ooh, Sobchuk, after the demos came out, open opportunity to put that goal on. Not too much they had to worry about. Kachowkin went for the initial attack, but Jin UC bumped in the corner, and then also the demo and the Stinky Bus. They know who to focus on for taking out Stinky Bus, the highest ranked player in the lobby, and it's a good strategy for East Forsyth.
And you know what, already I'm seeing some good things from East Forsyth, because yes, you have pumps, you have demos, you have physical play, but not all the time, and as a matter of fact, not very often do they resort or result into goals. So the fact that they were able to take one demo, one physical play, turn it into a goal, shows that every single move they make is going to be calculated.
And that's exactly how this game has been for East Forsyth. Very calculated with the shots that are coming through, and Esports Legends trying desperately to see what they can do to stop them defensively. Sticky Bus went for the challenge. Mile and Q took them out, but the demo focusing too much other than the ball made it so it was a wide open attack onto the net.
Hey, the intrusive thoughts won that one. I'll be honest.
That's so true.
Like, because we were watching East Forsyth, they get a demo goal. Now, of course, naturally, you would want to get a little bit of payback. You would want to get a demo on your opponent, but unfortunately, you left the goal a little bit wide open there, and it was East Forsyth that were able to take advantage and find themselves their 4th goal here in game number 1.
Sobchuk with 2 goals to their name. We'll have to see what they can do to bounce back and get that 3rd goal for a hat-trick in game 1. They've been looking really good off the opening, but they gave a lot more credit to their teammates where it was needed so that they could work as a full squad in this matchup. So we'll see what they can do.
Well, here we go. Sticky Bus again, going to be taking it into the side of East Forsyth. Goes up high, has boots to work with, but that one will be cleared off of a cheeky double commit. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not the biggest fan of double commits, but when you're on the back wall, I feel like maybe it's okay.
I think it's okay.
I'm just so afraid of double commits. Like, just from my own experience, double commits have usually resulted in goals every single time.
One thing I want to note here too at Soka is that I love that Mile NQ is playing more of a support role for their team. 2 assists, or 2 shots to name, an assist as well, and looking really strong with making sure that this team is in the best foundation that they can be. And Furious Lizard with a hat trick themselves, this player coming out of nowhere, just stopping the competition, ready for anything, and breaking past the defense on this challenge.
Yeah, and remember, this is why I said that the double commit scare me so much, because again, we just saw Esports Legends, you know, they tried to double up in the midfield, and you're not expecting that 50-50 to go the way of East Forsyth. When you're challenging 2-1 on that 50-50, you think that if you bring more players, you're going to get the better result. But no, all it takes is one solid touch, and all of a sudden, you have an open net, and East Forsyth were able to capitalize.
We'll have to see what East Forsyth are going to do in the next game, if they can keep that pressure going, or if Esports Legends are going to be able to bounce back. Esports Legends, just the one goal, the demos, the aggression, and rotations, the big thing to focus on here against East Forsyth. We'll see what Esports Legends are able to put up this next time as it turns around for East Forsyth's favor into this matchup. And it goes to show why they got the #1 seed out of their conference and did so well in this one.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, one thing again that I'm looking at right now, I'm really looking at Saab Shook. Like, don't get me wrong, they didn't get the hat trick. But one thing that is really impressing me is their shot count. They got 4 total shots. We're able to get half, which is not a bad shooting percentage by any means. So again, you know, they are somewhat the spearhead, and then I see players like Furious Lizards that come in order to finish. So that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm going to be looking at for the majority. But with that being said, Furious Lizard as well, literally the MVP, well-deserved, 100% goal participation with a hat trick and 2 assists on the board, and they got a Savior medal. Furious Lizard was literally on both sides of the pitch, offense and defense.
They did everything necessary to get this victory for their team. So Furious Lizard, really look out for them in this next game. That would be the one to focus on for Esports Legends. But even with that, Sobshuk did some great work. Mile and Q, as the highest rank from what our records were saying, did as well as they could. So Jim UC really needs to step up a little bit as well. Didn't really get as involved as we would have liked to see from that squad. So Stinky Bus, Kachauka, Jim UC really got to change things up in the second game, and maybe focusing on dodging those demos and a bit more of the rotations on their defensive half would be a big thing for them.
And you know what? We usually see a revitalization going into game #2. So again, I'm not sleeping on Esports Legends yet, because again, game #1, not necessarily a wash. I don't want to call it that. But at the same time, it is probably the most unpredictable throughout the entire series. You never know which way it's going to go.
It truly is, and this is going to be a big look for Esports Legends if they can get that first goal to change things up in this best of 5. But East Forsyth looking to pick up where they left off, doing pretty decent defensively, but Stinky Buzz from the air right over top of the defender on the line. Mile and Q unfortunately couldn't get the connection there and set it up right in front of their net.
Yeah, Stinky Bus dropping a stink bomb right into the back of the net of East Forsyth. And that's going to be an early lead there. And that's exactly how you want to start out the second series. After you play that game #1, you don't have the best performance. You kind of go down with a little bit of a deficit, but you start out strong in game #2. You get that early goal, and now you're able to take some of that momentum and bring it back to your side.
Now we'll see if they can hold on to that lead, or if East Forsyth are going to bounce back quickly like we saw the first time they scored in the last game. But Stinky Bus, 2 for 2 on these challenges, really stepping up to the plate to pick up the slack that we saw in that first game. A nice look from him.
Oh yeah, I guess you could say the Stinky Bus is making a big stink on the pitch today. You know how many puns, by the way, are going to happen today?
There's going to be so many,
It's going to be, like, I think, like some cringe puns, but at the same time, you know, they are setting us up for them too easily not to dunk on a lot of these punny names.
Well, we'll have to see what East Forsyth can do to stop the laughter that they are experiencing in this game from Esports Legends. They look really strong in the first one, but game 1's, a lot of that is those opening jitters, getting used to your opponents and figuring out what makes them tick. Now we're seeing that from Esports Legends. Stinky Bus focusing a lot more on clearing the way, but that was also Kachauka doing well on some demos, and Stinky Bus got the initial connection from their side and just let the trajectory of the ball carry itself into the net.
A minute and 13 gone, and Stinky Bus already has a hat trick. I mean, they are popping off right now. I mean, a complete night and day difference between game #1 and game #2.
Some good looks from Stinky Bus here, but we need to see more from the other side of their opponents, see what they can do. You know, Coach Squid was working with them probably in their...
Is that our Squid?
That is our Squid. Yeah,
our
Squid is their coach. Yeah.
That is awesome.
But he was the one probably talking to them in between games, telling them, okay, this is what we need to work on, this is what you need to focus on, and the strategy to go for in their comms. And that's what the great thing is for VESL this season. We had coaches introduced for both Rocket League and Valorant specifically. So you'll kind of hear us reference those specifically, the ones that we know of at least throughout the conference. But still, Furious Lizard, we saw them get a hat trick last time. I was waiting for them to pop off.
Yeah, not just a hat trick, but 100% goal participation of 5 goals. They had the 3 goals, they had the 2 assists, and they had a Savior medal. Furious Lizard was literally on all sides of the pitch, and now they're stepping up. I mean, it took a little bit to get there, but at least we are still in the first half of regulation.
I can't believe it's still the first half of regulation. It's felt like an entire game's been played by this point, but that's not the case. So we'll see what can happen here as well. East Forsyth, again, trying desperately to be as defensive as possible, but Ka-Chow Kid, of course, he's in the Ka-Chow goal explosion. Love to see it. Back here in the booth again for this team. And Stinky Bus and Ka-Chow Kid, that's the duo to look out for on Esports Legends.
Yeah, and that was honestly a big goal. And again, being able to see Ka-Chow Kid get on the board, you know, we're seeing other players other than Stinky Bus being able to take these shots and get points on the board. But I do have to mention that Stinky Bus was still involved in that play. They got the assist, and now they still have 100% goal participation.
That is very true, and that's what we tend to see for this Esports Legends squad throughout the season, into the playoffs, and now at regionals as well. Stinky Bus is the captain for this team, as we have seen them on the field. But now we got to see what East Forsyth can do themselves, and Mile and Q, who else, to step up to the plate, was playing more of a support role in the last game, focusing on defense a lot, and Stinky Bus, unfortunately, not the greatest touch that time that set them up for success for the other team.
Yeah, and now we have 6 goals, and we still haven't reached the half. We are
That's
6
crazy.
seconds away from being half a regulation. Already 6 goals have been scored between the two. East Forsyth, they're only down 2. And right there is the realm of confidence that you can think that there's going to be a comeback. So East Forsyth still very much in this match.
Each of these games today at SoCar are going to be very close, and Sobshook making it even closer, bringing it within 1. A nice touch there. We got to look at the replay to see exactly what happened. Stinky Bus got the save, but Mile NQ, a perfect setup. Fortunately, the defense wasn't there because the demo came through.
Again, it's those demos. I'm telling you, like, they make a huge difference. It's the physical play that is coming in so clutch for East Forsyth. And you know what? I'm all here for it. I love the physical play. I love the bumps, and I love the demos. As now you can see East Forsyth again trying to find another one, but they're going to leave that pass hanging a little bit up on high. Ooh. As Esports Legends are forced to make an epic save.
Finally past the halfway point here too, and it is down to the wire between these squads. Esports Legends, East Forsyth, either of them could get the advantage in these next 2 minutes. Esports Legends trying desperately to hold on to their lead that's been diminishing step by step from their opponents since it was 4-1. 1:47 on the clock now, and East Forsyth still looking to tie things up. They've been down for the entire game and haven't had a chance, but Stinky Bus is making sure that lead is strengthened again.
Stinky Bus with what had to be a perfect flip reset. Like, the formation, the form was just pitch perfect. You could tell the amount of practice they put in the free play. They've been running the training packs. That was just like a perfect flip reset. It was just so clean.
Nice to see it from Esports Legends versus East Forsyth here. I know I was saying I was a little bit biased against Esports Legends in the opening, but seeing the uncharacteristic sheepishness that we witnessed from them in the first game really made me wonder what their strategy would be changing into game 2. And the big thing is focus on Stinky Butts. Those 4 goals have been making the difference for them. They know they have the mechanics to back themselves up. The big thing is having Ka-Chow Kid and Jim UC supporting them as best as possible. And that's what we've seen throughout the season for this squad. But East Forsyth, they showcase they're nothing to be messed with in that first game. We just need to see a little bit more of that in this next one.
Absolutely. Now with just less than a minute to go, East Forsyth need to score 2 in order to equalize, as this one's going to go a little bit wide. Mylan Q sends it back towards the mid. Big touch coming from Esports Legends, as that one nearly was on target. As a matter of fact, was, and got cleared out. But now here comes the counterattack on the fast break from Mylan Q, as they will now put themselves within 1 of giving us a tie ball game.
We've been so close to glory so many times for East Forsyth in this second game, but they can't overcome Esports Legends when it comes to the goal scoring capability. So Esports Legends need to secure this next 40 seconds because Esports Live doing all that they can to come back from the brink. They were down by 3 goals at one point and were eventually able to score after the first minute and almost 2 minutes actually at that point in time. Nonetheless though, Esports Live have shown that they have everything necessary, but when Stinky Bus is on fire, you can't stop them. 5 for 5 in goals and shots.
And you know what I love? It was a fast break answered by a fast break. You love to see it. And again, it's that defensive transition. You're playing on the defense, you're able to clear it out, and then the battle at the midfield is the most pivotal. That's where you have to break through. Once you break through that midfield line, then you could go for the shot, you get your fast break, and then you're on the board. And I mean, I don't want to call it too early, but I felt like that final play from Esports Legends had to be the dagger in Game 2.
Well, we'll see what happens in these next 10 seconds. Can Esports Live at least get one for the road? Esports Legends wanting the 7 on the total there, but still great looks here from the side of Esports Legends to bounce back and tie up the series 1-1. Just have to wait for the ball to hit the ground. Players, of course, not wanting that to happen, trying to extend it as much as possible. Stinky Bus looking for a final goal too. Mile and Q, I don't think they'll be able to catch up with that one, but still will eventually touch down. And Esports Legends, a nice bounce back for them. We'll see how Game 3 is going to go, because this is a complete change. 1,100 points for Stinky Bus. MVP performance
insane.
there.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they got 6 goals, and they had 100% goal participation. Every single goal, they were on in, and not only that, but they got 4 saves as well.
That's
so
true.
They were playing on the offensive side of the pitch and the defensive side of the pitch. And one thing that I loved about that match the most was at the very end. Like, everybody knows about Rule 1. You know, you're in a lock, you got to stick it out. However, not too many people give recognition to Rule 0, which is keeping the ball
or the first
up.
rule of Rocket League, whichever one you want to call it.
Again, I respectfully call it Rule 0,
yeah, that's fair.
just because no one is going to concede on Rule 1 being Rule 1.
That's true.
And then not to mention, in order for Rule 0 to occur, there needs to be 0 seconds on the clock.
You know, I like that. I'm going to stick with that from now
Rule
on.
0, to me, it makes a lot of sense. And
That's
also
very
because
true.
it came before Rule 1.
That is very true.
So
well,
Rule 0.
Esports Live, Esports Legends now getting into Game 3. A good look for both of these teams. And really the first game for Esports Live, Esports Legends and Esports Live both looked really good in that second game. So as we get into Game 3, anybody's series still 1-1, all tied up. Esports Live looked like they could have done something, but Stinky Bus looking like he's going to do it all yet again, picking up where he left off in the last game.
And you know what? Only 16 seconds gone here in game number 3. Already Esports Legends on the board thanks to Stinky Bus, but also the Ka-Chow Kid was the one that set them up for that play. They got the assist on the board. And again, I like the fundamentals. You had even called it in game number 2 that the Ka-Chow Kid and Stinky Bus are going to be the dynamic duo that we're going to see a lot of here from the side of the Esports Legends. But now what looked to be somewhat of a missed touch is going to fall into the nets of the Esports Legends.
So much pressure just mounting right at the goal line. Jimmy C tried desperately to get to it. Ka-Chow Kid almost got a connection as well, but unfortunately they were not in a good position to recover after it was still a soft touch in front of the box. So a good look from Sobchuk to bounce back very quickly in this game specifically, but now we got to see what Esports Legends can do to get that lead again. Esports Live, they have not had a lead since the end of the first game, so this will be big for them if Esports Live can get the lead this time.
You know what? I couldn't help but notice that Mylan Q switched over to the Dommy,
Ooh.
which I love to see because, you know, that's an oldie but goodie. You know, that's old meta.
Truly. You haven't seen many Dominuses out there. I would say the Fennec is probably the most popular Rocket League car nowadays, just how much it's been popularized and people got more used to the hitbox on that specifically. And then Octane, of course, number 2. Used to be number 1, undisputed for a while there.
I still consider the Octane number 1.
It's number 1 in our hearts.
There was an old adage that was said to me that I have carried through and through, is that all roads lead back to Octane.
I feel like all players lead back to Octane after they aren't feeling as good on a different car.
Oh, absolutely. Like, if for some reason you're not feeling on the Fennec, then automatically you're going right back to the Octane.
We'll see what Stinky Bus can do here on the 1v1. Wasn't able to get it past them. Drove it straight into them. Tried to play chicken and see if anyone was going to duck out of the way for a potential challenge. Stinky Bus, though, going for the potential flip reset. Will be stopped by the defense yet again. Mile and Q. Such a great assist player, playmaker for this team in Esports Live, and Stinky Bus somehow getting that away from the crossbar.
Yeah, that was looking a little scary there for Esports Legends, but again, I got to applaud them for being able to recover very nicely off of their own back foot. But again, we see those double commits coming out on the defensive side, which is going to lead to yet another goal for East Forsyth as they get their second here in Game 3.
What a goal for East Forsyth, and who else but Sobchuk was expecting them to be the one to pop off in this game. We saw Furious Lizard in the first and second. Now we really got to, well, first one we saw Furious Lizard, second one we saw Mylan Q. This one we're seeing Sobchuk really showing the depth of talent from East Forsyth.
Absolutely, an unfortunate touch there could lead to a goal, and I'm surprised that it didn't. I mean, that
so
one
close.
I don't even think that Esports Legends were expecting the ball to come off the car that way, because again, there was so much force behind it. It's kind of weird that it didn't go very far.
Unfortunate to say the least, but Esports Legends still trying their best to tie things up. Again, that was the first lead we have seen for East Forsyth since Game 1. So good change up in their pace there. We're right past the halfway point. Another shot coming through by who else but Sobchuk. 3 goals to their name. Picking up where they left off in Game 1.
You see, and I love this transition here for Sobchuk, because in the previous games, don't get me wrong, they were getting boards. They were getting touches on the ball, but a lot of what I saw from Sobchuk in the earlier games were the physical plays. Whenever there was a demo, more often than not, there was Sobchuk there, and then we got to see Furious Lizard, clean up, get the goal. But now Sobchuk, they're not going to hit other players. Now they're playing on ball, and they're getting goals.
All eyes on Esports Legends to try and bounce back after a nail-biter of a Game 2. Fought tooth and nail to get their victory. A lot of goals came through, but a lot of saves as well. Plenty of pressure from both ends of the pitch between those two teams. But in this game, the story of Sobchuk is coming to bear, and no one's been able to stop them so far with the shots they put on. Esports Legends trying to see if they can get something rallied behind Stinky Bus and Kachow Kid. But the defense really has improved since the last game from East Forsyth.
Yeah, now coming out from the corner, you can see Sobchuk has a little bit of boost to work with, but they're going to let the ball go. And now Kachow Kid trying to take possession out of the corner. This one does get hit up back towards the mid. Furious Lizard now trying to take control, is able to get past one defender. Sobchuk trying to get that touch out of the corner, but it's cleared out by Esports Legends.
Time ticking down, and so are the chances for Esports Legends to get that second and then third goal that they need to at least force an OT situation in the first series of the day. This is the 4th and 5th seed, which goes to show why it is so close, but right from the net it goes, and it's got to be Sobchuk. That is 4 goals in a row, undisputed for them.
How does this go in? I mean, look at the, okay, first of all, I get it. Faking, chat disabled 3 seconds, right? But still, though, you had 2 players there. I know one of them had to get the touch on the ball. I saw a touch, it came through, and yet, again, the 50-50 just didn't fall in their favor. It just fell back towards the net. But you know what? It does say in Rocket League Proverbs that we do, in fact, take those.
We do take those if you are East Forsyth and their fans, but we do need them to hold on for these last 46 seconds or just continue to score. Looks like a similar flashback to Game 1. 5-1 was there, 5-1 it is here, and there's still chances for more goals in these 46 seconds.
And you know what? I got to give it up to Mylan Q there. I mean, they were so quick on the draw there. You saw them at the midfield, and they literally did a button hook, like 180 complete turn on a dime, and instantly went right back to attacking the ball, not giving up on the play, and that constant pressure resulted in yet another goal.
Oh,
and
no.
How about another one for East Forsyth?
Unfortunate for Esports Legends, though, as that was an own goal situation. Sobchuk put it in an odd spot. Jimmy C was trying to clear it away, but it did go into their own net. Again, when it's 5-1, it's kind of a wash at that point with this amount of time remaining. So a lot of it's going to be coming down to positioning for that next game to force a Game 5 between these two teams. East Forsyth, a force to be reckoned with in this series, and will look to be a top contender potentially for the tournament. But now we need to see what we can see from Esports Legends, and that's a goal from Kachow Kid to finally change things up and stop the 6 goals in a row rally that we saw from East Forsyth.
And you know what, that actually really is, important, especially going into the next round. You want to put it into the score drive. So, I mean, right now your focus for the next 28 seconds is getting shots on target, putting goals on the board, and then just saying GG, go next, and start building some momentum going into the next game.
We'll see what happens in this next game for Esports Legends. This one basically over. Last few seconds of formality between these two teams. Impossible to come back by that much of a deficit in this time, but hey, they'll take it one for the road again for Kachowkid to at least make it look a little bit better on the scoreboard. 3-6, the last 2 goals for Kachowkid, again, helps the motivation going forward, but not necessarily disrupted East Forsyth enough in this game specifically. So they need to use that momentum, as you were mentioning, going into the next game to force that Game 5. Otherwise, that could be the last game they play of the tournament.
It very well could be. And then, it's also just as important for Kachowkid to get those goals on the board once again. So that way, it's not always going to be Stinky Bus. Kachowkid as well, clearly putting shots on target. But, I mean, at the end of the day, for game number 3, it was East Forsyth to get the go-ahead win, and now they are on match point. Match
point for East Forsyth. Was able to make an insane run throughout their playoff bracket to get the #1 seed. Were lower seeded than West Forsyth, took them down in Game 5. I think they also played a Game 5 before then against Carver. So now we got to see them just make a run all the way here. So a great look for this squad. East Forsyth looking to clean things up as well against Esports Legends. So Esports Legends, all eyes on them to change things up. And the biggest thing is disrupting those goals that we are seeing from East Forsyth. I mean, 6 goals in a row, you can't allow that to happen. Even 2 or 3, when you see a team rallying, you need to focus on whichever player is the one that is popping off. Savchuk needed to have 2 players at least focusing on them for bumps and demos so that they could take them down when they're feeling confident and make sure that they can go and have something for them on offense.
Oh, absolutely. And now going into the next matchup, that's where your focus needs to be. Your focus needs to be on that midfield line, because that's where we saw a lot of East Forsyth really take control, whether it was from the bumps or the demos or just the transition in general.
Truly.
Because East Forsyth, we saw them play a little bit of defense, and then they initially took that defense, turned it into offense, and was able to break through that midfield line, and that's what resulted in a lot of their goals. And now they're going to open things up.
Oh, no.
Only 9 seconds into Game 4, and it will be Savchuk to get the demo goal. Oh my, East Forsyth come out roaring in Game 4.
I was taking a look at my notes to update them from the last game, and already a goal went through quicker than we could have expected from East Forsyth, but they are looking to move on to the next stage of the bracket against the winner of NCCA and East Lincoln, as a shot comes through from East Forsyth yet again, dangerously close to the goal line. Furious Lizard, haven't heard from them in a while, since really Game 1 and 2, but now Sticky Bus beat one player, Mylan Q, in the challenge, could not hold on to the ball as long as they were hoping to there. So Esports Legends already playing down in Game 4. They need to change things up, as we were talking about. This might be the time to shine if they can get control of the ball and hold on to possession a little bit longer.
Well, so far, after the first goal, it's been pretty much a stalemate, as we're seeing both teams kind of give up possession time and time again, but that's only going to benefit East Forsyth because they have the 1-goal lead, so they can just keep eating away at the clock as they go for a pass.
Ooh.
Tries to cross the net. The shot was there, but it just wasn't on target.
Unfortunate, but you'll have to go for another pass. Still plenty of time for either team to get as many goals necessary for the victory, but the one might be all that's needed for East Forsyth if it stays here. Though we've seen every game so far, it's been a shootout at Soka. There's guaranteed to at least be 5 goals in this game.
Yeah, we've literally had 10-goal games.
Yeah,
it has been insanely high scoring, and which I most often or not do not see in a lot of these LAN competitions. More often than not, you see really low-scoring games. As a matter of fact, I've seen so many games that ended just 1-0. So again, very surprised to see just how many goals have been scored so far for the first game of the LAN.
Well, Esports Legends, again, still needing to turn things on a dime for them to come back and have a chance for that Game 5. Mile and Q pass out to Savchuk. A little bit overextended on that play, so not too much they can do. Jim, you see, good challenge there to make sure that they can go towards the midfield line and at least break out their end for a moment. Kachowkid, no boost to work with, unfortunately, and that's what I've been noticing a little bit more for Esports Legends. Boost has been a struggle for them once they get past that midfield line, so if they can at least lock it down in some fashion, they'll be feeling a lot more confident on these challenges on offense, and Esports Live doing a really good job of boost starving.
Just as important as physical and demo play is, being able to get that boost starve. It might not give you the results immediately, but the effect over time is self-evident, as now we have passed regulation. Only half left to go here in Game 4. East Forsyth still holding on to their 1-goal lead.
Stinky Bus was hoping to win that challenge against Furious Lizard, but just a simple aerial into the ball was all that was needed to challenge it from them and send it flying to the other direction. Ka-Chow Kid and Stinky Bus, again, the duo to look out for on this Esports Legends team. Relatively silent since the second game of the series. They didn't quite expect East Forsyth to be putting up this much of a fight early on, and a good shot from Jim UC, the best one we've seen from them so far this series. I'm liking how they're utilizing them a little bit more on these offensive rotations.
And now you can see the ball going the other way. Big, fast break opportunity, but that one's going to be a little bit off. And luckily for East Forsyth, they had enough time to recover, but now the pressure is on as Esports Legends are moving closer and closer towards the net of East Forsyth.
Oh, this is a bad spot to be in, though, because that's going to leave it wide open for Mile and Q. Stinky Bus, I saw the vision, was trying to catch it in the air and follow it afterwards, but that was a very difficult mechanical play to pull off from the side wall. And unfortunately didn't have enough momentum to follow the ball closely enough and maintain possession. So instead, East Forsyth will take that gladly to strengthen their lead and their chances of closing things out without an Esports Legends goal.
And you know what? That was great from East Forsyth by being able to operate under pressure, because Esports Legends, again, they were getting so close to getting a ball into the back of the net, you know, getting the equalizer. And East Forsyth, they had to recover on the defensive side, and then they were able to turn that into offense.
Oh, what a
and
save.
Now they nearly score again. Only a minute to go. East Forsyth still with a 2-0 lead.
Esports Legends, East Forsyth, a battle. Start off strong for the first series of the day, but it might be East Forsyth proving to be a bit too mighty for Esports Legends to vanquish. Jim UC can't get a connection just yet with the ball. Sobchuk baiting out 2 players. It will be Ka-Chow Kid rescuing them for now. Stinky Bus with the initial challenge. And it is wide open if somebody was there on the follow-through, but no. Time dwindling down, and so are the chances for Esports Legends to bounce back.
Now an opportunity here.
This could be it.
It very well could be.
Oh.
Stinky Bus going to hit this one out towards the side. Not going to be able to get the follow-up, as now going back into Esports Legends territory. This one's going to get hit from the corner. The follow-up is on target, but the Ka-Chow Kid is there.
10 seconds, needed a goal 5 seconds ago to have a chance, but this will be East Forsyth closing things out in round 1, taking down Esports Legends, the #1 seed for a reason out of their conference, and, well, you can see exactly why with the performance they put on here.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm not going to say that I'm not surprised. Again, you know, when we went into this, I was saying East Forsyth, I got to see them during the qualifiers, and I was very impressed with what I saw. So, again, I'm not too surprised that they managed to come out today and take a big win. However, I was expecting the series to go all the way to 5.
True. And it was close. That was the lowest scoring game we saw that entire series. So the defense was definitely focused a lot more on the midfield line. We saw 5 saves from Esports Legends compared to the 1 from East Forsyth, and I feel like that was the biggest thing, that offense was a difficulty for Esports Legends in that last game. They were stuck on their end for such a long time, boost starved, and there wasn't really too many options for them. They gave it their all. Unfortunately, came up a little bit lacking at the end there. So Esports Legends, shout out to them, but they will be going home in that first round. It's just a single elimination bracket, so you win, you move on. You lose, you're out of the tournament. You'll have to try it next season.
Oh, my goodness. That's pretty cutthroat, I'm not going to lie. But that's why we're here in the regionals. You come through, you perform today, you get the win, and then you move on to states.
Truly.
So, again, I mean,
only one team. You have to win the regional to move on to states for each game. So
there can only
be one.
But I really got to give it up to East Forsyth there, because, again,
Truly.
you know, they got 2 goals, right? But guess how many shots they had on board, on target? 12.
Wow.
12 shots on target, resulting in 2 goals, and then they were able to keep Esports Legends scoreless because they kept taking shots. They were forcing Esports Legends to play defense for so long that Esports Legends just couldn't get an offense going.
And that's what's so rough about it, too. We saw how things were going so well for Esports Legends in that second game. But East Forsyth, they made the adjustment. They saw how close they were to taking them down and evening things up, even though they were behind at the beginning of it by such a large margin. And then they proved, hey, if we get that first goal, we can take that momentum. And that's all that they needed in that last game. So congrats to East Forsyth for getting the victory. We'll be back with some NBA 2K in the intermission and some more Rocket League after this. Yep. This is they're down by, or Roxborough's down by 1 in this best of 3. So if NCCA win this, they get the first seed out of independent conference and $300. What's up? I'm down to, because we need to like get used to it too. Did the NCCA player randomize their team after winning the first game? Because that might not have happened if they got the Suns. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't think the Suns is the randomized team. Yeah. No, we're doing it. Yeah, he was just asking us if we wanted to. But I think they're like figuring out the team thing because I don't know if they randomized. They only have 1 player for NCCA, so they have to randomize for the second game if they won the first one. Yeah. Oh, okay, so I guess they changed it then. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to confirm with that. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, cool. I just wanted to clear that up. Yeah, it's like, you got the Suns on random, like, well, that's a good random team. Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to be doing the conference finals for the independent conference. Shout out. For Roxborough versus NCCA, they are currently in game 2. And for the playoffs here for that conference, $300 for the first place team. And also, you get the first seed out of your conference as well. So a little bit of a better bracket there. So Roxborough playing on the Thunder for game 2 and NCCA playing on the Suns. So this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup because those are 2 teams who made it into the NBA playoffs this past season. So now I'm excited to see how these 2 teams and these players face off against each other. NCCA only have 1 player on their squad, so they have to choose a different team each game after they win. But Roxborough, they have a full, deep squad that they'll be playing with here. So looks like the Thunder currently up 14-4 against Phoenix. So we'll see how this goes. It's only the first quarter as time is ticking down. The shot's coming through, but that one's not going to go through.
And no, but it's not. And already you can see going back the other way is going to be the OKC. And all the way from three-point range, nearly able to go in, but no, it's going to bounce right on out.
Booker holding on to the ball with the shot from the three-point line, but it won't go through. Nice for the Suns to get something going for them as, we'll get the feed fixed as quickly as we can. Still, we are having a great look from OKC. 14-4 with this time remaining. Not really much that the Suns can do, as we do see a call for a shot on the sideline instead. But we'll have to see what we can do.
Yeah, it looks like, unfortunately, that the feed has gone out a little bit, but it's still a lead for OKC.
I think it's still going on stream.
Yeah, I think it still might be going. As we can see now, it is going to be OKC still leading 14-4, as now they are trying to play for the rebound, but that one's going to sink for OKC. Now with a big interception,
Ooh.
Oklahoma City now looking for the transition, but it's not gonna happen.
Not going to happen that time. Instead, there was a call for it to be reset towards the sideline. Instead, good passing plays happening here. Potential for a three-point shooter, but that is the time for the first quarter. And there we go. A good look from OKC. Volt, the star player, I would say, for Roxborough, really have been grinding it so far for them during the season and making sure that they can take out the best teams that are out there throughout the matches that they have. And so we'll see what they can do in this game against Sweat Clamp, the player on NCCA, who's also been doing pretty good. These are the 2 top squads from the independent conference, why they made it to these finals for a reason and regionals as well. But the Suns still have some makeup work to do in this second quarter before the second half.
Yeah, now once again you can see OKC trying to take it straight to the rim, and they had a fast break, but they decided to pass out, and now we're going right back to the three-point line. Open lane right up the gut and couldn't get it to go.
Fortunate to say the least there, but a good transition here after picking up the ball. Try to go for a three-pointer. Wasn't going to really work as best as they were hoping for, but still chances to pass it into the paint will be intercepted again instead down the other way, and there's a chance for something to happen in the paint this time. Passing it back to the three-point line, still a chance for a shot, but don't want to waste too much time on the shot clock here as it does transition yet again.
Yeah, and here we go. That, again, you're thinking that it was going to go up for a shot for a layup, but no, they're going to try and play more towards that three-point line, and now backing down in the paint, going up for the layup, and it is good.
That was clean. The spin move coming out, shooting it behind their back, and that was a great look for Phoenix to get those 2 points. Now we need OKC to see what they can do here as it transitions yet again. Phoenix feeling really good after these rebounds and turnovers that we were witnessing from OKC. Some good passing happening back and forth and great strategy as we are witnessing from the side of NCCA on the Phoenix Suns. Getting the two-pointer there again, and now the rally is coming through from Sweat Clamp. He's doing the best that he can to try and take down the best player on Roxborough.
And now big interception once again, but they're going to get fouled for it as well in the process. And you know what? We're seeing a little bit of a comeback currently from the side of Phoenix as, again, they're chipping away at that lead, but still they're down 8 points as now they find a wide open lane, and they're able to take advantage.
Another great two-pointer for Phoenix. Sweat Clamp putting on a showcase here with the runs that he is getting. 3 two-pointers in a row. Great look for them in this second quarter as time is ticking down and finally get one on the board for OKC. Transition, though, almost taken away there for a turnover in the hands of Volt, but it wasn't going to work out as best as they were wanting it to.
Yeah, I'm now passing it back to Durant on the three-point line, calling for the pick, and now again trying to break down towards the mid. Running out of time here on the shot clock. Going to have to try and pull something as Durant does go up, and they're able to find it. Good conversion there from Phoenix.
Great player on the Suns to have that veterancy behind them and make sure that they can use everything necessary to get those points. But still, Phoenix trailing in this second quarter for the half, trying desperately to make sure that they can stop OKC. Liking these transitions, though. Passing plays. Eubanks, 10 seconds on the shot clock, though, and they don't have much time in the paint, trying desperately for that two-pointer, and they get it. The Suns with a rally of epic proportions here in this second quarter, looking for the tie, see if they can get it.
Yeah, and Cyber Academy, who is the Phoenix Suns, friendly reminder, finding some great openings, but then you get an amazing opening there coming from OKC as they're able to get a wide open dunk there and, again, just hold on and maintain their lead.
Yeah, so we had a little bit of a pause there for a second to change some settings and see if that'll be enough to fix things a bit more for Phoenix, as they're the POV that we have on the stream here. But OKC, we're able to get some points and a good look from them to make it so that they can have a bit more of a lead against their opponents and hold on to the strong lead that they had in the first quarter. I think it was, 14-6 at that point in time. Good passing plays back and forth, but will be a shot clock violation, I believe, and that will go to the sideline.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's what we have been seeing from Cyber Academy on the side of the Suns. They constantly take it in the paint, now have a big wide-open opportunity, but they're not satisfied with two. They tried to pass out for the three, but they'll take the layup instead, and now it's going to be OKC looking at an 8-point lead.
Still, this first half of the game, pretty closely contested between these two teams. OKC versus Phoenix doing everything that they can. Again, we're only showing a little bit of a preview of this match. We'll give you updates as we can, as we'll be getting into some more Rocket League in just a bit. That will be our second series of the day. That's going to be between the teams of West Forsyth and Surrey EC. West Forsyth, again, #1 seed from their conference going into playoffs, but then they lost to East Forsyth, who we just watched. So curious to see how they do in that bracket. Nonetheless, though, 16-22, right before the halfway point. I mean, we'll have to get some updates on this as it goes along, because this is a very hotly contested match between Phoenix and OKC and Roxborough and NCCA.
Oh, absolutely. And again, it's just a constant back and forth between the two. But again, I got to give it up to OKC in this scenario, because they have been able to maintain, at bare minimum, a 6-point lead. But at the same time, the Phoenix Suns, they are just so close every single time to trying to equalize. And all they really need to do is start pulling some three-pointers.
Well, now we're seeing some two-pointers from OKC, making sure that they can strengthen that lead as much as possible for Roxborough. They need this win here, but we're going to be switching on over to that Rocket League game very soon, and it will be West Forsyth versus Surrey EC for this matchup. Let's talk a little bit about the rosters here. West Guilford. No, it is West Forsyth. I was looking at the wrong matchup. Excuse me. West Forsyth, they have Momo Go Loco. Love the name. Diamond player there. They have a C3 and Dizzo, which is a C2 on their roster as well for ranks Champ 3 and Champ 2. And Surrey EC from the Spartans Conference, Bradley Payton with Champ 2, IR Johnny for Champ 1, and Gummy Bear Champ 1 as well. So it'll be a decent matchup. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, as things have been updated to see who wins this series and who they're going to face off against in that bracket specifically. So you can see East Forsyth got the 3-1 win against Esports Legends in Game 4 in that best-of-5. They'll play the winner of NCCA and East Lincoln, which will be the match after this one. West Forsyth and Surrey EC, winner of that play, the winner of STEM Early College and West Guilford High. So still plenty of competition to go here at SoCa, and it's going to be some great matches. All of them pretty hotly contested, I'm expecting. Yeah,
and you know what? And again, if my information is correct, which by all means it might not be, Captain be Captain, but you know, going into this one, West Forsyth was actually my favorite to win this one.
Okay.
Again, I got to watch them as well as East Forsyth during the qualifiers, and both of those teams impressed me. But I am hearing, pray tell, that West Forsyth, they don't have a full roster today.
Oh, they do actually have a full roster. They have a new player that came in. So there we go. We got some updates on that, yeah. So West Forsyth will have that new player coming in for this roster, seeing how they can do during the LAN stage specifically and make sure that they have some representation in that series. Nonetheless, though, it's going to be a great series, probably similar to the last one because the ranks so close to each other. I mean, a C3, C2, and a Diamond versus C2, C1, and C1. I mean, that's basically almost the same team.
Same thing.
You could have the same peak as another squad, but still West Forsyth, we'll see what they can do. Ethan, Nate here, and Dizzo. So I guess instead of Momogo Loco, maybe it's a different player competing for them at this time, or they changed their name. Nonetheless, though, IR Johnny, probably Payton, and Gummy Bear on the other side. IR Johnny getting the first goal here for Surrey Early College.
Yeah, and wasting literally no time. I mean, 10 seconds off the clock, and already you got yourself a 1-goal early lead for Surrey Early College. I'm just going to call them SEC. What do you think?
That's fine, yeah.
Well, here we go, right back off the kickoff, and once again, SEC able to take it from out the corner. Potential shot, it does go on, but it rings right off the sidebar of Audibles.
That it does. We'll have to see what West Forsyth can do against this squad.
Yeah, they're going to have to try their best because right now, SEC scrambling in front of West Forsyth's net are able to find another one to go, as that is going to be the second goal now for SEC, coming off of the shot from IR Johnny.
Good looks for Surrey Early College early on in this game as well. First 30 seconds, 2-0, huge for them against West Forsyth. Dizzo, Ethan, and Nate looking for any opportunities against their opponents to take them down a peg and make sure that they can show their dominance in this series if they can get back to the good graces that we expected from them.
Well, here we go. Surrey from the corner, able to find the pass. And honestly, I love what I'm seeing from SEC. I love pass plays. They're my favorite in the game. The Playmaker medal is my favorite medal in the game, and the pass plays just look so clean. They look so good, and more often than not, it's the pass plays that win the games. And right now, you see SEC starting off early by finding one another on the pitch, specifically at the midfield. SEC looking really strong and showing me they have a lot of game knowledge.
Yeah, Surrey EC looking really strong against this West Forsyth squad and doing everything necessary to hold on to this lead that they have gotten for themselves. But again, it's a struggle for West Forsyth. They have a new player on their roster from what we saw during the regular season, so maybe still getting used to adding them into the rotation, figuring out exactly where they need to be.
Well, let's see how they're going to be able to adjust. Remember, this is a best-of-5, so plenty of opportunity here for West Forsyth to make the proper corrections in order to come back and try and get goals on the board and hopefully try to equalize. Still 2-0 in the favor of Surrey Early College.
Yeah, Surrey Early College really giving it their all in this game for the first 2 minutes. And West Forsyth, after those goals came through, you're hoping they would be able to put the pedal to the metal and make sure that they can take down Surrey Early College even more so. Still, West Forsyth looking as strong as they can on the offensive end after those first 2 goals came through, putting up some pressure looking for a chance to break out. Nate might have an opportunity there. Ethan, unfortunately, doesn't get the connection. IR Johnny with the 2 goals to their name. First early college. Just hoping to clean up in this game.
Yeah, but look at this. SEC once again encroaching on that West Forsyth net. Faking. Going back towards the mid, and ex-Gummy Bear able to get the touch. Putting it right back down towards the mid. And probably Peyton is going to get the touch that sends that one out to the corner. But right now, SEC, they are just controlling that midfield line until finally West Forsyth are able to break through.
2-0 currently to see how things are going, but nonetheless, Surrey Early College looking as strong as they can in that first half of the game. Time ticking down for West Forsyth. They've gotten some pressure going, but they've been stuck in their half for the most part. Gummy Bear with a potential shot will be stopped out by West Forsyth yet again, and probably Peyton. Not too much they can really do in that opportunity that they had. The demo from IR Johnny. IR Johnny seems to be the main driving force for this team.
Definitely seems that way, but look at ex-Gummy Bear off of the crossbar, down and in, getting the 3rd goal to go for Surrey Early College.
Huge look for West Forsyth. Unfortunately, they could not get the save that time. Surrey Early College 3-0. This might be a sweep if things continue this way, with Surrey Early College continuing this pressure against West Forsyth. Nonetheless, though, West Forsyth desperate to get something going on offense, had some good pressure. A demo comes out as well off the midfield line, and still not enough there.
Not quite, but look at the pressure at the midfield line coming from West Forsyth, looking to try and get a goal-to-goal here. Nearly on target, but unfortunately the rebound just wasn't quite on target. And now, with just over a minute left to go, Surrey Early College are enjoying a comfortable 3-goal lead.
Completely different story than we saw in the last series, as this time it's just been the dominance of Surrey Early College. West Forsyth, they tried desperately to get things going, even with how close the margin was after those first 2 goals between these 2 teams. West Forsyth, unfortunately, just had not been able to get any offensive pressure going. Surrey Early College, they've been very careful not to overextend themselves on offense and give an opportunity for a counterattack to West Forsyth, and that's what's led to their potential victory in this game with the next 30 seconds. Might be the same as it's been for the last 4 minutes and 30 in this game.
Yeah, and another thing is that SEC, something that I notice is that they do not hesitate. When they go and commit to the ball, they commit. It doesn't matter if there's a defender there or not. They are still going to get into the face of their opponent just like that. IR Johnny, even in conflict, are able to get the touch and put it on target.
IR Johnny is him. That's what we are learning
IR Johnny
here.
is Johnny.
IR him. That's what they need to change their name to. Surrey Early College, though, 4-0, 15 seconds, no chance for West Forsyth to bounce back this time. And it's unfortunate to say for them, as they were that top contender before the playoffs. But now we can see why East Forsyth was able to take them down in that Game 5, get those $300 and move forward into this bracket as well. But Surrey Early College, I mean, we can expect big things from them too. I'm expecting them to bounce back even after we saw, unfortunately, they were not able to get out of their side.
And you know what? That's just game number 1. Remember in our first series, we had a little bit of a back and forth. It started out one-sided in game number 1. Then we got to see an answer back. Again, sometimes you just have to get rid of the LAN jitters because this is a different stage. It's completely different now. You got cameras on, you got lights on, you got people here. Not only that, but you got people that you know that are here. So, I mean, again, it's that extra layer of pressure that takes some getting used to.
It does take getting used to playing on a LAN stage, especially for some of these players. They were only playing on, like, PlayStation, and they came onto the LAN, and now they're playing on a PC for maybe the first time or the first time in a while in this kind of environment with lights, cameras, everything that is expected from a LAN environment. Different controllers potentially if they didn't bring their own controllers, headsets as well, a lot of differences that they aren't expecting. But West Forsyth, the difference they need here is some offense. We didn't see much of it in that last game, only 2 shots compared to the 12 from their opponents.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to make the proper adjustments. As already, you can see West Forsyth have to recover on the defensive side. And now Dizzo gets the 50-50, but it does go back towards the corner of West Forsyth. And a big save, once again, coming from the team in blue as they are trying to hold off this early aggression coming from SEC.
Some good looks from Surrey Early College. again in this game, picking up where they left off, but I'm liking the early aggression from West Forsyth as well, as they are doing everything necessary to change their fate from the last game, get some more shots going. They just got to be careful after all this pressure they witnessed from their opponents. Can't afford to give them up a counterattack option. Nate, with a good challenge here, gets bumped out of the way though. Fortunate disruption for them as they seem to be on a roll on offense. Positioning, not exactly what you need from West Forsyth, but I like the effort from them so far, the change up in this game.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? That's what I'm really here to see. You know, changes and adaptations being made in real time, which is extremely difficult to do. More often than not, you know, you watch the game back, you look at the VOD, and you say, okay, I made a mistake here, here, and here. In order to do that immediately while still in a series, that takes another level of skill and talent. And so far, West Forsyth, they have been able to make quite a few adjustments, and they've managed to hold up SEC for a little bit, but not long enough. Probably Peyton able to get the first goal here for Surrey Early College.
Changing things up in this game too for Surrey Early College. They remained scoreless in that last game with 3 shots, but was the only one on their team to be an assist maker. So we'll see what changes up here for West Forsyth after that first goal came through. They looked like they were doing everything necessary to try and get their first goal of this series, but still trying desperately to break the mold that they have found themselves in and been stuck in by Surrey Early College.
I mean, it's still a massive improvement coming from West Forsyth, because in game number 1, SEC were able to score in the first 10 seconds.
True.
Now here in game number 2, it took them nearly 2 minutes in order to get their first goal, and now West Forsyth nearly got their first here in game number 2.
Well, West Forsyth got to see what they can do this time defensively to take this away from Surrey Early College. A counterattack would be used for them, but you are noticing that Surrey Early College not really overcommitting too much. Dizzo trying desperately to get this aside, but no boost to work with. Boost stolen by Gummy Bears that time. And finally, they do get a moment of reprieve. They are going to be staying on offense for as long as they can, but that, as long as they could, was only a few seconds.
Exactly, and now the pressure is on again, as it will be Gummy Bear. 9-9-1 in order to find the second goal here for Surrey Early College.
Solid shot from Gummy Bear. Both defenders so close to the connection there. Always hurts when those replays come through when you're playing ranked. You're like, please skip replay, because you know you were so close to getting the connection. Mere pixels away, but wasn't enough. Got to go back and hit the training packs after that one. Time ticking down though, and again, still a very low-scoring game for Surrey Early College, but they are content with that, and content with the potential victory in game 2 if things continue this way.
Yeah, and you know what, I'm seeing a lot of communication coming from SEC. Again, it's one of those times where you wish you could listen in on the communications, because again, they're going for free jumps. You know, they're communicating with one another saying, you know, I'm going to be on this side of the pitch, meet me there, and they are finding each other. Again, a lot of these pass plays are very well coordinated coming from Surrey Early College.
Time ticking down. West Forsyth needs some passing plays of their own. Some sort of change up, a different tool in their arsenal to work with. I am liking the defensive rotations though. They're doing the best that they can there. I mean, they had 12 shots against them in that last game and only gave up 4 goals. It's a testament to their defensive prowess. But they were stuck on defense for so long. The bump is perfect from Nate to open things up for Ethan to bring within 1.
Yeah, and this looked like a pinch almost from the midfield line. I mean, look at the power coming off of that. I'm wondering if that was a pinch off of the hood from Dizzo. I mean, the assist was there, so I'm thinking that could have been just a little bit of that extra oomph needed to get that goal. And now West Forsyth, they are within 1 of equalizing against SEC, as that one nearly found the back of the net.
The pre-jump, that is masterclass. Unfortunately, was a little bit too early. Dropped down a few seconds too late for them to get that tying goal. Would have been the best goal we've seen today, honestly, for that pre-jump, but still did not go through that time. West Forsyth, they got their first goal over the first hurdle. Now just need to pick up where they left off with that last one to tie things up and make it so that they can stay competitive in this best of 5.
Well, less than a minute to go here in game number 2. Surrey Early College still holding on to a 1-goal lead, as West Forsyth now able to take the ball back into SEC territory. Looking to put the pressure on. Big 50 pass towards the mid, and it gets cleared out back to the corner. And they are not giving up on the play. X-Nate going off the backboard, gets the second touch, but the save is there.
Nate so close to getting that through, but denied yet again by Surrey Early College. It took them a bit to warm up in this series, but now they are on fire and firing at all cylinders. Hasn't proven to be enough just yet for that tying goal, but this is a good look for them going into the next game, regardless of how these next 10 seconds go.
Absolutely. Now the follow-up shot does go on target, does get saved and cleared away. Only 5 seconds left to go. SEC, they go up high. Looking to get the read off the backboard. Not going to be able to get it to go, but now with 0 seconds on the clock, that just about does it until the ball hits the dirt. But the ball is still alive, and probably Peyton will get a goal to take on the road.
What a goal that is, too, cementing their victory in Game 2. But unfortunately for them, they have awoken the beast that is West Forsyth, and they are here to play and stay in the competition as long as they can. I'm so curious to see how this game goes following this one for West Forsyth. Again, I know we got to give credit where it is due to Surrey Early College, but the defense, the saves from both sides, this was a shootout to say the least. Only, what was it, 2 shots from West Forsyth in the last game? Now we see 9 for them. There's a major improvement. Surrey Area College just kept up the consistency, and that's exactly what they needed for that victory in Game 2.
Yeah, I feel like this was a very defensive game. I mean, you're looking at 7 saves coming from the side, over towards SEC. And then not only that, but it was like, what was it, like 8 saves coming from West Forsyth? I mean,
it's crazy.
The defense was definitely showing up, but that's because there were so many shots on target. I mean, again, like it's a lot closer than what it really looks like on paper. I mean, you see the 3-1 score line, and yeah, you see it's like, okay, that's 2 goals, but hear me out, that's a big 2.
That is a big 2. And they happened early on in the game for the most part as well, and then we saw, that 0-second goal that really didn't matter, but, it helps you motivate yourself going into the next game to clear things out with a 3-0. So West Forsyth got their first goal of the series in the last one. Took a little bit of time to get to that point, but Surrey Early College still proving to be the better team so far. West Forsyth looking for their first lead of the series. That's the next goal marker for them.
Yep, that it is. Woo. And a near miss touch could have been devastating for West Forsyth, but they're able to keep the ball out of their net. Now probably Peyton looks for the pass in the mid. It was there, but so was the defense. As you can see, SEC once again starting with that offensive pressure early here in Game 3.
First 30 seconds, pretty solid for Surrey Early College, but it was denied by the defense of West Forsyth. We talked about how strong the defense was between these two teams, and just goes to show that's going to be a force to be reckoned with throughout this series. A good dunk. Fortunately, could not go underneath the crossbar enough from IR Johnny, who's been relatively silent since that first game. Only 3 shots in that game that we just witnessed, an assist, and not much to speak for after that. Playing more of a supportive role from their squad, trying to set them up for success. And they did get the victory at the end, but it was a bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, that it was. And, I'm thinking SEC, once again, are going to want to step their game up because with each and every game that we play, West Forsyth gets closer and closer to equalizing and inevitably being able to get a lead. And I think once West Forsyth does get a lead, I don't think they're going to be too keen to let it go.
Not at all. And we've seen that happen so many times. Once a team gets a lead, they become unstoppable. Got to stop them before that point in time, and IR Johnny had spoke about them being silent in the last game. Well, they're making waves and making their presence known in this one.
Yeah, and you know what? That is also coming from the touch from probably Peyton. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure it was probably Peyton. and they were able to get that read off the backboard. And again, that's that shot count coming into play. Because even though it registers as a shot, I can guarantee you it was most definitely a pass. They were able to just punish the backboard again and again and again. And the higher your shot count, the higher chance that one of those shots are going to fall into the back of the net.
Another great dunk. This one coming out for Gummy Bear. Somehow saved that time, but it was inevitable for probably Peyton to put that through. I keep talking about this inevitability, and that seems to be the name of the game for Surrey Early College. Regardless of if you save or deflect any shot from them, you can expect 2 more to follow where it came from.
Yeah, and right now, SEC doing a fantastic job at patrolling the midfield line. And like we had mentioned earlier, a lot of boost stars. And I think right now that's one of the biggest problems that West Forsyth has is just boost management because Surrey Early College is just taking every single boost that's on the field, and that's why you see them in the air the majority of the time here in Game 3.
Right, almost at the halfway point of this one. West Forsyth still only a single goal in this series. Needed 2 more and then some to keep their dream alive in this bracket for the regionals. And a chance to make it into the top 2 for the prizing. We'll talk about that a little bit later once things progress a little bit further, but still time progressing and the chance is dwindling down for West Forsyth to get something going.
Yeah, they're operating from the corner again, but looking for that back pass. Unfortunately, did not go the way of SEC, but West Forsyth could possibly get a read, but we're going right back into the corner. Pass out to mid, and the shot goes on and in once again from probably Peyton.
Another nice look from probably Peyton. 100% goal participation as well. Got the assist in the first one, and now got the second 2 goals afterwards, trying to close out this series in a 3-0 sweep for Surrey Early College. Goes to show why they're such a high seed in this tournament with just the coordination this squad has, but also the synergy on offense and defense. They are a force to be reckoned with, as I said before, and that's exactly why.
And now you can see Dizzle being able to get the shot on, giving West Forsyth their first goal. And this was a great read again off of the 50-50 from the corner, and then just hits perfect shot placement, a laser into the back of the net, giving West Forsyth their first goal here in Game 3.
Nice goal from them as well. Got to see what they can do to pick up where they left off with that one, to have 2 more follow in its place. It's just been such a journey for West Forsyth to get on the board at all in each of these games, and probably Peyton, it's been easy as it can be for them to get a goal every single time they put a shot on the net.
And this is actually really interesting. I think this might be the first goal here in Game 3 from SEC that didn't come from a pass or an assist.
True.
That was the first solo goal I think I've seen. And of course it goes to probably Peyton.
Surrey Early College has their eyes on the prize for these regionals. Second place, $600. First place, $2,400, and a place at the state finals. We'll see who makes it there. Chance for an even greater prize there, but IR Johnny, the greatest prize is getting a really cool shot.
Yeah, take a look at Gummy Bear. Gotta give them some credit, because that was a beautiful pass coming off of the wall. And this is what I love about Surrey Early College, is that even though we are seeing like some big plays being made and a lot of focus is on probably Peyton, more often than not, when we see these plays being made, every single player on the side of SEC is getting involved in some way.
And that's why I talked about the danger any team in this bracket will face against Surrey Early College, is that it's not just one player being super high ranked and taking on the world and destroying everyone. Every single player is evenly matched. They're all a chance. They're all similarly skill level and mechanical. And that is a team to look out for. Even some of the best teams that are super mechanical out there, if you don't have a solid foundation and good rotations, you're not going to be able to do much. And that was a great one from IR Johnny.
Okay, hang on. I need to watch this one more again. Again, that's Gummy Bear from the midfield,
wow.
getting an insane 50.
What a pass.
And it just falls right into the net, and then IR Johnny there to send it home.
Calculated.
100%.
We talked about that in Game 1, and now we see it again in Game 3. The last game for West Forsyth. For sure now as our first Brazil of the tournament. IR Johnny with a hat trick as well.
The first, but the question is, will it be the last?
No, I don't think it'll be the last.
And you know what? I'm one of those, I guess, I'm not necessarily a pessimist, but I'm one of those that would like to say everything is calculated. At the end of the day, you know, you are making the effort to try and get goals, right? So if it happens to fall your way, you still put effort into that.
That's very true.
Yeah, I try and look at it that way.
All the effort is what leads you to having any lucky situation. And that was a great effort by Ethan. Needed more of that earlier on in this series. And there's a couple of notes we can get West Forsyth as things tick down here. They had great defense. That was a huge thing for them. Mechanically, also doing pretty decent as well. The biggest thing is when they are in their corner and stuck like they are, they have to look for those openings, secure their corner boost, and have an exit strategy. We didn't really see many of that throughout the series from them. So they need to change that up in any future competitions they participate in. But unfortunately, their future in this competition is over, and the future is Surrey Early College.
Yeah, and again, it feels bad because, you know, as I had mentioned earlier, they were actually my favorite to win the tournament because I got to see them during the regionals. Not the regionals, sorry, the qualifiers. For the
regular
regionals.
Season, yeah.
Yeah, I got to see them play a lot, and they really impressed me. And, you know, they are a great team. They are a good team. I still have faith in this team. And you know what? I still have faith for them to take this as a learning experience and then come back even better next season.
See, we just got to stop having favorites because our favorites lose. Well, and that's what we have learned. We are casters and we curse things. So
I mean, one of my many nicknames is Captain Caster's Curse. So yes,
that makes a lot of sense now. I'm going to go opposite of whatever your guesses are for the rest of the weekend. We'll see how that goes.
In my defense, you guessed wrong in game number 1 and I guessed right.
That's true.
So we're both.
We're just changing it up.
Yeah, we are both
trying
the
to
dark
be
wizards
even.
of Rocket League right now. We're just cursing everybody. The unforgivable Caster's Curse.
Well, our next series is also going to be pretty insane because we have our only SSLs of the tournament, NCCA and East Lincoln facing off against each other, have an SSL on their roster. So it'll be a pretty intense matchup there to see who moves on to face off against East. Who was the team that we saw first? East Forsyth. That's who it was. I knew it was like there's like East Forsyth, there's East Guilford, there's East Lincoln. There's a lot of East representation here that we've been seeing throughout this competition. I think there's also Northeast Guilford too that's in some competition as well. So a lot of cardinal directions that are out there representing these high schools as best they can, but still we have some NBA 2K happening in the background still during these breaks, but we do have NCCA versus East Lincoln that'll be happening in a moment, and that's going to be a pretty intense matchup at Soka. I mean, looking at the rest of the bracket, how are you feeling about the other teams that are out there?
Right now, I'm going to be looking at this next game for sure because, again, like you had mentioned, these are like the 2 only SSLs in the tournament.
True.
So, I mean, right now, this is going to be a big opportunity for everyone else in the bracket because regardless, yes, that is less of a threat you're going to have to deal with later.
Exactly.
But the team that does end up winning is now going to be your main target.
That is very true. I mean, that both sides of the bracket are going to be pretty great to watch throughout the tournament today. But we're going to be taking a break. We'll be back with that matchup, NCCA versus East Lincoln, after this. Happened in the background. Roxborough did win the independent conference finals. They were able to take down NCCA. 2-point difference in game 3, a 12-point comeback by NCCA almost at the last second, but there was a foul, and they were able to get 2 points in at the end there just to make the difference before going into OT. That was crazy to see. You probably watched some of it on the stream in the background, and right now you can see Roxborough also facing off against their opponents from the Guilford Conference. Still, we do have more Rocket League to go, and let's talk about this Rocket League bracket as we have gone through it today, because it has been a very different story on both sides of the bracket.
Oh, absolutely. And we still got 5 matches left to go as well. We've already gotten to see East Forsyth take on Esports Legends. Of course, East Forsyth managed to take it 3-1. And then Surrey Early College coming in, I think, with a pretty shocking upset there. Not the fact that they won, but the fact that it was a 3-0 sweep over West Forsyth, who was the #1 seed coming into this. So, again, a pretty big turnaround from what we were expecting. And then not only that, but we still have some more matches to go as well. We got to see who will be taking on East Forsyth going against. It's going to be North Carolina Cyber Academy versus East Lincoln High to determine who will be going to the semis to face off against East Forsyth. And then going towards the other side of the bracket here, you're going to see it's going to be STEM Early College taking on West Guilford to see who's going to be taking on Surrey Early College.
These matches are going to be pretty great. I mean, I've been talking about the level of competition, how closely contested all of these series are. This series here specifically has some spice to it. We have Dark, an SSL, also TikToker out there, I think with over 100,000 followers.
Oh my.
Minty, Diamond 2, and Red Dark Wolves as a champ 2. And on the other side, Mafia Shadows, also an SSL. We talked about that SSL matchup. Mikey Kong, who is a Diamond 2, and Viper MK, who is also Diamond 2. That's just records I looked on Rocket League Tracker. We don't know if they have other accounts. But still, that is going to be a pretty hotly contested matchup for these two teams to try and make it on into those semifinals. And an interesting tidbit, too, Dark and Mafia Shadows played as teammates in the Spartan Conference clash, or the Spartan Clash that happened recently at UNCG. So that's something to really talk about, that they know each other pretty well, and they're now facing off against each other in the first round.
And, you know, you'd be surprised about how many of these teams actually know each other, too. Again, you have people that not just play for their respective high schools,
True.
but they also play ranked together. You know, they could be entering into tournaments independently. And not only that, but more often than not, the best way to get the edge in your competition is to scrim against them. So don't be surprised if a lot of these teams have already scrimmed against one another time and time again, just so that way they can prepare for a tournament like this one.
Well, we'll see once we get into the game itself how things will go down there. Let's talk a little bit about the other quarterfinals still going on, too. STEM Early College versus West Guilford. That'll have a Diamond 3, GC2, and a Champ 2 versus a Champ 2, Diamond 2, and Diamond 1. So STEM Early College a little bit more heavily favored for that victory, but we've also seen a difference in rank in that Esports Legends versus their opponents at East Forsyth in that first matchup. And Esports Legends did fall to their opponents, who were lower in rank than the peak, but also closer in rank there. So still anybody's game for any of these series today. We have no idea who's going to come out on top. But any early predictions from you?
Oh, man, that's tough. I mean, again, one player that did stand out to me that you were talking about was Minty. Again, I got to see a good bit of Minty during the regular season, you know, into the qualifiers. And I got to say, Minty and their team, respectively, did put on quite a show. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on them specifically because I already know how well they can perform online. Now we need to see if they can still hold their own live at LAN.
That's so true. That is the biggest difference maker here. If they have that adjustment time to really get locked in for these series and get ready, because some of these players, they had some time to warm up on different PCs, and they get onto the stage PCs. They only have a little bit of time there specifically. So once we get into this this quarterfinal, excuse me, it's not even the semifinal, but it feels like this should be a semifinal.
It does.
Match.
It really does. Because it's been such a long road for anybody that has been keeping track along with us. It has literally been about, what, 2 months leading up to this with all the different conferences, all the different regions, and we have literally seen these players from day one all the way to now, and it feels like we have seen a lot of them already go head-to-head against one another. So, yeah, it does feel like the semifinals because now it's literally coming down to the last couple of teams, and as you had mentioned earlier, only one of all these great teams are going to be able to go to state.
The big thing here is going to come down to the leadership from the top players on each of these teams. Can they lead the charge, be confident, pull off those very high-octane plays, and make sure that they can raise the morale of their roster as they go forward and try to take victory in this series. And that's only the first victory that they need. They need 2 more after that to make it to states. They need to at least get another series win after this one against East Lincoln, East Forsyth. There's so many East teams I keep talking about.
East Coast, Beast Coast.
Yes, exactly. But so many teams that still have a chance to make it into the money because, again, we talked about that before too. And for the prizing, I mean, I think it was somewhere around $600 at least if you get into the finals, and $2,400 for first place for Rocket League.
I mean, that's a nice chunk of change.
That is very nice.
I mean, you can at least get a full tank of gas with that. I mean, that's something that's really yeah, maybe 2. You know, if you spread it out and you stick to the highway, not
depending
so
on
much
the vehicle.
Also depending on the vehicle. But regardless, in all seriousness, though, like again, being able to come through and get that prize pool, not only that, but qualify for state, and not to mention, bare minimum making it to the finals, you still get that $600, which is great. That's awesome.
$200 per player.
Yeah, $200
double
per player.
what you would have gotten for the conference playoffs, and that's a big thing here, is to see which of these teams will be the front runners to get to that point in time. Dark, Landon, and YMG Minty doing everything that they can in this opening 20 seconds to see how they can take down East Lincoln. Mikey Kong, Arc, and Shadows. Mafia Shadows going as Shadows in this game specifically. Expecting big things from all of these players on the field. This is going to be a battle between these teams to see who comes out on top.
And not only that, but we got ourselves a classic debacle. We got Shadows YouTube versus Twitch YMG. So we're going to have purple versus red, YouTube versus Twitch. Who's going to be the better content creator or who's going to be the better Rocket League player? Only this game will determine that.
That it will. First minute, though, pretty decent between these two squads. Very defensive, trying to figure out exactly where the weaknesses lie between both of their defenses. Shadows keeping it high and dry away from the competition. Shadows versus Dark, I mean, this is a matchup you're going to see happen a couple of times, but the miss comes out, and no! That was a wide open opportunity going by the wayside onto the crossbar.
Yeah, you got to love that crossbar. It's literally the best defender in Rocket League. And that's the thing with the crossbar. We even saw earlier on with East Forsyth is that they were getting a lot of their goals just from hitting it off the crossbar. So again, it is really a fickle thing. The crossbar, the sidebars, they can bless you in the morning and then curse you in the afternoon.
That they can. So we'll have to see what either of these teams can do to work on their accuracy when it comes to those shots, because so far, with the first 2 minutes of this game at Soka, it seems like a lot of it's going to come down to breaking past the defense, getting some demos and passing plays if you want to get a goal.
Well, here we go. This is going to be a long ball going all the way down. Right off the backboard! And oh no, that is a feels bad, Bod.
That is a feels bad. Unfortunately, it was not the best position for Dark there facing towards net. Was hoping that Minty would be able to hit that aside and might not have been paying as much attention to their positioning than the ball itself. Focus on ball cam probably, but still. NC Cyber Academy down by 1. East Lincoln happy that they were able to get that goal there. Looking for one more where that came from. Almost a double tap off the backboard, but still was not enough for them to get it through.
Yeah, but now here we go. Dark taking control, has an opportunity, tries to line up the shot, but it will be saved and cleared away. East Lincoln still holding on to their 1-0 lead. It's now the pressure will once again fall onto the side of NC Cyber Academy. East Lincoln from out of the corner. They're going to lose possession, and now they have to try and recover.
Shadow's doing everything necessary on defense to just keep this away from NC Cyber Academy. They know they have the mechanics to hold on to possession of the ball for as long as they can, and that seems to be their strategy, is just keep it away from NC Cyber Academy, especially Dark on the defensive end. Dark, of course, feeling a little bit more confident there on these rotations, but the bump I was talking about, that is what is needed for a goal to come through at this level of competition.
All right, let's go Mikey Kong. But again, great pass also coming from Shadow as well, keeping the speed, and not only that, but after Shadow got the pass out of the corner, they follow it up by chasing the defender out of the net, going for the bump, going for the physical play, and leaving Mikey Kong with a wide open shot. Now, East Lincoln enjoy a comfortable 2-goal lead.
Still 2 minutes of play to go. Biggest question is, what can NC Cyber Academy do to take down this squad, move forward in this matchup? At least a goal on the board. Shadows off the sidewall with the follow through off the backboard, and there comes the follow up as well. Nice one from Minty to get that aside instead. Liking the action on offense from NC Cyber Academy. The demo was a huge focus on the Dark so that they couldn't get that completion.
It's getting really close here as Dark finds an opening, and they're able to get that goal on and in for NC Cyber Academy as they manage to get their first on the board and put themselves within one of equalizing against East Lincoln.
It's not over till it's over, and you have the lead against your opponents when it hits 0 seconds. Otherwise, you go to an OT situation, which I could very easily see happen with the way this game has been set up so far. If the following games continue in that fashion. Still, some good looks from Shadow on offense. Dark getting this aside, but no boost to work with. Hoping for a setup off the backboard and maybe some disruption. But a good defensive play by Shadow into their own net to get this away at the last second over top of the backboard. Transition back to the other side, and less than a minute remaining. NC Cyber Academy desperately looking for an answer to tie things up for an OT.
Yeah, right now East Lincoln is just locked in. Like, yes, they have given possession away, but it has been intentional. They are trying to run the remainder of this clock, and they are trying not to make mistakes. Again, being very cautious with how they approach these last couple of seconds, as that one nearly floated on and in, but once again, they get denied by the woodwork.
So unfortunate. You needed somebody to follow up from NC Cyber Academy, or somebody in position there too. Could have taken advantage of the sloppy play we saw from East Lincoln defensively. They were all trying to go for the ball at the same time, but unfortunately weren't able to do as much as they were hoping for then and there. A lot of this seems to be just lead with Dark, but Landy doing everything that they can to put that through. Some good looks in the last 10 seconds, but will it be enough?
I mean, it very well could be. As you can see, still final few seconds remaining on the clock. The ball is still live. Minty gets the touch down towards the net,
no!
and it will go in. This game started with an own goal, and now we are going into OT with an own goal.
There we go. Redemption for NC Cyber Academy. Unfortunate for Mikey Kong, not in the best position that they could have hoped to be there. Kept it up at the last second. A 0-second goal for NC Cyber Academy. We saw a pop-off in the arena from NC Cyber Academy as well. There comes the goal from Dark right off the kickoff, 3 seconds in.
I mean, literally stole the game away. Look how quick this was. And Dark was able to win the kickoff and then redirect their own touch into the net. An absolute laser. Cyber Academy able to come through and literally steal the win away from East Lincoln.
That's exactly what they did. Stealing is the perfect word for what we just witnessed in game one. I don't know how they were able to bring it back from the brink, but the pressure that they were putting on equal between both of these teams. One shot less from East Lincoln, and maybe that's the one shot they needed for the victory before it got sent to OT. The defense from Shadows, offense and assists, the playmaking, Shadows really carrying the torch for this team, but we saw some great looks from everyone on the field.
Oh, we definitely did. And that's what's crazy about it, is because East Lincoln, for the majority of that match, if you really dissect it and you look at time and possession, the majority of the time, East Lincoln were in control. And it only took a matter of seconds for that to get turned on its head.
And 3 seconds in OT.
I was about to say, and literally 3 seconds of overtime to completely change the shift of the game from East Lincoln and now going back over the other way. So my goodness, I mean, Cyber Academy just stepped up. I mean, they ulted. What else?
They really did.
They ulted in the second half.
They made up for their mistakes and were able to pull out the win in game one, but will that be enough to continue where they left off in game two? Shadows leading the charge there, could not get the double tap. Happened a couple times. Just a little bit off the mark there. Good bump onto Minty, but hey, it works out in their favor. They get the go-ahead on the challenge, and counterattack potential does get stopped out as it starts, and That would have been dangerous if that was a little bit of a different angle for a goal already.
Now coming back out towards the side, you can see Dark patrolling that midfield line, able to take possession, went for the bump off the aerial, not quite on the mark, but still giving their team moments to score as Minty will find the first goal here in game 2.
Processor overload for the defense. They had to dodge the bump, but also went for the finish too, and unfortunately could not go for it, flew right underneath. So ran out of boost, went for the flip, unfortunately couldn't get it there. Good goal for NC Cyber Academy, but East Lincoln, they can bounce back from that.
I just love on that last play, Dark was literally on the hunt, looking for anyone, to get in front of that ball. Like, oh, I dare you. Go ahead and try and get the save. Watch what happens to you. But my goodness, Dark, being a very mischievous player on the pitch, is now Cyber Academy are going to take the early 1-goal lead, and once again are going to find themselves on offense.
3 goals in a row now from last game into this one for NC Cyber Academy, and that's the change-up that they needed after the dominating presence we saw from East Lincoln in the opening half of game number 1. Still some good looks from Shadows, but need more from the rest of their teammates if they want a chance to bounce back in this game and the rest of the series. Still so much time to go in this one. Seemed like it was just a nail-biter for the first couple minutes in the last game, and then eventually something had to break, and East Lincoln broke that stalemate, but now NC Cyber Academy early on in this one were able to do the same.
Well, here we go.
Oh,
a
no.
big touch coming from mid, and once again it does smack the crossbar. I gotta say, these teams seem like they have a good bit of CBS, some crossbar syndrome, because it is not going their way anytime they hit the bar. It's always going down and out.
Fortunate for East Lincoln, but that's the way Rocket League goes sometimes. Just gotta pick yourself up and brush off the dust of the crossbar as you hit it. Still, first 2 minutes gone, NC Cyber Academy holding on to this lead, but by a thin margin it feels like, with the way this pressure has been mounting from East Lincoln. Did see a wave dash from Dark on the sidewall as he was trying desperately to get in position with the ball, even after the boost was taken under his nose. And boost management, definitely pretty decent between these two teams, but that's a big thing for Dark to focus on defensively. If he doesn't have that boost, it's going to be hard to make sure he can support them and hold on to this lead.
Yeah, now look at the transition. Again, Dark with that musky play coming off of the defense, trying to turn it into a fast break, but I got to give credit to East Lincoln. I mean, the recovery was there, but you got to keep in mind, they're still operating from a 1-goal deficit, and we are just about at that 2-minute mark. They're running out of time.
Not much time remains, but it's only a 1-goal margin, still plenty of chances to overcome it, but that's a great touch from Landon. A better save from Shadows. Getting that away yet again, make the announcers say what a save as many times as they can for East Lincoln. Trying to rack up a tally throughout this tournament. But still, Dark is inevitable. A great shot, good pass to Landon. Just wasn't in the best position for that reception. Oh, Minty. Oh.
Again, that's that pressure. Like I had mentioned earlier, you know, I got to see Minty play a lot during the regular season.
Dark.
And they're one of the players that you got to watch out for. But you also got to watch out for Dark, the aerial acrobatics, and not to mention a little finesse on the end.
Pass 1, pass 2, and bumps the 3rd so that they can't get the save. Takes on the whole team and beats them out for that 2nd goal to potentially secure the win in this game. But again, it's not over until it ticks down to 0 seconds. Or at least a couple more than that if you have this big of a lead.
About to say, remember last time, I'm pretty sure it was Dark that managed to redirect their own kickoff in the last game. So just seeing that just now made me scared that they were going to do it again. So East Lincoln, I don't know what they got to do on the kickoffs, but they got to get there quicker.
Quick kickoffs. Kickoff strategy is such a big change in the game as it's been developing the skill ceiling of this title. It's been so many changes throughout the meta. Spanish kickoffs have become a lot more popular and just leaving it up for your second player, but there's so many different maneuvers you can make, and that's a great maneuver for Shadows, and all 3 members get involved in the play to force it past the goal line.
I'm thinking to myself, there's no way this doesn't go in, right? I mean, look at this, bare pixels away from going the distance. Sure enough, it does find the back of the net. Now East Lincoln, they have a pulse, they have a sign of life. They can equalize and send this possibly into another OT.
And that's what they're hoping for here. Or even to get that 3rd goal if they can. But still, got to get possession of the ball to do that first. And Landon, a great reception. Dark, perfect positioning for the setup. Unfortunately for the defense, there's a double commit when they could have cleared it out.
perfect example of serving the pass up on a silver platter. And again, it wasn't like the most amazing pass we've ever seen. It wasn't like a flip reset, musty flippery doodah. It was just a good, clean pass out from the corner over 2 defenders and good communication for your second player in line to come through and confirm the goal. And that's what it's all about, confirming the goal.
We saw another one of those almost set up immediately afterwards from Dark over to Landon. I'm liking the synergy from these players. Shout out to Coach Mittens as well, working with those in the voice call as well.
That's such an adorable name. Coach Mittens.
All the way from Canada, represent.
My friend has a cat named Mittens.
We have a coach named Mittens in VESL. Nonetheless, though, time's ticking down, and East Lincoln are going to have to reverse sweep this series to move on to the semifinals. NC Cyber Academy continue where they left off in the playoffs for the Independent Conference. Undefeated. We'll see how long that continues.
And again, this feels like a complete night and day shift from game number 1.
Truly.
Granted that Cyber Academy, they did win game number 1, but it was an OT. They had to literally make a comeback in overtime. Keep in mind, they were down 2-0. This time, they were up 2 goals for the majority of the match. So Cyber Academy, it just goes to show how momentum-based this game really is. They get a sketchy dub in game number 1, and then they get a confident one in game 2.
Well, it makes sense why NC Cyber Academy were the #1 seed going into this. With the synergy we've seen from them, I mean, Dark's playing in all these different tournaments for VESL, but also UNCG, as we were talking about with the Spartan Clash. And now seeing that come to bear with this matchup, makes a lot of sense with the way that they are performing. Took them a little bit to get that synergy going, and I think that's what was missing in that first game. So now we're seeing that. We really got to see the change-up for the opponents in East Lincoln. Shadow's doing everything they can except scoring, and that's the big thing we need to see from them. 5 goals, 4 saves, and an assist. We need at least them to get some goals on the board to try and take down NC Cyber Academy.
Oh, well, here they go. They're going to try and start it early with a shot, but I got to say that just the wording there was funny to me. It's like East Lincoln is doing everything they have to except winning.
Basically. They're keeping the pressure up.
Oh, there it is again.
There we go.
I'm telling you, CBS crossbar syndrome is a real thing, and it is contagious. But regardless, I mean, this is why we love these attempted shots, because there is the adage in Rocket League that more often than not, missed shots turn into assists.
That they do, and that's why you always have to have somebody on the follow-up, and that's something that was missing from some other of the series that we saw earlier today. I mean, Esports Legends, I got to give a shout out to them. Unfortunately, they weren't really doing as well as they could have, but Shadows, this time, we called them out, and they stepped up, and that's exactly what they needed to do, keep their team in the competition here. But I guess we are pausing. There must have been an issue with a connection or audio, so we'll get that figured out and figure out exactly what's going on with that specifically. But still, we'll see if that goal will stand or if there was a issue happening with connection. It could be, you know, just the servers, or it could be controller. There's so many different things that it could be. So we'll get updates on that as we can.
Could have been Coach Mittens throwing the yellow flag out. We're going to challenge the play. You know, could have been.
I think it's a monitor issue this time. It looks like their monitor turned off, so we'll get that sorted as quickly as we can. Still, a very intense series, and it makes sense why we want to make sure that we have everything as accounted for as possible. So they're trading out the monitor with a different one, and we'll get this going as quickly as we can since they're already logged into the game. So it looks like the screen like just went completely dark when they were trying to do it. So we'll get that sorted out as quickly as we can, but still. Great series so far. I mean, Shadow's doing everything necessary to come back in this game, and I feel like if they can keep that momentum going in Game 3, then they'll be able to at least force another one, and potentially another one to force it to Game 5. We'll see once we get that tech issue fixed.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing with Shadow is that they are going straight direct for the jugular of their opponent here. Because, again, you know, they're not doing anything too fancy. They're being very straightforward with it, and that's why we've seen a lot of shot count going their way. The shot count is extraordinarily high, even though the conversion rate is a little low. But the reason for that is because, again, they're not really hitting so much of the crossbar, but when they do, there's usually no follow-up. And that's something that we have seen from the other side. For Cyber Academy, when they hit the crossbar, when they go for shots and they get blocked, the follow-up is there. So now we need to see on the side of East Lincoln, whenever they do hit the crossbar, whenever their plays are getting intercepted or thwarted, they need to commit. They need to continue the play and not give up on the play and retreat so easily.
Well, we'll see what happens once we get back into the game. They're still having to take some time to figure out exactly what went wrong and get everything sorted for the PCs themselves. It might be a little bit of a lengthy fix, but regardless, we can take a look at how the bracket's been going for NBA 2K. I believe we have the bracket mostly figured out now since we had those playoff matches finished. So Kearns Academy currently playing against Roxborough right now. We'll get an update about that in just a little bit. Northeast Guilford will play their quarterfinal matchup against NCCA after that. And then the winner of, Roxborough and Kearns Academy will play West Forest Live. So West Forest Live still representing out there for NBA 2K this time. And Winston-Salem Prep, they got the fourth win over Carver, so they'll play the winner of NCCA versus Northeast Guilford. So still some matches to go for NBA 2K. Still got this one to go for Rocket League specifically. Looks like they're getting things reset here as well, which is good. So we're going to be getting back into the game as quickly as we can, but still great series so far, even with the 2-0 lead that we were seeing. It doesn't tell the whole story.
No, it doesn't. And not only that, but it is the 2-goal lead in the favor of East Lincoln. Even though they just came off of a loss in the previous game to Cyber Academy, they are starting off very, very good, leaning forward. But once again, it's from shadows. We need to see other players being incorporated, because right now the advantage that, Cyber Academy has is that they're playing 3v3. Where on the other side for East Lincoln, it feels like they're playing 1v3, 1v3, 1v3.
Okay, so the goal is being reset, and time will be rolled back for when we get back into the game. Of course, that goal seemed a bit wide open, so it does make sense that there was a technical issue happening for some of the players. So we'll be getting that back into the game as quickly as we can. And, hey, as quickly as we can is right now. And East Lincoln still up that 1-0. Time rolled back to when that goal originally occurred. Took a little bit of time to get things all sorted, but, hey, that's what's great about having admin firms in Rocket League. Shout out to the developers.
See, I told you, they challenged the play, and it got rolled back. It got overruled. They had to take the goal back, But with that being said, here we are with the score as it was, 1-0. It's still in the favor of East Lincoln, but I got to say, Cyber Academy not looking as worse as what they were when the 2-0 scoreline is now. Hopefully, we will see no more technical issues, and Cyber Academy can look to try and equalize, but my goodness, what a save.
Great looks from Dark, Minty, and Landon working in tandem to try and get that tying goal. Mikey Kong, no connection, but leaves it open for Shadows, and that's who you want to leave it open for when you're going for any opportunity. He's the one that you can rely on for East Lincoln on offense and defense and anything. And hitting the post a couple times, but still got not a goal yet, actually. No, they did get that first one, technically.
Well, here we go. Big demo there. Hopefully we'll clear some room for Cyber Academy, but the pressure, my goodness, coming from Shadows as they try to doomsday dish their way to victory. And now Mikey Kong is going to put this one down as that ball goes high back towards the other side of the pitch. Clear towards the mid, and now it just looks like East Lincoln is having a stranglehold on Cyber Academy starting at the midfield line.
Well, the first 2 minutes gone for now. Ignore the stats on the bottom left, as those can't be reset when a pause does happen in the game. As the only goal so far that has been credited is to Arc after the setup from Shadows off that post. Still, first half, relatively uneventful after that first goal for NC Cyber Academy. All three players going for Dark versus Shadows. The matchup we expected to talk about so much in this series happening every part of the field.
And once again, you can see East Lincoln really patrolling that midfield line. Dark able to get out of dodge. Had enough boost to follow it up, but they got beat by East Lincoln. As now we see ourselves again in Cyber Academy territory, and that pressure continues to build as it seems like Cyber Academy really struggling to get out of their own half.
Unfortunate for Cyber Academy too, because they look so strong in the other two games, but the defense of East Lincoln after getting that first goal has been immaculate. They have made no mistakes so far. On offense, they've been doing some good pressure and forcing these overcommits from NC Cyber Academy. But if they didn't overcommit, the saves wouldn't be happening. So it's a tough situation to be in for NC Cyber Academy. They got to force their way through, break through the defensive line. Minty doing the best, a fake from Dark to set things up. And I like the back pass option here. Give control back to Dark, give him a chance to pick up some boost as well, but couldn't really carry it forward as much as he was wanting.
Yeah, and that's what I was really looking for, really taking control of the ball, not just going for these long clears and giving possession away, but slowing down the pace of play. Because right now, East Lincoln, they're being very aggressive, they're being very quick. Now, if you're on the side of Cyber Academy, you have to slow things down and take some of that wind out of the sail of East Lincoln.
And for those who don't know, if you see VESL Observer in there, that's Landon. We just had to change some things. So that's exactly what's happening with the name tags. Nonetheless, though, 1:11 on the clock now. Still the 1-0 lead for East Lincoln. This is a nail-biter. From what we saw in the last game, too, and every game has been pretty close between these two squads. Less than 60 seconds to go for NC Cyber Academy, who still have not found an answer for themselves, unfortunately.
Oh, but we are going to be going right back to that midfield line. Now Dark with the touch. Going to send it up high. Followed up now by Minty as they get beat out by Shadow. Shadow's now very dangerous when in ISO. When they are isolated, they make plays happen, but luckily they were denied. It's now Mikey Kong is going to take this one to the corner. Big cross to the mid. Nobody's home, and Shadow finds the goal.
Shadow's getting their first goal, technically their second, based on the pause that we had earlier in the reset, and that was a perfect setup by Mikey Kong to center things for them. 30 seconds to go, or 31 seconds to go, and with the pace of this game, I feel like this might be over.
It definitely seems that way. Still 30 seconds, still plenty of time for NC Cyber Academy to try and find an answer. As this one's going to go back out towards the corner now. A mistouched opportunity. As that one's going to go right in front of the net. Into the danger in NC Cyber Academy.
Oh, the dribble, the dribble!
To try and take it the other way. But again, the dribble was there, but unfortunately the shot wasn't.
Shot wasn't there, pressure too much, and time ticking down. Not enough for NC Cyber Academy unless they got a goal that time. And there it will be, East Lincoln getting their first game. Hard-fought victory for them, shutting out NC Cyber Academy in that one.
Yep, and that is a great turnaround coming from the side of East Lincoln. They are not done yet. They are still going to put up the fight. And this time around, that was all about control. They had control, they took control, and they denied control to the side of NC Cyber Academy. Again, it was all about that pace of play. East Lincoln, they wanted to play quick, they wanted to play aggressive. NC Cyber Academy, they just could not stop that momentum. They could not stop the pace of play that was coming from East Lincoln. We saw them try with that back pass at midfield. They tried to slow things down a little bit, but every single time that we saw NC Cyber Academy starting to even build a type of play, it was instantly intercepted or just denied. Again, East Lincoln was just being so aggressive. It felt like NC Cyber Academy just didn't have room to breathe.
And with all the shots we saw, 7 shots, 5 from Shadows. I mean, he's been so consistent with the aggression he's been able to put up on offense and set things up for his team that there wasn't anything we could expect from the side of NC Cyber Academy. After the lengthy pause, after the first goal came through, having to reset, usually makes it so that your momentum is gone. The wind in your sail is taken out. So now going into Game 4, we'll see exactly how things progress for both these teams. This could be make or break for NC Cyber Academy, but we are going to be having a quick tech pause to make sure we have everything set for the headsets and the controllers for these players. So we'll get that all sorted and be back in just a sec. Never mind. We're not going back. We're actually going to stay right here. But NCCA versus East Lincoln, I mean, we could talk about exactly what was missing from NC Cyber Academy in that game.
Possession.
Possession.
The ball was missing.
Yes, the ball was missing, but also we had them scrambling over themselves defensively so many times. All 3 players went for the ball almost every time we saw it on the defensive half of the blue side. And that's what needs to change here. They need to spread out. They need to have more confidence in their defensive end and make sure that they can do more man-to-man coverage with this 3v3 format. I mean, you can't afford to all be in the same position because that's where we saw East Lincoln able to dominate with their positioning.
Yeah, and they really need to get locked in when it comes to really taking that possession. I mean, we already talked about, you know, how the possession game just wasn't in their favor, but that's the problem is that, you know, we saw East Lincoln time and time again. They were just stealing the ball away, and it's not necessarily that East Lincoln had a plan to go with the ball every single time. They were just denying the Cyber Academy from doing anything with the ball whatsoever.
So many times.
Exactly. So at the end of the match, you know, when again because Cyber Academy got shut out, it just kind of felt like East Lincoln was playing hot potato and playing keep away from Cyber Academy.
Well, now all eyes are on Cyber Academy to see if they can pick themselves up from their defeat in that game, or if East Lincoln will continue on the hot streak that they are on 2 goals unaccounted for anything on NC Cyber Academy in that game specifically. So the first 30 seconds, relatively uneventful, will bode well for both sides to get their footing after some technical issues that I believe NC Cyber Academy were experiencing. Thankfully, shout out to the admin team. They've been able to get those fixed relatively quickly and get things sorted. Keep an eye on progress as things develop here. And it's got to be like an interesting adjustment that you have to make as well in LAN events, that you're playing on different tech, you're playing on a different setup and different settings and everything, and there might just be something off, and it's good that they're making sure that they can call that out and get it fixed as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. But, you know, I always have the saying that if your event for esports doesn't have at least one technical difficulty, then it's not going to be any good.
It's not an esports event.
It's not going to be any good. But regardless, we're getting right back to the action here, into the thick of it, and I got to say, looking a lot better this time around for NC Cyber Academy, because it's been 1:20, and still no goal has been scored just yet. Yeah, no goals. No goals just yet.
Maybe that's what we're needing, is a ghoul to come out on the field and just take the ball from everyone and show them how it's done.
Oh, exactly. The dabbing ghoul there.
Exactly.
For the goal explosion.
Well, Landon back on their account, back into the game, seeing what they can do for their team to set things up. I'm liking the spacing that we are witnessing from NC Cyber Academy. You can tell that they have made those adjustments, at least in the first minute or so, since that last game. But again, another nail biter, another close affair between these two squads where something has to give, and there's a shot that does almost go through with a defense that strong with their positioning.
Yeah, but this is a big step up from last game for NC Cyber Academy. Now they're putting pressure onto East Lincoln. But like you had mentioned earlier, you know, they have a really bad habit of like tripping over one another. And if you had just saw there at the midfield, Dark got bumped by their own teammate.
Unfortunate when you don't have that coordination with your teammates there. Kind of comes with like the rank discrepancy between some of these squads, but even then, you just have to brush it off and get back into the swing of things. As Dark looking for something on this angle, a good bump, and almost got a second one too. Would have been a huge setup if there was somebody in position. Minty needed that connection. Landon can't get it either. Argus taking on the world, and finally Dark will save the day.
Yeah, I mean, again, this seems like a lack of communication for the most part. Again, they're tripping over one another at the midfield, and on that last shot, on that last play, it really felt like it should have been a Cyber Academy goal, because it was a great initial touch, a great initial shot, but there was no follow-up. There was nobody there to get the rebound. They tried, at least one player tried, but then there was no third. The third is sticking too far back, trying to play too much defense, and they're just giving up on a lot of their plays.
We'll see what these teams can do to make sure that they don't give up these opportunities and make them go by the wayside, and that's exactly how Dark is going to take fate into his own hands. A good touch from Minty to set things up initially. Landon went for the attack, kind of baited out the rest of the defense because they went for it on the save, and that let it wide open for Dark.
Yep, faking, chat disabled for 3 seconds. And again, that's why what we call, before faking was added to the quick chat, those were called tactical whips. And that is a 100% meta mechanic, 100% confirmed.
Gotta love those old references. I remember when 2 whiffs came out, Jorby used to call it a whifty-whifty.
I used to call it Whip City whenever everybody started whipping. But that's not going to be a whip.
We're going to call that a goal.
Yeah, that's 100% a ghoul right there from Dark, as they managed to put this one on and in, coming off the side of the wall. And then you have to ask, where was the rotation here? Where was the recovery? Because, again, that wasn't an absolute banger. It wasn't like a very high-speed shot. It actually bounced before it went in. So where was the defense on that play?
17 seconds later, and that's what we got to see here from NC Cyber Academy versus East Lincoln. Getting that second goal, it's huge for NC Cyber Academy. You can hear them kind of popping off on their own as well, trying desperately to lock in this victory. Didn't expect that last game to go the way it did. Well, Dark's making up for it with a hat trick.
My goodness, that shot was tasty. And you know what? I can't think of a better word to describe it. Look at the fake.
Wow.
The last second flip reset. He delayed the flip reset. That is sauce, my guy.
We'll see if the sauce is enough to hold on for this last little bit under a minute of game time for East Lincoln. Former teammate in shadows for Dark at the Spartan Clash. Might be sending them home early. Fortunately, wanting more from this series. time ticking down, so do their chances to come back, especially by this big of a deficit. A statement being made by NC Cyber Academy after being scoreless in the last one.
My goodness, only 30 seconds left to go now. In the realm of Rocket League time theory, this is still doable. Rocket League time theory will give you 10 seconds per goal. Generously, that's a generous estimate. So it's still doable, but now we are now outside of the realm of probability, and now it's about possibility, and it's not looking very possible anymore.
Unfortunate for East Lincoln. They looked so strong throughout the series, but just couldn't come together at the end of it. Dark proving to be such a good player, and why NC Cyber Academy did get the #1 seed going into this regional, looking for the fourth, getting the flip reset, drops down onto the ground. Could have had a follow-up, but didn't need it. NC Cyber Academy are going to take the win, move on into the semifinals against East Forsyth.
And now good luck to them, because that is going to be one heck of a challenge to take on East Forsyth. They were looking really strong in their quarterfinal matchup. And NC Cyber Academy, again, they came out, they performed, they were able to get the dub, but they did trip up a little bit there in game number 2 and even a little bit there in game number 3. So if they're going to want to try and get this dub over East Forsyth, they have got to get their comms online.
The 7 shots from Dark is what led them to the victory there specifically. He only had 2 in the last game. And I feel like when he is feeling confident, the rest of his team is also feeling good too. You can tell the positioning kind of is focused around him and the playstyle that we're witnessing from him. And that's what you want to do when you have one player that is a higher rank compared to the rest. So, again, shout out to Coach Mittens, shout out to NCCA on getting that victory. But it's far from over. They still have the semifinals to go to make it into the money at least, and then have to win the final to get to the state championship. So it's still a long road for all these teams that remain in the competition, but still East Lincoln did the best that they could. Let's take a look at the bracket on how it has developed throughout the day. One more series to go in the quarterfinals. STEM Early College versus West Guilford High. Winner of that versus Surrey Early College. And that was another great matchup we saw there with them versus West Forsyth. But I have no idea who's going to take this at Soka.
My money, I mean, and again, you know, right now, I have to stick with Forsyth. My favorite going into this.
That's true.
My favorite going into this was West Forsyth. Unfortunately,
you just got your directions mixed up.
I wouldn't even say I got my directions mixed up, but in my defense, you know, they had to come in with a rescue sub, and you know what, it may have thrown off their gameplay from playing with the same player throughout the qualifiers throughout the regular season. So whatever the case may be, both of the teams from Forsyth are really good. And I'm still confident if it's not West, then it's going to be East. If it's not East, it's going to be West. So again, I mean, I'm still thinking it's going to be East Forsyth, but I got to tell you one team that I'm really nervous about that I think is, if not going to win, then at least be that runner-up, and that is going to be SEC.
They look really good.
They look amazing. They looked phenomenal.
The coordination was the best out of any of the teams we've seen so far today, and that's going to be the big thing for them. Will that coordination trump mechanics from what we saw on the other side of the bracket? That's the biggest difference we're witnessing, and usually it does, but those pop-off moments, that pop-off moment we saw with the equalizer at 0 seconds to the 3-second goal in OT from Dark in game 1, I feel like that is what made the difference in that series. If that game wasn't a win, it would have been a loss for their opponents. Regardless, though, we're going to be taking a break. We'll be back with some more Rocket League and NBA 2K action after this.
got some overtime action here. Oh, we're live right now. Well, listen, Charlie, I'm here. I'm Charlie. I'm the commissioner of the league. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We've got some overtime NBA 2K action with elimination on the line for Kearns Academy. We just saw incredible clutch-up play by Kearns Academy. They're going to be playing as the Milwaukee Bucks up against Roxborough Community School, who's playing as the Lakers. It's a 1-0. It's a best of 3, and it's a 1-0 lead for Roxborough right now. So we just saw it go into overtime. Joined here by Vod.
Thank you,
doing, my friend.
Doing pretty good. Enjoying some of the catering here for a little bit, but now we're into the game and seeing exactly how both these teams are giving it their all in OT. Back and forth actions, trying to get that 2-pointer, and still can't get it at the last second.
Well, we're seeing here, and so the way that VESL does NBA 2K is it's a 3-person team, right? So we're seeing an incredible intensity from the teammates, whispering over the shoulder, telling when to call timeouts. It's like having a coach there, because if you're the Kearns first player who ended up losing in a nail-biter in Game 1, that's King mode, he's got to have his teammate win.
Got to have their back.
Stay live. Yeah, exactly. So.
Only a single elimination bracket, too, so that makes it even more desperate. And with OT, you only have a certain amount of time to make sure you have that lead going forward. And the shot doesn't go through for the LA Lakers. Instead, it's going to go back to Milwaukee on the transition. Have a chance here in the paint, right outside the three-point line. Might be going for a shot.
He's got Giannis hot right now, so let's see how that goes, although he does give up the ball. 1-point lead for Roxborough over Kearns, 51-50.
Just need a shot to go through, and that's exactly what they're going to be needing. There we
Giannis,
go.
There you go. 1-point lead.
Still so much time, though. With these games, a lot shorter than a traditional NBA game out there, but even with that, you can score so many points with the time that is remaining. We see a three-pointer come out, and there it goes
Rui
through.
Hashimura.
Woo!
Yeah,
what a great shot.
You know, that was just the classic LeBron pulls all the defensive end, he hits in, and then kick it out. All right, two-point game here.
See if they can go for a three-pointer. I'm just waiting for something to pop off for Milwaukee here. They have so many opportunities, and oh no, that's going to be a transition over instead, a turnover for the other team, and a chance for the LA Lakers to potentially get this. Oh, it doesn't go through.
Oh, couldn't finish the layup. All right, so Milwaukee's still alive here. This is Dame time. He's going to take it to the rack and then dribble it back out. Oh, there's open for – oh, he had a chance to pull that three. Chose not to. Instead finds Giannis on the cut. Giannis makes it, and we're tied up 54-all.
This is coming down to the wire. We could go to another OT if things stay this way, but still plenty of time for either side to get this. I'm liking the dribble plays happening from Russell, but it's not going to be enough just yet for them to get that three-point shot. Goes through, and it comes out for the Lakers. This could be it, but still plenty of time.
39 seconds left. All right, we're going to go into time here. 3-point lead as Kearns calls a timeout to gather their thoughts.
Smart.
Here. We've seen them actually come back. We weren't actually live here, but we were watching the activity, and twice Kearns made buckets to tie the game up in regulation. So this has been never say die right now, as you see the scoreboard there. Roxborough just has to get the second win to win, but right now the Bucks has got the ball down 3, 30 seconds to go. Giannis drives in, puts and stuffs it. That's only 2 points, but they're within 1 now. Got to get
they could force a foul or something there so that they could get a free-point shot at least, but it's not going to be enough for them. James looking for something.
Mano y mano.
Feeling pretty hot right now, too. It's just going to take their time with it. Time ticking down on the shot timer, though, and they have 10 seconds to try and get a point up at least so they can continue this momentum forward, maybe get a rebound or something. Need a shot in the paint right outside of it, actually.
Defensive stop there. That's going to be a shot clock. Oh! That's a shot clock violation. Shot clock violation, and ladies and gentlemen, Kearns Academy is going to get the ball. 10 seconds, 1 possession.
Timeout.
Call timeout right here. And incredible smothering defense on that last possession by Kearns. I thought Roxborough had a couple of opportunities there. Ended up being kind of tentative.
They did. They did have a couple of opportunities, but I didn't feel like they felt confident enough in it. They're probably also trying to wait out the time as much as possible with that shot clock as we were talking about.
All right,
and that's exactly what might happen here if Milwaukee can get one in.
Over
they
to
just
Lillard.
Dribble it down, and that's exactly what they need.
Giannis.
Just 2 points. If they get going for that, they'll be able to win this game and go to game 3.
4 seconds to go. He's got to do this. He's got to put it up. Inside.
Oh, it doesn't go in. No.
And that's it.
Oh, no.
That's it. Oh. a 1-point game. 1-point game, and we have all sorts of things going on here. We had games suddenly quit. We had people jump. Oh my goodness.
No.
I guess I need to step a little bit this way.
It's all good.
The
It's all
camera
good.
there. 57-56. That is why we love esports, ladies and gentlemen.
Every game for
my heart
NBA
is
2K
broken
has
for
been
the
like
Kearns
1 or
team.
2 points
And this
throughout
is
all this.
Great sportsmanship, because that is so
Love to
disappointing
see
to
it.
lose so close there.
They gave it their all in both games from what it sounded like, too. And Kearns Academy, I mean, I hope to see them come back and participate in other tournaments out there, because that was an amazing showcase from both their players. And still, even though it was a 2-0, that doesn't tell the story of that. It could have easily gone to a third game, especially if that shot went through.
Both games were one-shot differences.
Wow.
So
Oh
NBA
my
2K
gosh.
heating up here. That was the quarterfinals. So Roxborough, who came in as the #1 seed out of the Independence Conference, won the Independent Championship, and now which was earlier here today, and now continues on the roll with a 2-0 win. But those were hard-fought battles. So, boys, we'll see you guys in the semifinals. All right.
There we
So
go.
next up on the 2K front, we're going to have Cyber Academy, North Carolina Cyber Academy, coming in as the #2 seed from Independent, up against the champions from the Guilford Conference,
True.
which is Northeast Guilford.
That's
So
going to be an insane matchup, too, because that was close as well between Roxborough and
Yeah.
Cyber Academy. So I'm sure it was close as well between the #1, 2 seeds from Guilford. So this is just going to be an amazing bracket for NBA 2K, showing the level of competition as it's been leveling up, and really just it took a little bit to get some of these teams together for NBA 2K. So seeing them come together, playing on a LAN environment for this, and giving it their all and having it be this competitive is amazing.
Yep. Well, the players have not disappointed, but we're going to have some Rocket League here coming up in just a second. It's great to catch a little bit of that 2K action. I guess we'll break here a little bit before we get into our next Rocket League.
That's right. We
match.
got STEM Early College versus West Guilford High, the final quarterfinal for Rocket League, coming up after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the regional at UNCG Greensboro. This is going to be an amazing time for the VESL competition as we are seeing it heat up. We saw what just happened for Roxborough taking down Kearns Academy in a 2-0 sweep, but it was one-shot differential between both of those matches. It could have easily gone to 3 and gone the distance even more so, but went into OT, and unfortunately that last one did not go in for Kearns Academy we just saw there.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally been the theme of today. You know, it's getting so close, and, like, it's really coming down to the wire. And of course, the further we go into each of the brackets, both Rocket League and 2K, the closer the matches are getting.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, there's no true front runner for either of the games, I would say, right now. With the way it's been so close, so back and forth between all these teams out there, it could really be any team. You could flip a coin, and either one team on the other side of the bracket or a team on the other side would win 50 out of 50 times. So we'll be getting into our last quarterfinal, STEM Early College versus West Guilford High, in just a second here. We have a Diamond 3 GC2 and Champ 2 on STEM Early College, and we have a Champ 2, Diamond 2, and Diamond 1 on West Guilford High. So a little bit more heavily favored for STEM Early College. That's another team I would say likely to be a top contender, but we saw that happen before with Esports Legends I was talking about, and they weren't able to make it through as we were seeing in their matchup. So anything can happen. Ranks don't determine everything. It all comes down to how you're playing on the day.
Yep, this is 100% true, and we've already seen some great team synergy, again, from the SEC squad that is currently waiting in the semifinals as well. Their synergy, nearly flawless. Their comms are on point. And then we've also gotten to see some great individual plays being made as well. From our last series, Dark, we got to see Dark really pop off. And, again, they were playing phenomenally. But, again, some of their communication with their teammates was a little off. They were bumping each other. They were tripping over each other's shoelaces. And, you know, they really got to get those communications down pat, because at the end of the day, it's not going to matter how good one player is. It's going to be how good all 3 players work together.
We'll have to see how all 6 players are going to perform on the field once we get onto it for this next matchup, and who's going to move on to face off against Surrey Early College. It's going to be a very interesting one, too, to see exactly what the matchup is going to be. Is it going to be a similar almost sweep like we saw before, or is it going to be just a nail-biter finish like we saw with the first series of the day? We still haven't gotten the Game 5, so, hey, hopefully we'll get it here. We'll finally get that. We did have our first OT, but still, we'll have to figure out exactly what's going on there. So, again, STEM Early College versus West Guilford. There's a lot of early colleges out there. They're getting ready, prepared for college, and, I mean, showing up to events like this, there's collegiate scholarships out there available for
100%.
esports. So, I mean, there's so much that these students can learn from this kind of environment and get ready for the big leagues.
Yeah, and then honestly, like that's something that I always say whenever I'm coming to these events, or just throughout the qualifiers in general for this, is that a lot of this young talent is going to be the #1 draft picks going into the collegiate season. And this is having events like this gives opportunities for a lot of this young talent to put what they can do on display. And trust me when I tell you, there are scouts watching. I'm not going to say you're going to get recruited right away. I'm just saying they are watching. You had best be sure that they are in fact watching, and you can get recruited. They are looking for the next top talent, and they could be here today.
We'll have to see how it progresses, especially once you make it to those state finals. All eyes will be on you and your team, but also you'll have that prizing available for you. And again, if you missed it, the state finals will be in Raleigh at the Convention Center on the 31st and 1st. So definitely make sure you get your tickets. I think they're on Eventbrite now. If not, there will be soon. And attend that and show up for your local state competitions and support the players that will be performing as best as they can for all 4 titles: Rocket League, NBA 2K, Smash Ultimate, and Valorant. And we've only been doing 2 of the games today. We still have Valorant and Smash tomorrow at SoCa. It's going to be a great time.
I'm really looking forward to that. Like, again, you and I, we come from Rocket League. You know, that's our bread and butter. You know, that's our home turf. But I got to tell you, you know, as time has progressed and myself have grown and learned, I have progressed into other esports, and I got to tell you, I've become such a fan of both Valorant and Smash. Again, it matches and it rivals my fandom for Rocket League. And at the end of the day, that's what we are. We are fans.
Fans of the sport.
We are 100% fans of the esport, as well as commentators, analysts, etc., etc.
Added to the list of things. But regardless, we'll be getting into this game when we can. Players are just getting set up, warmed up, and everything that they need to make sure that they can get into the lobby itself. So looking at the bracket for NBA 2K, since we have a little bit more progress on that specifically, I believe, Roxborough winning against Kearns Academy means they'll be playing against West Forsyth in the semifinals. Later on, winner of that guaranteed $600 for their team. I believe I'll have to check the specifics for that to make sure I'm not making that up. It will be, yeah, $600 and $2,400 for first place for NBA 2K. So if you're a team that is made up of one player, you get $600. That's pretty crazy.
That is pretty nutty. And you know what? Again, we're talking about a lot of these schools that are here today, and we're only covering Rocket League. But again, just a friendly reminder, a lot of these programs for these high schools, they have multiple teams for multiple titles.
True.
They got Valorant teams, Smash teams, again, 2K teams that are currently
next
going
season
at
we
it.
have different games coming up, too, as well. I mean, we got Overwatch 2. We have Rocket League, potentially Fortnite, Smash Ultimate, and Madden this time as well. So that's going to be a big thing, too. Make sure you sign up for that as well and get involved. Register.vesl.gg if you are a North Carolina high school student and want to participate in any of the competition. We still have some one-off tournaments happening too. I believe registration for Rainbow Six Siege just closed, but there'll also be Call of Duty, Counter-Strike 2, and Overwatch still happening before summer. So that's something to look out for. Make sure you keep up with the VGC Discord. That's where most of the updates are posted for that specifically for those in VESL. But nonetheless, we do have some other NBA action happening in the background. I believe it is NCCA facing off against, trying to pick it up in the bracket here, against Northeast Guilford on the side. So that's something to keep an eye on as well. But still a lot of great matches happening between these. And now we're getting into our last match here for the quarterfinals. A&T STEM Early College versus Western Guilford. Average Curse, EXC, Tally, and Golb Momo, I'll just say Momo there, versus Rare KBM, Solo, and Messy Mode.
Well, let's see how this will unfold as we are well and underway here in game number 1 of this best of 5. And here we go from the midfield. It's going to be Western Guilford trying to get the offense started early, as that 50-50 is going to go right back to the corner. Big pass coming off the back wall, but it's going to be cleared away, and now it is going back into the territory of Western Guilford.
First 30 seconds, pretty good for STEM Early College, as I was talking about the aggression we were expecting to see from them. Pretty on par. The Rare KBM, Solo, and Messy Mode, nothing to scoff at with their expertise. Tally looking for any option here. But Momo, a good deflection off the sidewall to center it and hopefully get it away. Dangerous position though, because it cleared it right in front of the opposition. They're at the midfield line. Still no chance for either team to really get an offensive presence going so far in this first minute.
Yeah, at least not yet. And that's often what we see from the game number 1s is, you know, both teams really trying to feel out the process here. And again, there's those land jitters that we've talked about as well. But once these teams get in the groove, that's when we're going to be in for a show. Meanwhile, we are still sitting, as a friend of ours would say, Kendo Slice, there's 2 big buttery bagels, 2 goose eggs still on the board here.
That there are still no goal yet. Stalemate about to be broken if Messy Mode was not in position there for Western Guilford. Even a lot closer than we might have expected going into this matchup. Just taking a look at the ranks specifically, but STEM Early College, Momo Go Loco, or Glub Momo this time, doing everything that they can to set it up in front of the net. I don't know how that was saved.
From the crossbar to the sidebar, they managed to squeeze it out somehow, but still, we're seeing STEM Early College really push up with the pressure and constantly finding shots on target, and eventually one of those shots will go into the back of the net.
It has to, or else we go to OT with 0-0 on the scoreboard, and that's a very rare occurrence and might be spoken too soon. Momo from downtown putting it through for the first goal.
And this is so interesting to me because, again, I was nearly certain that one of these shots were going to go in for STEM Early College, but that one was not the one.
No, not at all.
Like, we saw them previously get so close, really get into the face of Western Guilford, and then just, like, dunk the ball onto the net, and yet it's the full court shot that goes in.
Just goes to show how intense the competition is between these two teams, where an unexpected goal is the one to go through. Momo doing everything necessary mechanical-wise to keep the progression moving down the field into the orange half, and Average Curse, a good center, beneath the follow-through, somehow gets denied off the side, even with the demo. There's the counterattack option, and still the demo actually works out for him.
Yeah, and that was dangerous too, because there was a double commit on the play that left the net completely open for STEM Early College. But lucky for them, Western Guilford was just slightly off the mark on that shot. And STEM Early College now get a chance to take another turn. But, you know, as we've seen earlier with some other teams, it seems like STEM Early College, they're just playing too close to one another.
They truly are playing too close to one another, as you're mentioning. But, hey, that works out for Momo this time. Able to get it past all defenders in the midfield line from that side wall. A nice touch off the wall as well. And, fortunately, nobody in position from Western Guilford to stop him.
Yep, just a little finesse there. And then Western Guilford, again, a little bit too bunched up because Momo just had to get a solid clear. And they got past not one, not two, but all three defenders from Western Guilford. So I think there needs to be a little bit more trust for everyone on the field. I think maybe everybody's just a little bit nervous, so they're all playing their own game. It feels like every player on the field right now, doesn't matter what team they are on, are all playing isolated, and they're not really putting forth a team effort.
Well, Western Guilford need to play as a team if they want to stay together as a team throughout this competition. But Momo needs to just be the only solo individual scoring goals for STEM Early College. 5 shots, 3 goals, and a save. That's all you need.
Absolutely.
Woo.
And each time, again, it has been the solo play. I mean, no assists have been chalked up yet that I know of. And right now, it has been all Momo today. I mean, it is Momo momentum.
Momo go goal.
And that is Latin for Momo is them.
Exactly.
Momo momentum.
Need more momentum. It's basically what we need to see from Western Guilford this time. But with 60 seconds left, as the announcer in the arena says, not many more chances could come out for Western Guilford unless they take it away from Momo. It's been a difficult chance and trying time for Western Guilford to have anything go right for them, especially even with the demos. Them not getting possession of the ball and being in an odd spot for them.
Oh, and that was
a demo.
That was a big demo. I'm surprised it didn't convert to a goal. Meanwhile, you're looking for Momo. Going for the Doomsy Dish, and again, they are just denting the sidebar there. But you know what? STEM Early College, they can get away with it because they have a 3-0 lead with only 20 seconds left to go, and they might just get another one. Momo again, good for 4.
6 shots. 4 goals, no saves really needed other than the one they had before. Solo tried their best to get that aside and put it in an optimal position for Messi mode to clear it away, but the speed and positioning from Momo that much stronger, and not much they could really do to overcome that. Less than 20 seconds to go. STEM Early College have this one in the bag. We'll see how quickly the rest of the dominoes fall in this series.
Well, here we are in the last final 10 seconds, and all STEM Early College have to do is run the clock. But do they want to get another goal for the road? As this one's going to go up high right in front of the net. And no, but the ball is still alive, keeping rule 0. Keeping the ball up until finally it will hit the dirt, and it will be STEM Early College to take game number 1.
Huge win there for STEM Early College against Western Guilford. I mean, the 7 shots from Momo and the 4 goals is really what got them the victory there. We didn't see an assist, as you were mentioning. It was the Momo show throughout that series. So that was a big win for them going into game 2. Definitely rally behind them yet again. But Western Guilford, you know your target. Target Momo, get some demos, get some bumps and interference plays, and you'll be doing a lot better than you were in that first game.
Yeah, and then not to mention for Western Guilford, you know, they really need to start passing the ball around a little bit more.
Truly.
Like, they already know who the main target is coming from the STEM Early College. It's Momo. You know, again, they had their own issues passing the ball around. So if you could be the first one to the punch to really pass the ball around, start playing as a unit and getting team plays on the board, then you're going to be able to overcome Momo, because it doesn't matter how good one individual player is. 3 players working together is always better than 1 player on their own.
We'll have to see as we get into this game momentarily. And, hey, there we go. We're into it yet again. In Western Guilford, we got to see some sort of resistance, a goal, some pressure, presence, anything for them to get things going in their favor. A nice setup off the backboard, but unfortunately didn't drop down as they wanted, and nobody in good position from Western Guilford. Almost a pull shot save, but didn't work out.
Yep, once again, Momo is going to start things off here. 18 seconds off the clock here in game 2, and already Momo is keeping their momentum alive. That is now 5 goals in total for Momo.
Can't be stopped, and in a row as well, not just total. Haven't seen a single one for Western Guilford just yet, but average curse, there we go, different name. Trying their best to see if they can get one on the board for themselves. Good free jump there on the read, but didn't get quick enough into the air to get possession of the ball.
Rare KBM looking for some sort of answer off the sidewall, and the follow-up. Good passing play to Solo will be denied by Exec Tally. Some great looks from Western Guilford on offense this time, just a little bit off the mark.
Yep, just a little bit there, but I mean, we've already reached a minute of play. Still, Momo the only one to score, and they're looking to do it again. And right now, Western Guilford, they're starting to come together as a team. I noticed that they're trusting each other a little bit more. They're getting a lot more field presence where they're not all bunched up in one part of the field. They're starting to spread it out. And now they have more field coverage overall, and I think that's why they are still holding STEM Early College to only 1 goal so far.
We'll see if that'll be enough for them to get a potential goal in this game and tie things up at least in game 2, and potentially the series if they get more where that came from. But Exec Tally looking for something here to set things up for success for their team. Momo just patiently waiting on the midfield line, knew that the ball was coming towards them, knew they didn't have to overextend or even continue rotating in circles, waiting for that moment to strike. They're pretty confident with this lead, and that's going to be where Western Guilford need to take advantage of that overconfidence.
Now you can see they are going to apply the pressure off of that unfortunate missed touch. Now a big opportunity for STEM Early College to try and get another goal here, but the shots are simply not on target.
No, they are not. Fortunate for Western Guilford and STEM Early College. I mean, they feel confident in this 1-goal lead, but there's been some close calls for them as it goes off the crossbar and in for the first time this game.
And you know what, I always talk about this. There's just something that is so satisfying about seeing a bar down goal, because it's like a guaranteed goal. Like this, it's the hardest shot to block for it to go off the crossbar and in. And maybe because I've been denied by the crossbar so many times, seeing it go off the crossbar and in, it's literally like Christmas in May.
Been blessed by the crossbar there for a moment. Almost got blessed by another great play though from STEM Early College. Less than half the game to go. Looking to close this out as quickly as they can with this series. Move on to the semifinals, especially if they keep that up.
And here we go. This is what I love to see. Now every single player from STEM Early College has gotten a goal. Everybody is participating. Everybody is shooting. And not only that, but that is a pass play. That is an assist. And it goes to none other than Momo. And this is what we needed. Every single player getting touches and plays on the ball.
See, they did those early college classes and they educated themselves on how to work as a team, and that's what we saw from the other side with Siri Early College, and we're seeing that here from STEM Early College as well. Again, interested to see if that matchup does come to fruition with the way this series has been progressing. But Western Guilford still looking for their first goal. And that's the big thing that's been missing from them. If they can get that going, they might be able to pull off some momentum in that next game or in the next minute and 50 seconds. From what we've seen historically in these kind of series, when you're down by a game, down by that many goals and still haven't scored, getting past that first hurdle feels impossible.
It really does, and that's what I like to refer to as the score drought.
Yep.
Whereas when you can't get on the board, but the opposition, they're being able to score. And so anytime you're in an unanswered situation, like right now, this is a total of 7 unanswered goals in the favor of STEM College from games number 1 to 2. So now Western Guilford are in a score drought, and it's hard to break it. So now with another goal on the board for a total of 8, Western Guilford, they have got to get on the board in order to break this drought.
That they do. Great setup as well by Momo to make sure that it can get into a perfect position for Tally to set that up for success. 1:15 on the clock. Western Guilford looking for anything, grasping at straws and falling through their fingers. It feels like with these opportunities, Messimo needed that connection to pass it off to their teammate. I like the vision. Just need to work on the execution a little bit more there. Right into the ceiling of Champions Field. A chance for redemption off the backboard again, excuse me. And these setups, these opportunities, these chances we're seeing from Western Guilford have sprinkles of greatness. They just have not been able to put the puzzle pieces together. Something's been missing for them.
Yeah, just a little bit. And again, you know, the score doesn't do it justice because, like you said, they have gotten some pretty great plays. But overall, I just think the aggression from STEM Early College is simply too much. They got a little bit of momentum, and then it was a snowball effect that just kept building and building and building. And now STEM Early College are 100% locked in the zone, and I don't think there's no turning them off. I think they're just locked in right now.
Momo with 6 goals this series so far, 2 in this game and plenty of assists to rack up the stats for themselves this series. Average Curse also doing pretty solid with an assist themselves. 100% shooting on their side of things, and Tally looking pretty good too. 3 shots, 2 goals, save and assist. Haven't really had to make too many saves because there's not been enough shots coming out from Western Guilford, and curious to see what will change going forward into Game 3, or what they can change. Oh! Tally almost getting the 6 for STEM Early College, but Western Guilford done and dusted in the first 2 games. We'll see if they get Thanos sapped in the 3rd.
Oh my. I mean, I hope not, honestly. I want to see more from them because, like we had mentioned, you know, they definitely have the talent. You know, they just have to come together as a unit, you know, and a team of 3. Meanwhile, you're looking on the other side for STEM Early College, and they're clicking. I mean, you look at the assists. They have a total of 4 out of the 5 goals. 4 of them came off the pass play. That is a high pass percentage. So, again, they have really stepped their game up in a major way. And also, you look at the shot count, and now everybody is getting involved. You know, you got Momo with 3, and then they are tied by Tally. Tally came in with 3 shots of their own, and they have an assist on the board. And then you look at average Curse, and they also shooting at 100% with 1 shot for 1 goal. They get an assist, and they get a goal. So, again, you know, everybody is rotating, everybody's getting touches on the ball, and everybody is participating. They are playing as a team, and the results speak for themselves.
Doing everything that they can to make sure that they get this victory here, but still, Western Guilford, 1 shot in that game. That's the thing that needs to change. That is what is missing, is the offensive presence from Western Guilford, and that has to do with STEM Early College putting on all these shots, putting on all these goals, and all this pressure against them, where they can't break out of their side. It's a similar story to what we saw happen with Esports Legends in their last game, where KBM looking for anything that they can get and grasp at throughout this last potential game for their regional run. Things continue how they did in the last 2.
And now you can see STEM Early College again, literally showing no mercy. I'll be honest, they have not slowed down since they got on their roll. You know, they put their foot on the gas and it just has not let up. And you know what? I don't blame them. Again, you're at regionals. There's money on the line. There's a state final spot on the line. And these are very limited prizes, everybody. Only 1 player gets to go to state, and then only 2 teams get to win a cash prize. So again, this is not the place for mercy.
No mercy here whatsoever. An Average Curse is going to be maybe the best curse against Western Guilford in Game 3. Tally, Momo, pop-up, goes to Average Curse, and goes through. The defense none the wiser, as they were outplayed and overwhelmed there for just mere moments that led to their demise in this game so far. But took a lot more time than it has in the past for that squad to go down a goal. So that is progress being made by Western Guilford, but will that be enough for them to at least tie things up in this one, continue their regional journey?
Well, only time will continue to tell, as once again you got Tally coming up from the corner of Western Guilford looking for a pass, but they get blocked. It's now Momo. Tries to find their way to the mid. This one gets cleared out back and towards the side of STEM Early College, but once again, Momo able to recover and clear the ball away.
3:20 on the clock now. Other direction it goes. Average Curse looking for anything that they can to get this away from their defensive half and make sure that they can hold on to this lead as strongly as possible. They know that all they need is the 1 goal. How confident they felt in the last 2. But that overconfidence has led to many teams' demises in the past, and see if that'll be the case for them, or if Western Guilford, just not their day. Momo is going to get that through.
What a maneuver. Again, a little bit of the mind games here. I mean, look at this. Momo coming in full force, gets the little touch, and then downplays it instead of going for the flick. It's some mind trickery, some mind games, because again, we've seen Momo literally just hit bangers into the back of the net. This time, it's like, you know what, I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to hit him with a changeup, and they fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
Almost a kickoff goal, though, for Western Guilford. Very close there. Would have been a nice rallying cry for them. still not proven to be enough for Western Guilford. Momo, Tally, and Curse proving to be that much of a stronger team in this specific matchup. Those semifinals are going to be pretty wicked from what has been built up by the rosters. They're showcasing their skill here at this regional.
And now this one's going to be going the other way. STEM Early College now in control, putting this one in the danger and nearly putting that one on a target as it was just a shy too high. But STEM Early College not giving up on the play. This one's going to go off the backboard now. No follow-up from Average Curse as Western Guilford are able to clear it out.
2 minutes on the clock now. And STEM Early College, business as usual for them. Put on the pressure, keep it up out and away from their opponents. And those mechanics are exactly what's led them to victory throughout this series, Ahsoka.
I like now that we're seeing more pass plays coming from STEM Early College, because in game number one, we didn't see any from either side. Now STEM Early College, they are passing to one another. It's not just all Momo. Now Average Curse is getting involved. Now we're seeing Tally getting touches on the ball. And it's very refreshing because, again, it's kind of like blood. The ball is like blood. It has to circulate. You know, it can't just stay in one part of the body.
I was wondering where you're going for that for a second.
What do you mean? If it stays in one part of your body, you die. But it's got to circulate. If you get the ball to circulate, then your team can stay alive.
That is a very true analogy, and unfortunately, Western Guilford are on life alert, it feels like. Trying desperately for something, but unfortunately it's not working. They got a call for help, and nothing's given to them so far. Just a button that doesn't work. Western Guilford looking for any opportunity to get out of their side, get a shot towards the net, or at least close to it. Solo had a chance that they had boost, but couldn't pick it up. And maybe that's another thing too, is the boost hasn't been working out for them. And 4-0, 1 minute to go. I mean, let's talk about what Western Guilford can take from this experience and work on towards the future for the next season.
Yeah, and you know, that's the tricky part, you know, and that's where you actually have to put in a lot of the work, and that's where you have to do a lot of homework. And trust me, as high school students and a recent college graduate, we can all agree that we hate homework, okay? But at the end of the day, if you want to make the grades, if you want to succeed, you just have to do it. So by the end of this, for Western Guilford, I just want them to do a little homework, go back, watch the VOD, see where their mistakes were made, and then make corrections, you know, practice with one another. Because it seems to me like, you know, they came together to make this team, but I just feel like they don't have a lot of experience playing with each other.
Could be the case, but it could be they might just be outclassed by their opponents with the way things are going so far. And any tournament you play in, you're going to run against potentially a better opponent than you are facing off against normally, and that's always a tough thing to overcome. A lot of it comes down to the day. And I feel like Western Guilford, even though they're getting shut out here, they've given it their all throughout the series against this top team in this conference and in this competition. 5-0, almost a perfect sweep, and that would be the first one we've seen here at VESL.
Oh yeah, all day.
Yeah.
We have yet to see a sweep. This is the first one of the day. STEM Early College putting on quite a show, but you got to keep in mind, they have a very formidable opponent waiting for them in the semifinals. And honestly, that might be my game of the day, to be completely honest. Those two going head-to-head, SEC and STEM Early College, it's two
They're
SEC.
both SEC.
Yeah, but this one's A&T.
There you go.
So this one could be A&T, and the other one could be SEC, so that way we don't get confused, all right?
Easy.
But regardless, those two teams going head-to-head, I think it might be the best match of the day.
Well, Western Guilford, a couple seconds remain for them to not go perfectly swept, but they will not get a goal throughout that series. But they do give it their all. A lot of presence, a lot more pressure, a lot more shots in that game too, and better saves as well. Did not prove to be enough at the end of the day, as STEM Early College were proving their dominance throughout that series. Congrats to them on moving into the semifinals. One more series away from the money.
Just one more. But then again, they're going to have like one of the toughest obstacles to get through.
Oh, yeah.
That's the
problem.
all
the teams are tough obstacles into the semis.
You're right, you're right. But I'm telling you, from what I've seen from game number one with the other SEC team, is that they looked very strong. Their communication was on point. Their synergy was on point. And you know what? It is only one game away from the money.
True.
But like we had mentioned earlier, that is a big one.
Yeah,
that is a big one game.
A maximum of 5 games away from the money in the series itself. Another best of 5 for those semifinals. Grand finals best of 7, which is going to be amazing. I don't think we're going to see a sweep in any of
Absolutely
the upcoming
not.
matches. And if we do, a very close one at that. Or just a team really rising to the occasion and showcasing they are the top contender in this tournament. We haven't seen that really yet from a lot of teams. We have had 2 sweeps. We did see one here and one on the other side of the bracket, but even then, or no, they were both on this side of the bracket, actually. That's right. But still, the early colleges, they are showing up and showing how strong they are, so we'll have to see how things go. But regardless, we're going to be taking a break. We'll be back with some more Rocket League and NBA 2K action after this. Welcome back, everyone. We're about to get into our next semifinal, or our first semifinal, actually, for Rocket League. It's going to be NCCA versus East Forsyth. But as you can see right now, Northeast Guilford potentially going to close out a 2-0 victory in the quarterfinals against NCCA. As I say that, though, Bucks looking pretty good there specifically. So we'll see once we get into Rocket League how things are going there for NCCA East Forsyth. I mean, East Forsyth looked really good in their matchup against Esports Legends. NCCA came off of a confident victory, too, against East Lincoln. So they took out one East team. Now it's the next East team, and then they will be the beast in the East.
Yeah, well, again, that remains to be seen. You know, we got to get the match underway. But, again, you know, East Forsyth, I think they're going to be a pretty formidable team. They were looking really good in their first matchup. And, you know what, we're going to have at least one East team go to the Grands. I'm thinking
no.
Anyway. Okay.
No, we'll see. We'll see.
Exactly.
In the best of 5. It's going to be interesting, too, because looking at these two rosters, I mean, Dark is the main offensive force for NCCA, but the way that we saw East Lincoln performing and how they were looking so good, or East Forsyth, excuse me, looking so good in their matchup, I'm so curious on who out of Mile NQ, Sobchuk, or Furious Lizard are really going to lead the charge. I mean, Sobchuk, I think, had the most goals for their team, but Furious Lizard started off the fastest for their squad. So East Forsyth really looking as good as they can throughout the day, but they started off the first series. They've been waiting this entire time to play, and I feel like that is going to take a bit of a warm-up period for them throughout the series.
Yeah, and one thing you have to remember with East Forsyth is that they love the physical play. They are not shy to go straight for your jugular. They will bump you. They will demo you. They will do what they have to in order to make plays happen. Meanwhile, a great recovery comes through for East Forsyth as that woulda, shoulda, coulda been a goal for Cyber Academy. Still not sure how East Forsyth managed to keep that one out.
Some way, somehow, managed to stop it from going through, and that was a big stop for them, but decent passing plays coming through here as Landon, knighting as the VESL observer sometimes on the feed. Just a visual bug, but nonetheless, trying their best to set things up for their team off that backboard, and it's a good look for Dark as it goes off the side, and if there's a perfect follow-up that could have been through, but I don't think they expected nobody to connect with the ball and it to go by the wayside like that.
Yeah, Forsyth is going to have to break out of their own half, or I'm promising you, Cyber Academy is going to score. I mean, they're getting too close every single time. Already 3 times the ball had become dead stop in front of the goal line. Any further of a push, and that is a go-ahead goal for Cyber Academy. Forsyth finally breaking out of their own half, looking to get the first goal on the board, but it is going to be cleared away as now Dark will take control.
Some good looks from Dark, but it's not just Dark leading the charge for this team. I'm liking the coordination from the rest of the teammates. They just got to be careful on these potential counterattacks. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Minty. Staying in the right wing, waiting for a potential setup from East Forsyth. They saw the footage from the first series, and they took note of it during their downtime.
And that's exactly what you need to do. Whenever you're having a moment to sit on the sidelines, you at best be watching every other team on the field. Watch, observe, take notes, and then come correct when it's your time to play. And it's starting to seem like both teams, I think, did a little homework.
And that's what's so important about these long-winded competition is you do your homework, and Mile and Q doing exactly that, making sure that they knew, hey, once this player doesn't have possession of the ball, I saw the other one gone, well, I just got to bait them out, and I'll take advantage and get that first goal.
And you see, this is how you know you have yourself a well-rounded team, which is what I expect in the semifinals, is because in the quarterfinals, it was all about Furious Lizards in game number 1, and then it was all about Sobchuk from then on out. Now here we are in the semifinals, and the first one to score is Mylan Q. And now, hold the phone! Oh, it was nearly Cyber Academy to get their goal, but no, it was once again denied by the crossbar.
And that's just so unfortunate, but there it goes. Dark is inevitable on NC Cyber Academy with the way things have been going, but a perfect setup by Minty. Furious Lizard tried desperately to clear it away, but actually let it into the pathway of Dark. Wasn't in the best position that they could have been to get that aside, but that is a hard spot to defend on that back wall.
Oh, absolutely. Again, that's why the corner passes are so effective, because they are some of the hardest to defend against. Meanwhile, you have Mylan Q able to 50 this one out towards the side. Furious Lizard goes up high, has a demo, has a teammate down low, but the defense is there. Minty able to get the block.
Solid blocks from both ends defensively. And Nice clear up by Mile and Q, almost powerful enough for a goal if nobody was in position there. I'm liking the better positioning, but that was a dangerous positioning from Dark, clearing that in front of his own net, baiting out the offense, of East Forsyth, but didn't prove to be enough for either team to get an advantage in that state. Double commit though on the wall. You feel East Forsyth are putting some pressure behind every moment of offense, but maybe a little bit too much. Could have easily been caught off guard there.
And you know what? I don't even think it's too much. I think they were both right to challenge that play. I just don't think they needed both of them to do it. And then that's where the communication comes in. And it doesn't even have to be long-winded comms. A simple "I got it" will be all that you need in order to make sure only one player goes for that ball.
We'll see what either of these teams can do to break the stalemate, the 1-1 score. The lead originally grasped by East Forsyth. It's the Cyber Academy tailing their coattails. And there we see from Dark an open opportunity, saw it breaking the rotation, and takes a shot.
Yep, that they do. And this one coming off from the 50-50 there from Landon. And that was just great presence on the back wall. Again, that back wall, some of the hardest points to defend as well. When you're trying to get those Spider-Man clears, if you could 50 that one out, it literally is almost as good as a waterfall. It just drops in front of the net.
Well, this one almost dropping in front of Mile and Q perfectly for them to get a follow-up. But Dark, counterattack option, nobody can get back in time, and that will be a hat trick for them off of 6 shots.
Oh, absolutely. And again, big play there from Dark. And once again, we saw East Forsyth just a little bit too pushed up into their opponent's territory. Like, you can send one, you can maybe send two, but you always got to have that third player back, watching at least the midfield line. Bare minimum, you got to be at the midfield, so that way you can recover quickly and transition from that offense back to defense. But there was nobody home, and now Dark again able to get another goal. That is going to be the 4th here for NC Cyber Academy.
4th in a row for Dark as well. Huge momentum swing for their team, and all 3 in recently like 20 seconds of each other for NC Cyber Academy to get a lead against their opponents. Seems like the dam has been broken wide open and the floodgates are no longer holding for East Forsyth defensively. They'll have to look towards the next game unless they can turn things up to 12, or even more so than that. But Sobchuk shaking in their boots a little bit there. Not the clear you want in front of your own net. The demo's coming through, and well, this is just a formality now as we look towards game 2.
Oh yeah, it seems like Cyber Academy has woken up for sure. Because now, not only are they putting shots on target, but they're also getting demos in transition as well. So they are feeling themselves. Again, this makes me a little nervous because, again, we got to see A&T SEC when they locked in. And now it's looking reminiscent here for Cyber Academy. They look like they are getting in their zone and not hesitating when going for the ball or even going for bumps and demos.
And that's what you want to see from any team who has to make a case for themselves to be the regional champion and the representative from this regional going to the state final. You need to be able to do that. But Dark, 4 goals, 7 shots, didn't need to assist anything.
Who does that remind you of?
So many players.
No, I mean like literally pitch perfect, identical to Momo. From the previous series.
So true.
From the previous series,
goodness.
Momo started off 4 goals to 7 shots, identical to that of the A&T SEC team. But with that being said, the only difference, though, is that 1 goal did get scored by East Forsyth.
That's true.
In the previous series, it was a shutout. So, again, there is
still
a difference. But, my goodness, we are seeing strikers come out today.
That we are. NC Cyber Academy, Dark on this side of the bracket, Momo on the other side. Maybe that is a potential grand final for the tournament. Only time will tell, and demos will tell a big story for East Forsyth. They were a big part of the game for them starting off the day, and Esports Legends didn't really have an answer against it. And NC Cyber Academy, that's going to be something to look out for them as well.
Yep, here we are, 30 seconds in, and going up high is going to be Mile and Q, as they're not going to be able to get the touch there. Now, NC Cyber Academy looking to apply the pressure out from the corner. Dark able to hit it off the back wall, and the waterfall goes straight down, and it will be the first goal to go. Compliments of Minty.
Nice touch from Minty. No assist from Dark in the previous game. Well, that was a perfect setup to put Sobchuk not in the best position that they could have hoped for. A lot of players committing on that ball, but they knew how desperate they had to get that one away because of the positioning of Minty, and they realized a little bit too late that everyone was on the wall and nobody was on the ball.
Exactly. There's too many people on the back wall. Like, don't get me wrong, playing back wall defense is great, but if you ask me, and again, if I'm capping, say captain's capping, but I really think you only need one back wall defender.
Truly. Oh, almost another one from Minty, too, on the read. A little bit too early on the free jump, so instead we'll go by the wayside that time. With time ticking down and NC Cyber Academy looking confident with now 5 goals in a row since that first goal was scored by esports Live in this series. Got to see what esports Live can put up against this NC Cyber Academy that are feeling very confident and warmed up now.
Yep, that they are, but if they are going to want to keep that momentum, they got to break out of their own half, and this is a great way to do it. Dark going up high, loses control with the ground pinch.
Okay.
If I saw that correctly, it was either a ground pinch or just a really fast bounce. But my goodness, look at the read coming from Minty, and it was a fast bounce. It was a fast bounce.
It was close.
But my goodness, Minty with the read. Now they're good for 2.
And that's the second time Dark was able to set up Minty perfectly. The positioning that we are witnessing in this game compared to the first one that we saw from NC Cyber Academy is on a different level. You could tell that they've been working on it during the warm-up period and getting ready for this series, and that is definitely something I was hoping they would improve from the first series that they played, and we can see that they have iterated on that already.
Yeah, and to me, what is a good sign of a really talented team is that not 2 of the games in the series are the same.
True.
So we saw Dark really pop off in game number 1. Again, 4 goals, right? Now we're seeing Minty. They got 2 of their own, and Dark is playing the 2-man. He's playing the assist. He's playing the playmaker, which is great. I love to see that. So again, to me, that is a telltale sign of a talented team when you are changing up the script between matches.
And that's exactly what you need from a championship caliber roster and squad. Be able to adapt. Even the best teams in RLCS, if they can't adapt, they can't continue to shock the competition and take them down week after week. That's why a lot of teams struggle to really keep up with the top dogs out there that can do just that. Nonetheless, though, esports Side still looking for their first goal in game 2. Their first goal after the first half of game 1, specifically at the 2:36 mark. They almost got it there, but no, the crossbar, the post, not on their side.
You know who I miss right now? I miss Stinky Bus. You know, again, that is such a great name. You know, so shout out to Stinky Bus wherever you are. Just know that you were loved and you were missed.
Well, esports Side, speaking of missing an opportunity to save this one. Potentially, yep, okay, I thought I spoke too soon. Curse it there for a second, but no, the curse was a bit of an overcommit.
Yeah, and this one was all Dark from transition. Don't get me wrong, the bounce off the sidebar was pretty fortunate.
Yeah.
Because more often than not, that's really unpredictable, but I think Dark was lined up perfectly for that no matter which way it went. You know, they had good positioning. So again, that's just Dark doing Dark things, and that's transitioning quickly from defense to offense.
And that transition has really been what's caught esports Life off guard so many times here. They get pretty confident on offense. They send everyone up past the midfield line. The counterattacks are really what's doing them in. So if they can, in the next game probably, or maybe even further along once they get a goal through, can position themselves better offensively to have at least somebody on the backfield, they'll prevent shots like this from going through.
And so far from what I'm seeing, at least for NC Cyber Academy, not all, but it feels like nearly every big play has come off of the counterattack.
It has, yeah. Which is crazy to think about. I think all but like the first goal came off the counterattack specifically, and every time Minty's gotten a goal, he's gotten a hat trick now, shout out to that, but Dark 100% goal participation, assisted every one of Minty's goals there, so good teamwork from those two, the synergy we were hoping for from this squad, and less than a minute to go, esports Side, technically chances, the big thing here is getting that first goal, continuing that momentum into the next game.
Once again, another fast break off the counterattack, goes the other way. They full dive towards the net, and they just leave themselves vulnerable. I mean, call that net Macaulay Culkin because it's Home Alone.
That was an unfortunate situation, too, because the player who was going for the challenge could not get a connection with the ball in time. The defense was a bit too fast on that as well. And those counters have just been the death sentence of esports side throughout this series. So NC Cyber Academy, I don't know how long it'll go on that they can continue this drive against their opponents, but so far, 9 goals uninterrupted since the first half of game 1.
And you know what? It's gotten to the point where it's just Cyber Academy is in their zone.
They are.
And when you go up against a team, it doesn't matter what their rank is, doesn't matter where their standings are, what seed they are.
Exactly.
When somebody, or even worse, an entire team is in their zone, it doesn't matter who they're going up against.
Exactly.
They are going to get the dub.
And that's what we're seeing here. Almost a 0-second goal for esports side, but they're not even giving them crumbs to feed on, as it will be NC Cyber Academy potentially taking this 5-0. I was seeing if I could cast or curse that one just to help out the other side a little bit, but they need all the help they can get, because now they have to reverse sweep the opposition to move on into the money. NC Cyber Academy 1 game away from at least $600 for their team.
And you know what is mind-blowing to me when I look at these stats, and again, the stats do tell the tale.
They do.
Is that the shot count is only at a difference of 2, but look at the difference in the score count.
Wow.
That again, when you look at that, the question is why and how.
Offense and counterattacks, and that's all it was for the most part. I mean, we saw all those shots from Island Q, 5 to his name, 5 for Dark, but they couldn't really get too many touches aside from the initial shots, and whenever those initial shots went awry, they could not do anything to get control of the ball afterwards. And they need to be thinking of the follow-up. They need to be thinking of it like chess. Think a few steps ahead, predict your opponents, and that is how you can move forward to potentially take them down a peg. With esports side, they need to take down the Goliath in front of them, and, well, Landon's getting involved in the goal scoring this time right off the kickoff, 4 seconds in.
And again, you know what? I'm surprised about the 4 seconds.
Yes.
But I'm not surprised that Landon is getting in on the ball,
No,
because
not
again,
either.
every single player from Cyber Academy has been involved the entire time. They're just not worried about who's getting the last touch on the ball. They're just worried about the ball going in.
What a goal that was to potentially cement the victory for NC Cyber Academy, but again, might be speaking too soon in that fashion, as NC Cyber Academy have looked so confident in this game, and I talked about it before. I'm not even going to mention these goals now just because the way things have been going, but back to my point. We were waiting for a team to really show their dominance and pop off against top competition, and NC Cyber Academy are making a case known for themselves here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they are looking like a grand finals team.
They are.
And not to mention, and again, I have been capping all day. West Forsyth, East Forsyth, you know. So I don't want to, I mean, forbid me from cast cursing again, but Cyber Academy, I mean, they're looking pretty strong to take the whole thing. And that's all I'm going to say. No more than that. They are looking good.
Looking good.
Yes.
That's all we can say, really, because we have no idea until it gets to that point in time, especially with the early college teams on the other side of the bracket and how strong they were looking, both with sweeps to their name. NC Cyber Academy and Dark leading the charge. Flip reset. They know they have to send 2 players up into the air because one's going to get dunked on or outplayed, and that was a good defensive effort for East Forsyth.
And you know what's really scary with these players that we've been pointing out today? You know, we've seen a lot of them. And it's when they go for these flip resets and they go for the musties and, you know, all this cool stuff, and they make it look easy.
It's not easy.
Effortlessly. Oh, I know. I can actually hit a flip reset or 2, but I had to go hit training packs for a very long time before I ever hit my first one.
They should call them draining packs, because
They
there's
really
just
should.
so many you have to do to actually get it into your head on how to do it without really focusing too much on the mechanics itself and making it second nature. And that seems to be the case here for Dark. Off the backboard again. Some pressure from East Forsyth. A good disruption there on the rotation back. And picks up boost. And that's another thing to note too for NC Cyber Academy. Boost seemed to be a struggle for them in their first series against East Lincoln. But now that they took down their demons, their former teammate from Dark with Shadow, they feel like they are on top of the world here, that the training weights are off.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? We're seeing a lot more trust coming from NC Cyber
True.
Academy, because before, you know, again, like every other team we have seen today, you know, they were tripping over themselves a little bit. But now they're trusting one another. They see their teammate with the ball, and they're letting them have it. And then playing on the other side of the field, having more field coverage, which is resulting in a lot more ball control and a lot more possession time.
That it is. 2:30 on the clock, less than half a game to go for East Forsyth. to keep their dream alive of at least getting a top 2 finish. I was going home with nothing throughout this regional other than that win against Esports Legends. Time ticking down. NC Cyber Academy just hoping to keep this away from their side. That's the best that they can do right now with this lead that they have. Not overextend, and what a shot and follow-up by Landon. Both goals he's been able to get. Great assist by his teammates, but I'm loving the positioning and improvements we've seen from Landon since the first series.
Oh, absolutely. Don't get me wrong. Like, Landon is definitely cooking. They got 2 goals. But my goodness, that pass from Dark was drippy. That was beautiful. That was literally a self-pass redirect pass. You know, up, down, left, right, A-B select, start of a pass. Literally unlocked the cheat code for that pass.
That's all they need.
That was great.
Well, they unlocked some secret sauce that they needed to be able to re-energize themselves from the first series into this one. Continue where they left off at the end of it after a confident victory in that final game. NC Cyber Academy with this pressure mounting against East Forsyth again. You notice that East Forsyth are making sure not to overcommit, but I feel like it's a detriment to their own confidence that they're staying so far on their side and only one at a time really going up, and they can't afford to stay back that much.
They're staying back a little bit more because they're afraid that if they commit that someone else is going to come with them. So now they're playing too polite. No, you go first. No, you go first. I insist you go for the challenge. It's like too polite.
Canadian Rocket League happening here.
It's time for you to go for the ball, don't you know?
Well, it's time for everyone on NC Cyber Academy to have a goal to their name in this game. I've even stopped tracking the shots and goals as this is a minute to go, 4-0. We've been here before for NC Cyber Academy. East Forsyth, what do we need to see from them to really be able to turn it around in any capacity here?
It's a minute left in game 3 with a 4-0 deficit. And again, I love being the villain.
I know.
So I'm going to go ahead and say it. There is nothing you can do.
There is nothing you can do.
That's it. And by the way, when we did the Canada bit, I telepathically felt Seb's disappointment.
It's funny too because I'm also Canadian. That's why I had to bring it up. But no, that was great. I loved it. Still, 40 seconds to go. As you mentioned, an inevitability for NC Cyber Academy. That seems to be the name of the day for the victors. They have been set in stone since the first game of the series, it feels like, as the touted winners with the confidence that they were showcasing there. The passing plays in game 2, even more so. Showcasing that it wasn't just Dark doing everything, though he was doing a lot when it came to the setups.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what you love to see. Somebody that doesn't have to be the goal scorer every time. Somebody that doesn't always have to be the center of attention. They can still feed their teammates and still be the MVP and come out on top. Whatever you have to do to make sure that your team is getting the dub, that's what Dark was doing. And that's why even though they, came in with only 1 goal on the board, they still end up being the MVP because they got my favorite medal in Rocket League, the Playmaker medal. 3 assists on the board, one of which was highlight worthy in my opinion.
I feel like so many plays throughout this series were highlight worthy. And one thing I do want to highlight is East Forsyth. I mean, they gave it their all in the first series of the day, but I feel like with any tournament, a lot of it comes down to staying warm, staying prepared, being ready for anything in these matchups. And, of course, we are giving them as much time as we can for these warm-ups, but you got to think if they had a different chance or, like, face off right after their win for Esports Legends, it could have been a different scenario. But that's where you have to have that consistency. No matter when you're playing, who you're playing against, you have to give it your all. And I think they did originally, but because of how burned they felt after that second game with all those counterattacks, they doubted themselves, and you can't afford to do that.
Yeah, and honestly, I will take partial blame in their defeat as well because, again, it was the Captain Caster's curse that was, gave them at least negative 10, dexterity. Going into that
does make it a bit difficult. Well, let's take a look at the bracket so far for the Rocket League finals here at regionals. And congrats to North Carolina Cyber Academy, guaranteed at least $600 and a shot to make it to the state finals if they win that grand final. On the other side, Surrey Early College versus STEM Early College, SEC battle that we have there for the semifinals. This is going to be a pretty intense matchup after they both 3-0'd their matchups. It was 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, 3-1. That's interesting. Maybe this will be a 3-0. Who knows?
I doubt it.
No, I doubt this one.
Extremely doubt it. But at the same time, I also doubted that the last match was going to be 3-0.
I was like, there's not going to be any more sweeps happening
was not
today. But then
expecting it.
there was a sweep that happened just then and now. So NC Cyber Academy, they got to feel confident about that victory, but they still have to wait a little bit more time. Let's take a look at the NBA 2K bracket in just a little bit here as we have a bit of an update there on who's moved forward. West Forsyth over West Lincoln with the forfeit win. Winston-Salem Prep over Carver High there as well. But Northeast Guilford got the 2-0 sweep over NCCA, so another top contender showcasing their skill in this quarterfinals. And Roxborough barely eking out that win over Kearns Academy to move forward as well. So the semifinals, Roxborough Community School trying their best to see if they can move forward to those grand finals, guarantee themselves some money after winning just today at the regional their conference playoffs against NCCA in a very close finish. So great results so far for these teams. Only the semifinals remain, and then on for today. It's going to be a great time at Soga. Any thoughts before we head to break?
Only that I am surprised at how these brackets are unfolding, but in like the best way.
True.
You know, so again, we are seeing some upsets, but it's not that upsetting.
Exactly, because it's just some great competition between all the teams out there so far. Shout out to the teams who came out, even if they were only able to play a single series, got their jerseys, had a good time, got some of the catering that we had here too, and enjoyed the UNCG Esports Arena. We'll be back after this with some more Rock League action. Welcome back, everyone. We are taking a look at Northeast Guilford versus Winston-Salem for the semifinals of NBA 2K Regionals. Well, Northeast Guilford, they're the team who were able to get a sweep over NCCA, and NCCA very closely contested against Roxborough in the Independent Conference Playoffs Finals. Regardless, though, we have our last semifinal for Rocket League, Surrey Early College versus STEM Early College, the SEC matchup. Probably Peyton 7, IR Johnny, and Gummy Bear 991 facing off against Tally, Momo, and Average Curse. That's going to be an insane matchup, to say the least. I mean, Momo's the one to look out for on the side of STEM Early College, but also, I mean, IR Johnny, the way they popped off in that first game, but probably Peyton and Gummy Bear, also the synergy from them on Surrey Early College. I have no idea who's going to take this at Soka.
I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of trying to refrain. And you know what? Now you pretty much just let me know that you're setting me up on purpose. So that way I try and make a prediction and then it ends up being wrong. But regardless, you know what? I'm going to double down. And you know what? If I had to pick, I'm going to go with I got to go with Surrey Early College because yes, we've seen some great individual talent coming from A&T SEC.
That's true.
Seen some great talent come from them, individual talent. But altogether, the synergy, the teamwork that's coming from Surrey EC, Early College, that I think is going to give them the edge.
I can't agree with that specifically, but there's something about Momo. The way that they were popping off, similar to what we're seeing with Dark on the other side of the bracket, I mean, that would be an insane matchup in the grand finals. But it's basically a matchup of the synergy of Surrey Early College versus the star power we see from STEM EC. Even though both players that are kind of supporting the main players that are striking on their teams are doing a great job throughout the series we saw earlier. So because that was a quick 3-0, does give them plenty of time to, you know, be warm still and not be cold like we were thinking with East Forsyth in that last series. So that's a big thing to think about here with these two teams. They haven't had to wait too long for their semifinal match.
I mean, Surrey kind of did. Surrey had to wait for A&T to finish their match too, and then to come to this semifinal, right? So that is one thing that makes me a little bit nervous about Surrey. But with that being said, they did get a lot of time to study their competition. They got to read up, they got to take notes, and they can actually come into this match with a game plan where, as you know, A&T Early College, you know, they got to be on the fly. They're just coming off of a match and they immediately have to jump into another one. So it's kind of there's little column A, little column B. There's pros and cons for both teams coming into this one.
I think the biggest pro for any spectators out there is this is going to be a good match.
Oh, yeah.
I know we cursed it last time saying there's not going to be any more sweeps happening today for Rocket League, but this time I'm confident.
For sure.
This time it's not going to happen. And then you cut to us saying, wow, that was a sweep again.
No shot.
No, it's not going to happen.
There's no way this is going to be a sweep.
With how close the rosters look and how confident they were in the 3-0s that they both had in their series, there's a marginal chance that it would be a sweep. But it has to be a close one. I think like 1-goal games, overtime situation, like that's always a possibility.
No sweeps, none. That's it. The sweeps are done. I'm not giving any leeway.
The broom has been put in the closet. It's not coming back.
I'm not giving any leeway to sweeps. Maybe a reverse sweep. That's about it. So you could take the broom out for a reverse sweep. I can see the reverse sweep happening because even in a reverse sweep, it still goes to 5. So
that
again,
it does, and we still haven't had a game go to 5 yet. We might not if this doesn't go to 5 because we have a best of 7 in the finals. But who else but Momo getting the first goal for A&T STEM Early College
in 4 seconds. In 4 seconds. But you got to keep in mind that did come off of the assist from Average Curse. They came in, they got a beautiful kickoff.
Maybe they're the curse that everyone has experienced throughout this bracket.
It's us. It's 100% us. As much as I would like to say, no, it's definitely them. No, it is definitely us.
I will not take claim to that.
That's all right. I'll take it for the both of us. Meanwhile, here we go. One early lead for A&T. And for the record, because both of these teams are early colleges that both start with the initial S, I'm just going to say Surrey and A&T.
That makes it easier.
That's how I'm going to go about this entire matchup. As you can see, the ball is finding its way back towards the midfield. Tally is going to leave the ball to Momo to try and get the read, but it's not going to go much of anywhere except the other way.
The demos are going to be a huge thing, too, between these two teams. We know how aggressive they were able to be throughout their series before, and that is something to look out for in this one specifically. Surrey, again, plenty of saves coming out after the aggression from STEM Early College, but a struggle for them so far to get anything going after that opening 4-second goal. When you already lose the momentum that quickly in a game, it feels so draining trying to come back from the brink.
Yeah, and you know what? We already mentioned it, by the way, is that ANC, they are coming off of a match a lot sooner than that of Surrey Early College, so they're warmed up. You know, their fingers are right there on the controller as if it never had even left. And now Surrey College, they got to play a little bit of catch up here. They're still down 1-0, and they still got plenty of time to try and answer back. But that was a big demo. But luckily for Surrey Early College, they had another defender there ready to play.
That they did. Surrey Early College, great defensive effort from them so far. And we were talking about that too going into the semifinal. Both these teams, stellar defense. Maybe that's what the S in Surrey at STEM stands for, stellar.
Well, let's see if they're going to continue that stellar defense on the side of Surrey, because right now here comes the pressure from A&T as they do get the center touch. It's there, and now Momo turns on a dime. No boost left, and they tried to cross it, but no one pulled the trigger for A&T.
Surrey Early College, after this first goal, looked pretty solid so far, but they've been stuck on their side. Not many shots coming from them, and mostly aggression from STEM Early College against them. I mean, another shot from Tally goes by the wayside that time. The follow through again right outside the post and not in the box whatsoever, but the pressure from STEM Early College can't be understated.
100%, and that is actually going to have a long wave ripple effect, because again, they're able to get those shots on the board and they're continuing to apply that pressure. And for every second that we see A&T on offense is another second that we see Surrey Early College being denied scoring opportunities.
Well, with 2 minutes on the clock, time dwindling down for Surrey Early College of how close this game is, but anything can happen at a moment's notice, and Momo trying to set that up perfectly. They had so much coverage around the box that it looked like it was the orange side instead of the blue half.
Oh, absolutely. And again, that was just a beautiful pass coming out from Momo. And very quick, too. I mean, the reaction time was very impressive because they had to stop on the dime. And then not only that, but know where to hit the ball to avoid the defender. They had to bounce it into the ground. So again, great reaction time and great heads-up awareness coming from Momo.
And this is the big thing I was talking about going into the series, that Momo has that star power similar to Dark in the other semifinal that we were witnessing. And I don't want to say like 9 times out of 10, but I'd say like 60-40. Usually when you have someone who can pop off like that, if they're feeling confident, then your day is made if they are able to get things going quickly. And this being game 1, them already feeling confident, it's going to be in a world for hurt if you are Surrey Early College against them and you need to shut things down quickly and get at least a goal, or else A&T, STEM Early College, might be a similar story to what we saw in the other semifinal.
I still can't see this being a sweep. I just don't want to see it.
I don't want to see it either.
I just don't think it's going to happen. Regardless, less than a minute left to go. A&T still up 2-0 over Surrey as they look to try and get something on the board. And again, we already talked about how important it is to go into the next match without being on a drought. So even being able to just get 1 goal on the board would be a pretty big move here from Surrey.
And that seems to have been the struggle for a lot of teams today, is getting that first goal. It seems like such a mountain to climb, but with a break in the defense like that, that might be their chance, and exactly what we see happen here. Probably Peyton was probably the best position they could have been in there.
And that's why it's so important. Don't give up on the play. Don't give up on the game. It's not over. It's still not over now. 29 seconds left to go. That is time on the clock for Surrey to try and get the equalizer. It is not done, and they are not done as we get this next kickoff gone. And now it did go the way of A&T, but probably Peyton able to clear it out with 20 seconds left.
Time is dwindling down, and so are the opportunities Surrey College will have. Surrey Early College, excuse me. A little bit too early on that one. Less than 10 seconds to go, though. A&T STEM Early College just need to hold on for mere moments' notice. They have possession of the ball, just need to drop down. They do just that. A lot closer towards the end of it, but it took a little bit too much time for Surrey EC to feel comfortable.
And you know what? That's not a bad game one. Not at all. I mean, it's the same shot count from both sides. Both teams got 5 shots on target, but the real difference maker was the saves. And that's where the punish came in. You're looking at 4 saves coming from the side of A&T. Meanwhile, over there for Surrey, there's only 1, and that is where in lies the difference. Had they only been resorted to 1 save, like Surrey had been, then you're looking at a 3-2 scoreline instead of a 1-2.
And most of those shots came in the last, I'd say, 30 seconds to a minute for Surrey Early College. So that was a big change in their game plan where they were stuck on their side, and it was a lot of midfield defense between these two teams. Trying to set up shots, going for passing plays, but look at the demos as well. 6 demos from STEM Early College and only 2 goals. I mean, you got to feel good if you're Surrey Early College and only gave up that many goals of being demoed that many times in a single game.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I'm all for the demo plays.
Same.
I love the physical play. I love the demos. I even
a little boom explosion that goes out.
I actually just tweeted before this game that if you're not getting demos, you are not car balling.
There you go.
100% confirmed facts from Captain. Straight up.
Not capping.
Not capping. Maybe.
Straight facts.
Well, that's my secret VOD. I'm always capping.
Well, there we go. We'll have to find out the secret for Surrey Early College to be able to get a victory in this series and take down A&T STEM. They are looking for their second goal of the series that eluded them in that last game. Took a little bit too long to warm up, but again, that's what we were talking about going into this one too, Ahsoka. Surrey Early College had a decent length of time between their last series and this one. Now they got a game under their belts. They seem to be able to get some more wind in their sails and re-energize going into game 2. We'll see if that'll make a difference for them.
Well, let's see. Are we going to see an answer back from Surrey Early College, or will they be that much closer to getting a sweep for A&T? As the ball now flying high above the net of Surrey, going towards the side now. Tally gets a big 50, but this one's going to get cleared downfield. Good answer coming from A&T, able to take control. Has a player in the mid, goes for Momo, and Momo is able to get the first goal to go.
So consistent with getting the first goal for A&T STEM. That was a great passing play from Tally too, making sure that they can get in an offensive position properly so that they could pass that exactly where they need to in the corner. Knew that there was nobody pressuring them either, so they had plenty of room to work with, and that's the big thing Surrey Early College needs to change. Send people forward, regardless of if you're confident that you can get the challenge, at least put a person to make them second guess themselves.
Yeah, and again, great heads-up awareness, too, just for being aware that your teammate is open in the mid.
True.
And getting that pass out. So, again, Tally able to show up big, and now you can see Momo again looking to find the back of the net. This one gets cleared out all the way downfield. Average Curse sends this one over towards the side, and not going to be able to do much with it. This is what I call Whiff City.
That it is.
That's Whiff City.
Whiffs happening on both sides. You can tell the pressure getting to them with the stakes at hand.
Little shaky hands.
Again, $600 for the team if they make it into the next round.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
They could still go for the 24.
Which is insane to think about. $2,400 if you get first place. And not just that, a chance to get into the top 3. There's only 1 team per regional. You just have to win 1 series at SoCA, and you get more money at the state finals. Crazy to think about.
You win money to go and get more money.
Exactly.
You'll love to see it. Meanwhile, still 1-0. Still a very close game. A&T taking control of the ball out of the corner. 50 by Gummy Bear. And it's another double whiff. And no one from Surrey was there to punish.
They were faking themselves and the opponents, thinking they would go for a challenge. They're like, hey, how about we try spinning for a trick? And it didn't work. And you know, they'll go back to the drawing board on that one and make sure that they don't try it again. And hopefully they can improve from that, but it makes me worry a little bit that the long day of competition is getting to these players and the counterattack potentially coming out from Average Curse, but the curse seems to be dealt with so far. There's no more curses for either side.
And this is something that is often discussed in Rocket League. It's important to have respect for your opponent, but there is such a thing as too much respect. And right now, Momo demands the most respect as once again, they find a solo goal, getting past not 1 but 2 defenders.
Momo, the star of the show, game by game, setting up everything that they could in the last game. They got an assist 2 shots, 2 saves, 2 demos, and a goal. This time, do a lot more in the goal scoring category for their squad. And that's exactly what they need them to do, especially with how off base they seem to be defensively with those awkward rotations in the Wisp we were talking about.
Oh, here we go, back towards the midfield line. It does get hit towards the corner of Siri. Big follow-up there, is able to get saved and cleared away. Out towards the side, here comes IR Johnny, not able to get the pinch, as now the pressure is on for A&T. Inside of their own corner, big pass out towards the mid. You do have one player there, but the save comes through from A&T as they're able to clear the ball away.
Minute 20 on the clock now, and Surrey Early College, deja vu from the first game, seeing if they can change their fate, if they can get a counterattack option going. Probably Peyton, unfortunately, could not get a connection there either, and Momo having the vision yet again, so dangerous to squeeze that past the last defender. Thankfully, the front of their car able to connect with it instead, but as the announcer says, 60 seconds left on the clock, and I don't know if we want to say this yet at SoCo, but this is looking dangerously close to the last semifinal.
It really is. You know, I hate to admit it, but it really is. I mean, right now, Momo is just taking their time, and which is, you know, very telling of the talent they have, because this is a player we're used to seeing going fast break, straight to the net, all gas, no brakes, and now they're slowing their game down in order to get through the defense. A player that can change up their pace of play at the drop of a hat, that is a player to be feared.
That it is. As with 40 seconds remaining, Momo Go Loco, or Momo this time, Momo 07, leading the charge for their team to potential victory in a sweep in this series. A long day of competition, but only the best will rise to the challenge. 20 seconds remaining here. No chance really for Surrey Early College to get a game-winning drive through game 2. They'll have to reverse sweep, and hopefully for their sake, that's the first one we see of the day.
Well, we talked about it already. And look, here we go. I mean, don't get me wrong, the game is too far gone, but they have been able to do what a lot of these other teams haven't been able to do, and that's score before the clock expires going into the next game. They have broken the drought not once but twice. Granted, it still hasn't led to a win, but I like a team that doesn't quit. Mad respect.
You got to give them respect, especially when they're facing down a potential sweep against them and having to pull off a reverse sweep. Getting a goal in the fashion that they did is so huge for their motivation moving forward. So shout out to Gummy Bear doing just that. And even with the pressure we saw from Gummy Bear in the previous game, 4 shots that time, but this is the biggest difference here. A shot apiece for their team. Couldn't do much more than that, and that's what needs to change in this next one if they want a chance to at least have a longer series against A&T STEM Early College.
Absolutely. You know, you hit the nail on the head. Again, it's the shot count that is the big difference maker. It wasn't so much that way in game number 1.
True.
But clearly that is the case here in game number 2. And it's all coming from Momo. So now you know who your target is. You have got to shut Momo down if you're going to.
We keep talking about that. No one's been able to do it.
I mean, and then also look at the demo count. I mean, you're looking for the physical play. You're looking how to shut down Momo. But, you know, you're only putting up 1 demo. I mean, that's not going to get the job done.
Tough.
You would like to play more focused on the team synergy, which is great. You need to. But at the same time, get a demo on your way out in transition.
That we do and need them to do just that. So we'll see what they can do in this game specifically. I believe they're still looking at us on stream.
That's okay. That's a good thing to look at. You know, that's a beautiful thing to look at.
We'll get it switched over to the game as we can or get an update on that specifically. But nonetheless, as it is going into this, Momo will get that first goal.
And that they will. Momo going to be starting things off here in game number 3 to set their team up for a potential 3-0 sweep. And as we continue on to show you our beautiful faces, at least mine, you can hear that Momo once again finds a second goal for A&T STEM Early College, and now they are just looking to take the game at this point. They don't want to go into a game 4 or 5. They just want to go straight to grands, pass go, collect 200, and go straight to the grand finals, so that way they can collect 2,400.
That they do, and we'll see what they can do throughout this as well. A&T STEM Early College with the 2 goals, looking to get the victory as much as they can. So Surrey Early College, they have so much to work for in this series against them, but nonetheless, anti-STEM Early College, some great looks throughout the series up to this point in time. A very mirror series to the other semifinal, even though we were saying it's not going to happen. We didn't want it to happen.
I still don't want it to happen.
We still don't want it to happen, but
I thought if I can manifest, you know, put positive thoughts out there, put the energy out there.
it's the average curse that's out there.
No, it's the caster's curse. It's gotta be. There's no other explanation. Maybe the average curse, sure, but average curse isn't cursing their team. That's an average blessing right there.
Well, the first 2 goals already through by Momo. The way we saw it with Dark in the other series, all comes down to the time that Surrey Early College has on the clock. They got to get something going. They need to follow up from there and got to feel confident in these challenges, but Momo's still stopping them defensively as well, feeling so good in these moments to make it that much more difficult for Surrey Early College to do anything.
And again, it's the keep away, it's the possession game. Like you had mentioned, A&T have taken full control now, and they're playing very patiently. And I love the way that they're playing. They're not going full dive. You know, they're taking their time, and they're looking for openings before they attack. And that was a big bump, clearing the way for a potential shot, but the backboard read was just off target.
First 2 minutes already gone. 2 goals holding up as best as they can, so we'll see what they can do here. Average curse with the 3rd goal for their team. A great setup from Momo, and even then, a great look for A&T, STEM Early College. I mean, there's only so much we could say about the play for STEM Early College and how they have been putting on a showcase for us in this series. And it's sad to talk about it that way because Surrey Early College, they've looked so good in their first matchup, but in a single elimination format, you only play 1 match till the semifinals, and depending on how things go, you can speculate that that might be the issue. But the biggest thing here is that we are seeing the main stars of the tournament for this regional are Dark and Momo.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Momo for sure, but I also got to give it up to Tally and Average Curse as well.
True.
Because even though they're not necessarily the highlight reel scorers.
There we go.
Yeah, 100%. There we go. But again, all these other players that necessarily aren't in the limelight are still putting in a lot of hustle points.
And that's the hustle we need to see from all these players to make it a cohesive unit to get the victory. Surrey Early College, this is the earliest that they have been able to get a goal in this series. That is the changes that is the change, that needs to be made for them moving forward against this A&T STEM Early College. But the next big change is getting a 2nd goal. The most we have seen from them so far in any of these games is 1, and well, Momo somehow almost able to dunk through, but that got denied by the woodwork.
Yeah, and Momo's not being shy at all.
No.
Neither is Average Curse, and neither is Tally about getting the bumps in the demos. But Gummy Bear comes in with the axle breaker of a cross in order to get the 2nd goal here for Surrey Early College. And this is the first time that they managed to get 2 in a match so far in this series.
That's what we were waiting for. This is breaking the mold and breaking the wave of things as they have been progressing throughout the tournament, changing their fates 1 goal at a time. I need 1 more where that came from to at least send us to an OT in Game 3.
Oh,
another one. There's a break in the rotation. The demo comes through, and Surrey Early College are back into things.
And that's how you do it. There we go. You can't be polite in the semifinals. You got to get a little mean. You got to go for the demos. You got to go for the bumps. It's time. This is it. The winner of this moves on to Grands and is guaranteed at least 600. Now's the time to show your teeth and to leave marks.
Surrey Early College are looking for the finish and could almost get it there, but no, the connection wasn't true. It goes by the wayside yet again to the other angle with the demos, the aggression you were talking about that we need to see from this team. Well, they are showing it in loads, but we need more and more aggression, more high-octane play from them, more chances for an opportunity to strike, and Momo trying desperately to pull A&T STEM Early College up by their bootstraps.
This is a lean forward moment from Surrey Early College. They are leaning forward. Okay, now they're trying hard. Now they're sweating. Another big demo in front of the net. Johnny gets the go-ahead goal for Surrey.
Less than a minute to go. 4 goals in a row by Surrey Early College. They cannot be stopped in Game 3. And they need to continue where they left off with that as well. They can't put their foot off the gas pedal just yet. We know the capabilities of A&T STEM Early College. And right off the kickoff, it goes somehow saved by IR Johnny, the star of that goal and the star of the save as well.
Oh, you gotta love the crossbar. The best 4th player in Rocket League, the best defender. I mean, coming in clutch for Surrey Early College. You know, it's one thing that if the shot just hits the crossbar and goes down, it's another thing when a defender intentionally hits it to get a save.
Dangerous spot there for a second for Tally, almost an own goal potential, but the back pass to their teammate, keep the progressing play going down the field, and that was a great pass. A little bit of a fake as well, over to Momo to secure the tie game.
Yeah, that was 100% a fake, and 100% necessary for the record. Now you have to see A&T start to reach into the playbook and start pulling out some new tricks, because now they see that Surrey Early College is starting to answer back. They're starting to adjust to what they have seen from A&T so far.
There's been so many goals, so much action. A&T STEM Early College were able to stop the bleeding there for a second against Surrey EC. With 10 seconds ticking down, we might get our first OT of the semifinals, but no! Probably Peyton is probably going to pop off here.
Oh, you're talking about overtime where probably Peyton said probably not. No, we're going to end it here and now. They're going to try. Still 6 seconds. That's still plenty of time for A&T. Don't sleep on A&T. You can't give them any room. They will score when you least expect it.
That they will. Time ticking down, and so is the chances for A&T STEM Early College. No chance to win that game. All the chances for Surrey EC to pull off a reverse sweep after a game like that.
Now, I got to tell you, I am unbelievably hyped because there is no sweep.
Yep.
No sweep until Brooklyn, or not at all. No sweep. Love to see it. Great game. And again, this is a team that I really like. I'm not trying to favor one team on the other, but
True.
gotta give up my hat here and the rest of my hair for Surrey Early College. Why? Because this team don't quit.
They don't, and that's exactly what we needed to see from them. I mean, we were talking about it as if it was inevitable that they would be done. And that I kept talking about is the word of the day for these brackets, but it was inevitable that they would get that synergy that we saw from their first series back into their grasp. And we saw that throughout that game. That was the difference maker for them, is all 3 players firing on all cylinders, doing everything necessary to get the victory. Now we need to see if that can transition into this game 4, or if all the players on A&T STEM Early College can change their fate here. Momo doing everything they can. The other 2 players need to step up a little bit more here.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm satisfied now. As long as we didn't get a sweep, I'm happy.
There we go, yeah.
Yeah, I'm cool now.
Everything else is great.
Yeah, I'm fine now. I'm cool now, all right? So now we're getting back to business here in game number 4. And already, once again, it's going to be Momo to score the first goal.
Talk about that inevitability yet again. Momo will score first.
And this is where you have to play near post. Again, they both pushed up too far. You have one in the middle net, fine. You want to play mid, but now you have to have the trust. You got to trust that person playing mid that they're going to play mid, and you got to take up the far post. Because even if the player in mid doesn't react to the save, if you're playing far post, that gives you more room to try and come in with the save.
Now we do see another shot coming through from Momo. Deja vu from the last game, but we saw how that one went, so not over just yet. Still plenty of chances for Surrey EC. Don't want that to be their dying breaths that they showcased in that last game, especially with the amount of goals they were able to score back to back to back. But it also just goes to show the consistency of Momo, that even when they were down in that last series, the last game specifically, they know that they have it in them to just rally right back and get those 2 goals quickly.
They do, but I mean, it's not like they're making it any easier on themselves.
That was what?
I couldn't score that if I tried.
I think it was an own goal.
It
the
was.
Craziest own goal I've ever seen.
That's my point. Like, I could not have done that if I tried.
Wow. Calculated.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I say everything's calculated, but even I'm skeptical of that one.
Yeah, that was more than an average curse for that to go through.
That's got to be the nerves.
It's got to be the nerves. I mean, especially after feeling so good from getting that win against A&T STEM Early College, as you felt like you were just using your fists to try and break down a concrete wall. And you finally got like a little bit of a crack. Then you realize, oh, it was just my hand breaking. That we saw happen here.
That was the crack.
Exactly.
It's a fracture.
That's a word that we could say for the defense of Surrey Early College so far in these first minute or so.
And now Gummy Bear looking to get the first goal, but it will be saved and cleared away. IR Johnny now trying to operate from within their corner, as this one is going to go all the way towards the side. And now Surrey Early College starting to show up a little bit here on the offense. But again, A&T on defense, truly spectacular.
First 2 minutes almost gone, and more confident lead for A&T STEM Early College. But again, they now know what they need to improve upon from that last one, and not stop putting the shots and goals on is the biggest thing I could say for them. And that's exactly what we saw here.
Yeah, A&T, they fell the last round, and they took that personally. They are not going to let that happen again. Nothing is going to get in between them and going to Grands, as they are definitely showing up in a major way here in game number 4. And they have just been putting shots on target and still having the wherewithal to recover, but probably Peyton is able to get the first goal on the board for Surrey Early College.
Peyton has been the difference maker, the catalyst for Surrey Early College a couple of times here, not just in this series, but in the last one as well. And that's the biggest difference maker they need to be for their team. Right at the 2 minutes gone mark, getting that goal, keeping it within 3. They know they could get more goals after that. And hey, there's another one.
Okay, Surrey Early College needs to stop doing this.
They're going to give us a heart attack.
I'm saying, like, okay, because again, we still have just under 3 minutes. There's still time, right?
Yeah.
But Surrey Early College, like, why wait until now? You could have did that from the kickoff.
Why are you waiting, Peyton? That's all we got to say. The Gummy Bears off the kickoff, excuse me, waterfall down, needed the follow through, but nobody in sight that time. You can tell they are feeling a lot more confident, but not confident enough to act on the opportunities they are giving themselves.
I mean, let's see. Probably Peyton now out from the corner, able to get the touch. Has a second one maybe, but nope, it gets cleared out. And now here comes another unfortunate double commit. The shot was on, but the save was good. Ooh. And now a big demo should open some things up, as that one will fly high. And now Surrey Early College is starting to push up at the midfield line. Big demo opens up towards the goal. Gummy Bear is able to find the third goal for Surrey Early College.
And that's 2 in a row for Gummy Bear, but that was a crucial demo to clear the way. And also the shot, if it wasn't in that angle, it would have been saved any other way.
What is up with this dramatic entrance coming from Surrey Early College? What, you're too cool to show up on time? You got to wait like 2 minutes into the match before you decide to show up? Like, well, this isn't a dinner party. This is the semifinals for the Greensboro regionals. You show up on time.
Well, they showed up early to college at least, and now they're trying to show up early for the rest of the series. And Tally making their presence known. That's the biggest thing that I had to critique A&T STEM Early College in the last game, is that it was mainly Momo doing most of the work on offense and getting all the goals for their team. Now Tally stepping into the driver's seat for their squad and taking them on cruise control to a potential victory if it continues this way.
And now big 50 out towards the mid. The follow-up was good, not bad. You can't be mad at it.
Nah, you can't be
that
mad
was
at
a great sheet up. And again, it was just too much speed, too much sauce on it, and it was hard to put the shot on when it's going that fast. But again, I like the aggression. I like the attitude.
1:40 on the clock now. Whoops. Still chances for Surrey Early College. They're shaking in their boots a little bit too much. The bumps coming out on both ends. The demo onto Gummy Bear makes it a little bit easier for A&T STEM to do what is necessary to hold on to this lead, at least for a couple more seconds. But I'm liking the more wide-ranging rotations from Surrey Early College, how they know that they can rely on each other regardless of where they are on the field. And that's a big thing that's been missing from some of these teams.
I like the mental, or rather the mentality, the fortitude of A&T. Even though the comeback was looking like it was making its way around the corner, they didn't panic.
No.
They weren't bumping each other, except for that one time.
Except the one time.
Except for that one time they bumped each other. But the point is, even after the bump, they didn't panic. They didn't flip bad. They didn't drop back to rotate for boost. They stayed on game. They stayed on the play. and that resulted in the goal. That's what happens when you don't give up on the play.
Tala doesn't give up on this hat trick that they're trying to vie for throughout the rest of this game, and almost, well, actually is going to happen there. I need to find another word than inevitable, but that felt like another one of those based on the trajectory of the ball and the way everyone was just racing towards the back of the net. If it wasn't going to go in through that own goal, it was going to go in for Momo.
I guess so. I mean, there's really no way to know for sure now because the play has come and it is gone. And now A&T have all but won game number 4 and have punched their ticket to Grands to try and make state and to get their share of $2,400, or rather $3,000 for the total prize pool here in Greensboro. Well, once again, Momo just going to pile on to make their victory that much more cemented here.
And what a victory that is for A&T STEM Early College, even with the 46 seconds. I mean, technically a possibility, but even then, you know, we've talked about it before. We don't think it is possible with this much time remaining, this much pressure, and the comeback differential we are witnessing from STEM Early College, as I would call it a comeback from them. Even though they had the lead against Surrey EC the entire time, the way that they were able to hold out this game compared to the last one just really shows their fortitude.
Exactly, and that's why I was a fan of Surrey Early College. And again, when you're talking about Surrey Early College, there's not one player you can single out and say, this is the team, this is their star. All three of them are just so equally well-rounded as a team that all three of them are the stars of Surrey Early College.
Well, that's all she wrote for Surrey Early College, as it will be A&T STEM Early College getting the victory, being the superior early college, I guess you could say, throughout that series. Able to shut down the comeback before it could get out of the station. 1,000+ points for Momo, the difference maker here. 5 goals on 5 shots, 4 saves, and 5 demos. That is the kind of performance you need against an entire squad like Surrey EC.
8 demos coming from A&T. Wow. And then 4 coming from Surrey Early College.
All from IR Johnny. He tried his best.
That's a total of 12 demos. That's a great game.
A very explosive game.
Love it. Absolutely love it. But again, look where the demos are favoring. You know, they're favoring A&T because, again, they were able to transition and then they were able to get demos on their way out without compromising their rotation. So, again, just great transitional demolitions.
And look at the shots, too, that we got to see. 11 of those total from STEM Early College. So congrats to them for booking their ticket into the grand finals to face off against North Carolina Cyber Academy. It's going to be an insane grand finals there. A best of 7 at that. I don't think it's going to be a sweep.
We didn't get a sweep.
We didn't get a sweep this time, so I can continue to say that. We only had one. We almost had one here, but Surrey EC proved that they weren't going to get swept out of the competition.
No, absolutely not. And, you know, we could take that for what it's worth. Is now we're going to take a moment to actually take a look at the bracket to see how we have made it here so far today. And, Vod, why don't you break it down for us?
I mean, an even amount of 3-0s and 3-1s throughout the bracket here, specifically trading back and forth a little bit in the semifinals between these two sides. But honestly, the 2 best teams made it all the way to the grand finals. I wouldn't say there's been many upsets here specifically. So North Carolina Cyber Academy, STEM Early College, only one of them can represent the Greensboro regional bracket in the state finals happening May 31st and June 1st in Raleigh, North Carolina. But nonetheless, we still have more action to go. More NBA 2K will be happening in the intermission. We'll also be back with those Rock League Grand Finals after this.
Momo doing most of the work for their squad, but a lot of it also came down to the way that we saw, I think it was Tally doing as well as they could in that last game to support Momo in the goal scoring category. So the way that both of these teams are going to have to rely on not just the star players, but the remaining 2/3 of their team is going to be a huge factor on who comes out on top in this best of 7.
Yeah, and not only that, but now Momo in that last series has shown that now they have somebody that they can feed the ball to. Tally stepped up in a major way, and they were able to make a lot of goals off of the Momo passes. So now not only is Momo a threat in the isolated situation, but now they have a person to pass to, or at least they have a person that they're confident to pass to. But with that being said, you still can't forget about Average Curse. Average Curse, again, very much a bruiser, very much one of those hustle players that are doing a lot of the work in the background. And again, that's one of those unsung heroes that, you know, really doesn't get a lot of limelight. So again, it's a very well-rounded
Very similar to Landon. These are like two mirror teams of each other. So really, I'm not quite sure who's going to take this one, but both of them are going to give it their all through this best of 7, fight tooth and nail to make it all the way to the state finals. They fought tooth and nail to get here to this place in time. Only each of them dropping an individual game each. One for NCCA in the first round, one that we just saw recently for Surrey Early College versus them, STEM Early College. So the biggest thing I think is going to be the difference between these two teams, starting off in game 1 at least, and why I'm glad this is the best of 7, is they just finished their series.
Yes, that, and honestly, they for the side of NCCA, they got to shut down Momo.
They really do.
If they don't shut down Momo,
it's Momo go loco.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's going to be a wrap. I'm sorry, because right now Momo has momentum. Okay, they are literally riding a wave of momentum since game number 1. They haven't stopped. They're continuing to go. And now not only that, but they are now not only getting shots, but they're getting assists as well. You have got to shut down Momo or it's going to be a wrap. Now, you could say the same thing for the other side with Dark.
For Dark, that's true.
But with that being said, though, Dark has been more inclined to share the sugar. They've been getting the ball around a little bit more, right? So, again, you could shut down Dark, and I'm still confident that they're going to have some decent backup.
And some insane passing plays, too.
Exactly.
I mean, the assists, I think, are going to be the bread and butter for who wins this series. Whoever makes the better assists out of either Momo or Dark is going to be the one that takes the charge, takes the lead in this series. Of course, that could be a completely different story if it's just a battle between like the 2 top players in the tournament, Momo and Dark, in this next matchup. But again, we have no idea what's going to happen until we get into that first game. That first game is going to be so telling for the rest of the series. We have seen those adjustments we were talking about for NCCA. We saw the adjustments too for the side of A&T STEM Early College when they were able to adjust in that final game. But I think there's a bit of a difference there, specifically as you were talking about that playmaking from Dark. And we saw so much pressure from Momo. I am so curious because Dark has been forged in fire in that first series when facing off against his former teammate, the other SSL in the tournament, Mafia Shadow. So that might give him a little bit more of an edge there, but who knows until we get into the actual game itself.
Absolutely. And again, just completely breaking down, what we have seen so far. You look at the last match that, we got to see from NCCA, Dark came through with the MVP. Respectively, True. Momo also came with their MVP. Difference was Momo got the MVP off a hat trick. Dark got the MVP off of the Playmaker medal.
That's true.
So we already know Dark can get hat tricks, but we have yet to see Momo get the Playmaker medal.
That's going to be the difference maker here as we get into game number 1 very momentarily. They're just getting everything set up as much as they can for this matchup, but still making sure everything's working properly. As we have the NBA 2K matches still going on in the background as well. We'll give you updates on that bracket as much as we can, but still some amazing performances from all the teams so far. So we have a little bit of a bathroom break for a moment. It makes sense, I know, especially if you just got finished your matchup and you got to make sure you are all refreshed and ready to go into this next one. But they are sitting down into the driver's seat, ready to lock their seatbelts in and load up into this matchup. It is going to be a best-of-7 grand final between North Carolina Cyber Academy and A&T STEM Early College. Only one of them can rise to the top here at the Greensboro Regional for VESL, and only one of them will make it to those state finals.
Hey, but at least it's guaranteed 600 to either team. So there's something. But regardless, we're not worried about the money. We just want to go to states. We want to go to Raleigh. That's the end game.
Eyes on the prize here and now, and that prize is the state finals bid for the winning team. NC Cyber Academy already putting on some early pressure against A&T STEM Early College. Well, you got to be careful about the double commits there. Leaving it up to Dark. Rotating back to their side, though. Minty picking up that midfield boost to make it a bit more easy for them to support themselves. And the delay onto the sidewall from Tally actually benefited NC Cyber Academy on their rotation back home.
And, this is interesting because, again, harping back to the semifinals for NC Cyber Academy, those double commits is one thing that, the head is a little bit nervous. And now we're seeing A&T, they're starting to double commit a little bit as well. So I think the pressure of being in the grand finals is starting to settle in on both of these teams.
And that pressure is going to continue to mount throughout every individual game. Both these teams, I believe this is their first time being in the grand finals for a regional with VESL, so that's going to be a huge thing to look out for, specifically on a LAN environment. As NC Cyber Academy looking for that first goal with Dark yet again, already 3 shots to their name in the first minute, 20 seconds.
Yeah, and one thing that I think to take of note is that all the ways that you have scored up until this point probably are not going to work
They're
here.
out the window.
Exactly. Now you got to reach back into the bag and you got to pull out some new tricks. For example, in these semifinals with Momo, for example, prime example, is they weren't able to go directly towards the goal and bring that fast-paced offense like they had in the past. They had to break out the mind games, which we have seen very little bit of. We have seen very little to no mind games except for that one play from Momo. So those are the plays that we're going to have to see here in the grand finals for either of these teams to get a competitive edge.
know a big focus for both these squads as well is going to be that boost management. That was a big issue for the side of NC Cyber Academy in their first series of the day. They haven't had to worry about it too much since then, but you can look at the totals now, and Dark the only one with really anything in the tank to work with. If you want someone to have boost on your team, it's probably him, so it makes sense that he'd be the one to go forward and take the charge, leading the advance into the orange half as best as they can in this opening half of the game. But still, just goes to show how close these two teams are contested. Rule 1, the first one of the day, broken up by Tally, but hey, we had to at least get one of those in there for it to be a true Rocket League tournament.
Now you see, it
Oh,
is
no! How they
still
said that
capped out.
No!
And
Okay.
that's what happens when you break Rule 1, by the way. I mean, granted, it was Tally that broke up the game. So
Somehow saved that twice, though.
yeah, Tally is the one that broke up the Rule 1, and that's why they get punished. You don't break the Rule 1.
You don't break the Rule 1. That's that's why it's Rule 1. Well, nonetheless, right past the halfway point, and eventually NC Cyber Academy were able to strike true. Barely at that, though. Eke past the finish line at a snail's pace. Anti-STEM Early College desperate to get some break in the momentum of NC Cyber Academy so they can have some chance to breathe, some opportunity to go on offense themselves as they are here and now.
Well, there goes Momo again, trying to at least get the middle of the field covered. But unfortunately, they're going to have to go all the way back into their own corner. 50-50 goes back out towards the middle. And now here comes Tally, who's been stepping up in a major way, looking to step up now here in game number 1 of this best of 7. Good pass to the mid, but it's cleared out and deflected away by Dark. Big 50
Wow.
coming from Momo. What a read to tie up the game.
Huge read from Momo to put that through. Dark went for the challenge, didn't have any boost, and was hoping to Cookser pinch it off the wall, but didn't have the right angle for it. So instead it bumped right into the nose of their opponent and set it up perfectly for them to win that 50-50 and get the goal to tie things up. But speaking of tying things up, might be taken away from A&T STEM Early College early on. If that follow-up could have came out from Dark. He knows not to overcommit this time, to be a little bit more careful on those challenges, because again, every single game matters even more so in a best of 7.
Oh, absolutely. And here you can see the counterattack is now underway. Big whiff there as this one's going to 50 out towards the side into the mid. Landon able to hit this one off the backboard, is followed up, goes up high again in front of the NCCA's net.
Ooh.
But it's not going to be enough. Tally able to get the go-ahead goal here for A&T.
And that's what we were talking about going into this matchup, that Tally is the one that will be backing up Momo when it comes to scoring those goals. They need to be put on awareness for NC Cyber Academy's hit list in this series on who to take down when they are feeling confident. Well, now just a minute to go for NC Cyber Academy to tie things up, and they felt like they were on top of the world. They had the lead for quite a decent amount of time, almost a minute at that, but it quickly diminished.
Now here comes Dark into the corner, looking for a pass out to mid.
Wow.
Not going to be able to get it to go. They double stacked onto Dark, as that one looked like it could have been on target, but was just wide. And now another big clear going the other way. Nobody's home, and that one will go in for Momo.
That was an amazing save, but unfortunately the rotation wasn't there to stop it at the end of the day. Landon got it away for a second, but it hit the top of their car, so they couldn't flip into it far enough to clear it out of the side. And it was a hard read for that third player on the rotation back, Minty, to get it away. So unfortunately, this one might be a wash for NC Cyber Academy with the momentum in the favor of Momo themselves. And A&T STEM Early College looking to take game number 1 confidently. Dark saying it's not over yet, gets the fake. But with time ticking down by 2 goals, they need a goal here and now, and then a kickoff goal. And there's just not enough time for them to work with.
No, there is not, as the final seconds are ticking away and the ball hits the dirt. That will be it for game number 1, and it's going to be A&T STEM Early College to come away with the win, and well-deserved, because once again, we see that Momo is the goal scorer. However, you are seeing 1 from Tally, and you're also seeing an assist from Tally and 1 from Average Curse. So every single player is getting touches on the ball, where if you look on the side of Cyber Academy, there was only that 1 goal, and really no big of an influence on it. And not to mention the save count, my goodness.
Very true, very true. Those saves is really what the difference maker was for A&T STEM early college. It seemed like NC Cyber Academy could not catch a break in that first half of the game, and eventually they were able to get one through. But got to see a little bit more from Minty. Landon was doing a pretty decent job as far as pressure was going. But going into Game 2, one thing I talked about going into the series as well is that A&T STEM early college just came off of their series victory. So Game 1, heavily favored for them to win. NC Cyber Academy, they just need to connect on these shots, and there they do that. Landon's just supporting Dark by pushing him to the finish line.
And you have to score this. If
do.
you don't score this, it's going the other way, and you got egg on your face. So again, that was really, really risky. I'm just really happy that it paid off for them, because it was going to be punished instantly if it hadn't.
What a play at that, and here comes another one right off the kickoff. And this is what I am talking about with NC Cyber Academy, the adjustments that they are able to make from Game 1 into Game 2. We saw it in the first series, we see it here, delaying a little bit for the kickoff and positioning themselves perfectly to take advantage of that situation, turn things around even after dropping 2 goals in that last game to lose the game. And these bumps between each other are kind of working masterfully.
For now.
Again,
I'm not a fan of it. To me, it's too much risk.
scrappy.
It's too much risk and maybe not enough reward. But now, here we go, 2-0. Now for 3,
That's enough reward.
Landon showing up now to get a goal on the board, and this was straight from the solo play.
And that's the first solo play we have seen from Landon today on getting a goal. Huge win for them. Tripped up the attacker on A&T STEM early college. A beautiful look for NC Cyber Academy on the bounce back. But again, with both these teams, we've seen such high-scoring games. No one's safe, even with a 3-goal lead.
Absolutely not. Now you can see Dark off the back wall. Beautiful pass down low with the demo on top. My goodness, that was just a fantastic serve the entire way through. But unfortunately, the shot just wasn't on target. You don't get too many good passes like that.
No, you don't. And because it was such a good pass, it was a difficult one to get away. Landon, beautiful backflip for the save, too. Perfect positioning. If they were further in the net, might have been the momentum of the ball just pushing it forward after them. So heads-up play from them defensively. And again, NC Cyber Academy doing everything right, except making sure the clock ticks down even more so before they give possession over to their opponents. And that's the biggest thing we're going to look out for A&T STEM early college in Game 2 is getting that possession, holding on to as much as they can until they have taken NC Cyber Academy out of the equation for these goals.
And here we go. It's going to be the attack
Nice
now coming from A&T. They put this one up high, trying to rain it down off the backboard. Average Curse gets bumped by their own teammate, as that shot is going to go wide down by the wayside, as now the recovery from Landon is going to clear this one out.
I like how Average Curse was keeping up with that play still, even after they gave up the ball, just to make sure it was deflected in a good enough position for them to still maintain control defensively and keep it out of the clutches of Dark. That's what you got to do in those situations to have any chance to come back in this game.
And now a scoring opportunity here for NCCA, but they are denting the crossbar, as that one is going to be denied once again by the best defender in Rocket League.
We've seen the crossbar and the post deny so many goals so far today. Well, that one's not going to be denied at all after the counterattack. Second one for Dark.
And then again, this is just in transition. Look how grouped up we saw A&T just now. All 3 of them were at the midfield boost on the right side of the map. All 3 of them. Technically, it was the left side from our perspective, but from their perspective, it was the right side. But the point remaining still, all 3 of them were at the same place at the same time, and they left their net wide open to where only 1 player was needed to get a goal for NCCA.
And that's where I was talking about that boost management is going to be so crucial in the grand finals, because if you don't have enough to work with and if you are expending so much to get to a position for a save or a clear out to the other end, you have nothing to support yourselves when you're going for these attacks. Momo, though, doesn't really need too much to keep pressure going against all 3 members of NC Cyber Academy. Looking for that first goal. Nice drop down, set up play in front of the net, and that's going to be an easy goal.
There we go. And not to mention, it's still 2 minutes and 2 seconds. That's plenty of time to get 3. For the record, I mean, we have seen crazier comebacks.
We have seen crazier comebacks, especially against STEM early college, though, so now they need to be the ones to be the comeback kings against the rest of the competition. NC Cyber Academy been holding on to this 3-goal lead as much as they can. The 2 minutes is still so much room to work with for A&T STEM. Off the backboard it goes yet again. A good back pass to Dark. Keep this pressure going and maybe have another go at this one.
Well, here we go into the fray. A&T STEM Early College hits this one out towards the mid. Now Landon puts it right back down as this one does go back towards the midfield line. Dark doesn't get the best touch on it, but they're able to recover as the 50 does go the way of A&T. Now back up towards the side. Dark goes up high, looks for a teammate in the middle. Not able to find it, and that big 50 does go back to the corner of NCAA, but now it's a little bit of a tug and war for possession of the ball.
Little over a minute remaining on the clock. We're still so many goals needing to be scored by A&T STEM. They have a chance here, but unfortunately no power behind that shot. Lots of coverage from NC Cyber Academy. With the time dwindling down even more so, the hourglass almost empty. A&T STEM Early College really just trying to figure out what they need to do to rally behind Momo and Tally in this next game.
Yeah, the final few seconds are beginning to wind down. 40 seconds left to go, and this game is just about out of reach here as once again NCCA find a big opening in the transition, and Dark is able to find the 5th goal here for NCCA.
Huge 3rd goal for Dark specifically, and these counterattacks have really been the demise of so many squads out there. Once you're feeling confident, you know you have to give it your all on offense, and that is exactly when teams that are up by such a lead take advantage and know that they can just play the passive game defensively and wait for you to make a mistake.
Now just under 30 left to go. Possession in the favor of A&T. They look for the pass out towards the mid. Opening here, but it does get deflected and cleared away by NCCA. Now Momo again will be denied, this time by Minty, as there is a double commit, forcing the ball back into A&T territory. This one goes up high. Final few seconds, now ticking away out towards the corner. Ball hit up once again. Back down towards the side, and that'll do it. NCCA strike back against A&T.
What a game for NCCA. Every single player getting involved on the goal scoring side of things, and now seeing how things will change in this next game is going to be the difference maker. Will it be A&T STEM really changing their fate in this series, or will NC Cyber Academy, now that they're warmed up after that first game, after having to wait for A&T STEM to play their series, will they just run away with it? I mean, guaranteed 5 games now, though. That's the big thing.
Well, there we go. We're finally going to make it to Game 5 for the first time today. But more importantly, moving forward, I think it's important for, A&T to recognize that NCCA
Yes.
is a defensive-oriented team.
True.
Even in that game just then and there where they won with a pretty wide margin, they still had twice the amount of saves of that of A&T. So if you're on the side of A&T, you got to strike first and you got to strike quick, because if NCCA are able to get a lead, it's going to be hard for you to get it back.
And that's a huge thing that these teams have worked on throughout the season, is getting that lead and holding on to it. Landon, wide open opportunity. The positioning was perfect from them. Average Curse tried desperately to deflect that, but they were coming off of the sidewall and down onto the pitch. Fortunately not in the best position to get a touch on that ball, and nobody in position afterwards to stop it from going through.
Yeah, and honestly, you can't allow, Cyber Academy to play this much offense. Like,
No.
A&T, they are an offensive team. Offense is their game. But so if you allow Cyber Academy to play this much offense, then they will beat you on the defense. That's where they shine. They are a defensive-oriented team. So A&T has to do what they do best, and that's play aggressive. That's play heavy offense. And we have yet to see that from A&T so far here in the Grands.
Well, let's take a look at the replay on this one, see exactly how things developed. Minty, a slow pop-up, I feel like really put them out of position. And again, catching them off guard, boost over ball a little bit there for Momo. Maybe expected more time to get back in for that. But still, you can't afford to give up that space to NC Cyber Academy, because they will take advantage of it every time.
That they will. And now Landon again A big shot there from the mid, just off by mere pixels. And the follow-up now off the crossbar. But this is the important thing. Even though the shots are going a little bit wide, they are still bringing that aggression, and they are controlling that midfield line. Every single shot within this last play, or in this last possession, has come from the midfield.
You know NC Cyber Academy are wanting both of those opportunities back. Even the third opportunity, there was a wide open net. They were a little bit off the mark there as well. They want to have that strong lead, play that defensive game that you were mentioning, and just coast into the next game, having that 2-game advantage against their opponents. So even with 2 goals, not a safe lead against A&T STEM early college.
Oh, absolutely not. But at the same time, you know, they've managed to strike first. They're keeping that momentum, and not only that, but they are building unanswered goals. So right now, into Game 3, A&T is on a score drought.
That they are. Score drought, unfortunately for them. They need to break that mold as quickly as they can. Open the floodgates, see what they can do. Tally leading the charge. Momo off the backboard for the double tap. Gets the touch. A great bump from this player into Dark. Otherwise, that would have been a save.
My goodness, what a save coming from NCCA. And this is what I'm telling you. They are really good at the defense. So if you allow them to play offense and get goals, I guarantee that they will shut you down. When they get a lead, they hold on to it with an iron fist.
Open opportunity again for Minty, and he's going to capitalize on that every day of the week. 3-0 already, right before the halfway point. NC Cyber Academy are in their flow state.
Look at the read, and then blink and you missed it, but they got the bump onto Tally. Tally was shadow playing on Momo, but as soon as the 50-50 was won off of Momo, they bumped Tally out the way so they couldn't recover. Oh my.
Oh, what a play off the kickoff. I mean, we were just analyzing that last play, and already Dark putting on another showcase, dunking over top of the defense, off the ceiling, directly down to the ground for the connection. I mean, that's a super hard play to pull off that quickly.
I mean, Dark makes those.
Dark makes those.
Dark 100%
That's another
makes
TikTok
those.
clip.
Absolutely. And a great shot. I mean, off the kickoff, no less. But that's not the first time we've seen Dark do that.
No,
Dark
it isn't.
consistently catches their own kickoffs for goals. That at least 3 times I've seen it happen today.
Great performance from NC Cyber Academy thus far. A&T STEM early college really needs something to go their way to really have a chance to take them down a peg. Another touch off the crossbar for A&T, and they need that one back desperately. They wanted that goal to go through, shift the momentum in their favor. It's still not working for them.
This is all control now coming from Cyber Academy. A big opportunity now for A&T, but the connection on the pass just wasn't there, and they weren't able to get the read on the shot as that opportunity goes down and by the wayside.
1:50 on the clock now. A&T STEM early college stumped throughout these last 2 games by NC Cyber Academy. With the time remaining, it's technically possible. We know they have it in them to get those goals. And Momo doing everything necessary to try and keep the spirits high for this team. A goal would help that a lot, but not the other direction. I know this is VESL Observer 4, but it actually was landed.
That's okay. Give the credit to the observer, you know, because they're not getting enough credit. We got some great observers, and some great staff here. You know, let them get their moment to shine. As far as I'm concerned, our VESL observer scored that goal. Let's go. But not right. It was Landon though.
Yeah, it was Landon. It's just a visual bug. The observer isn't actually playing.
Because they're not that good.
No.
That's okay. I'm not either.
I'm not either. I mean, that's why we're talking. We're not playing.
Exactly.
Also because we're not in high school. Anyway.
What gave it away?
A chance here for Momo, though. A great touch there to change things up for them. Unfortunate setup by Landon to the clutches of Momo. Nobody on the side of NC Cyber Academy could be back in time, and Dark didn't even try. He knew it was too late.
Exactly. But again, I like the attitude coming from A&T because, you know, I like a team that doesn't quit, that doesn't give up. And you know what? With 1 minute left to go, still time. It is still possible to try and get the equalizer, but with the defense we have seen from Cyber Academy, I just don't think they are going to allow it.
They can't allow it. If they do allow it, the series is over at that point. I mean, it would be a tug of war even more so for NC Cyber Academy, but it's hard mentally to recover if you give up a 5-goal deficit in less than a minute to go. It is a possibility. There's a chance for that second goal. As the announcer mentioned, what a save from Dark.
Now you see, I don't like the announcer. I got beef with the announcer. He's trying to put us out of a job. Like, again, there's other games out there where they just have automated announcers. And you know what? I got beef with that. You know, I got to put bread on the table.
Well, A&T STEM Early College need to put some goals on the table for their squad, to have a chance to put even more bread on the table for their team. Go home with that lion's share of the prize pool, $2,400, but 6-1. Dark with yet another hat trick. Their second game in a row with 3 goals after only getting the 1 in game number 1.
No matter how one-sided that this game looks, again, this is just game 3. There's still no sweep.
No,
because A&T already got a win.
Exactly.
So I'm already satisfied. I'm happy.
We're all happy here. I'm sure the players are happy regardless of if they do get that safe bid. Because again, $600 for the team, pretty solid. But ACCA will be getting that victory there, and a big win for them too. The question is, do they have the endurance to keep that up throughout the rest of the series?
And that's another thing that is just like a huge talking point that I think goes underlooked a lot of the times from people from the outside looking in. If you're in esports, you're aware of it.
Yeah.
But if you're from the outside looking in, you got to keep in mind that the mental fortitude, the endurance, the stamina, it takes a lot to compete at this level.
It does.
And we've been here all day going match for match, tit for tat. And eventually that stamina is going to be depleted and that fatigue is going to set in. And at the end of the day, especially here in the grand finals, either one of it's going to come down to one of these teams either going numb in the thumbs or they're going to go sick in the sticks. It's the only outcome.
Well, we'll have to see once we get into the game in just a little bit. Taking a bit of a technical pause to fix some audio issues, I believe, for one of the players and get that sorted. Might be frame rate, might be audio. Doesn't matter what it is because we're getting it sorted as best as we can. Regardless, though, a great series between these two teams, even with the deficit we saw in both those last 2 games between NCCA and A&T STEM Early College. A&T STEM Early College still giving it their all on offense, on defense. The biggest thing is that you can't afford, as you were mentioning, to give those early goals to the side of NCCA. If they can stop that, if they can get a goal early themselves, that'll be the biggest difference maker for them moving forward. So that way they can at least have a chance to hold on to a lead, play more defensive themselves, and go from then on out. But let's take a look at the bracket and see how it's been going throughout the day to remind you all on how we got here and see the progress we have made to get to the grand finals, the teams who have fallen by the wayside there as well. And we'll be getting into that, as you can see here. NC Cyber Academy currently up 2-1 over STEM Early College, but both of these teams only dropping a single game before then. NC Cyber Academy trying to see if they can only drop at most a game per series because they've never been taken to Game 5 yet.
No, they have not. And, you know, right now, just because you could see the path that they made to make it to the grand finals, and particularly I'm looking at A&T right now because in order to get their wins, both off of West Guilford and, more importantly, Surrey Early College, is that they brought unrelenting amount of offense.
True.
It was high risk, high reward.
We haven't seen that.
We haven't, and that's the problem because right now they're trying to beat NCCA at their game, which is the defense. But you're not going to do that. I say you got to go full tilt and go full dive into what you do, and that is offense. You have got to play your best offense because against NCCA, you are not going to beat them at defense.
And one thing we talked about here, too, as well, is that seeing NCCA going into this series, the biggest difference between them and their opponents was seeing how things were going there. But we have the 2K bracket to show you how that has progressed throughout the matchups today, as well as we're going to be getting into those finals pretty soon. And the way things have been progressing for that bracket has been pretty nuts to see the playoff champions and then everyone from those playoffs, I believe, making it into the semifinals with the way that they have performed. And Roxborough and Northeast Guilford, both the teams who played their playoffs, won their playoffs here at the regional, made it into the grand final. I mean, that's all you could ask for. The #1 seed from both those conferences making it to the grand finals for NBA 2K. So they're waiting until the Rocket League match wraps up, I'm pretty sure, for us to go through that. And that's going to be a pretty intense matchup. But, hey, speaking of Rocket League, we got it right here and now. A little bit of a jump scare for you all at home, but the goal almost going through for Dark. A jump scare for the defense at A&T STEM Early College.
Yes, this game is, in fact, Rocket League. 2K soon to come afterward. Here we are in Game 4 in this best of 7. So, NCCA still need to win 2 more games and then 3 more for A&T. As we are now all caught up, got to check out the bracket, and now we can continue on with our regular scheduled program.
That we can. First 30 seconds, NC Cyber Academy tried desperately to strike first, but the demos are huge for A&T STEM Early College. If that connection came through, very likely a setup for a goal for A&T STEM. Unfortunately for NCCA, not the best touch in the midfield line. And NCCA is doing everything that they can to keep this away. Shaky performance, but it goes off the post, and A&T STEM Early College needed that one back. Oh, no. Okay.
No, they got
Sally
it.
was there.
But it's that sidebar again. Like, again, I'm seeing too much sidebar. It's the CBS, it's that crossbar syndrome. You've got to get it to the point now in the grand finals where you could just move that a pixel or two over to secure goals, to confirm goals. And now it's going to be going the other way. NCCA now looking to build a little bit of offense. But again, kudos for A&T because so far, so good as they managed to recover again to get yet another save.
So many last-ditch efforts from A&T STEM Early College, but hey, as long as they're working, that's all you need. Demo comes through onto Momo. That's who you want to take out of contention for the defensive end of A&T STEM. But even then, a little bit of a shaky foundation built for NC Cyber Academy defensively, but no, the defense couldn't do much there. Instead, it will be deflected into the net. Too much momentum behind that one.
Yeah, and look at the range, again, from the midfield line. And this is where a lot of the damage has been done from Cyber Academy. It's all starting at the midfield because we already know how good they are defensively on their own net. Once they put that defensive line and they push it up to the midfield, that's where the danger sets in. You've got to take them out of the midfield, and you've got to start taking that midfield possession back if you are A&T. 3 minutes left to go. Cyber Academy still with a 1-0 lead, and we know how dangerous they are once they get a lead. Dark now will extend it by 2.
Beautiful look from Dark yet again. Tally, I mean, that's all you could ask for on a clear into the corner. The unfortunate matter there was your teammate was rotating back for boost at the exact same moment. So they couldn't get into position to send it away and get into a better spot to stop that shot from coming through.
And these goals that are coming from Cyber Academy, they're not like necessarily highlight reel
no, not at
goals. They're textbook. And it's not like, you know, mechanical prowess. It's no musty flicks, no flip resets. It's really Dark right now and their teammates just utilizing positioning. Their positioning has been flawless.
And that's exactly what you need to pull out a championship win against the competition. NC Cyber Academy might waterfall down, but no, it's a little bit too low towards the crossbar. There's a chance for a 1v1, and Momo is going to win it, but the bump comes out, and a dangerous position defensively from Dark, and Minty does get saved. I like the delay there from Minty as Dark went for the squishy save.
And that's how you got to do it. Again, you have one go high and one stay low, and then you have the complete coverage of the entire goal. And that's what you get from communicating and not double committing. Because instead of having 2 people go for the squishy save, now you cover the majority of the net and you get saves. And that is why Cyber Academy is so good on the defense.
Dark, I think, was hoping for the connection there, maybe baiting out a defender and waiting for their teammates to get in a better position for the follow-up, but still a miss nonetheless. It could have been a potential chance for a 50-50 challenge for a finish, but there's a challenge from Landon. The improvement we have seen from Landon throughout this tournament has been immaculate.
Look at the heat that came in on this. They were already moving. They were already coming in. But at the same time, I mean, the tee up from Minty.
Beautiful.
You know, like, you can see it coming because of, like, the play that had previously happened. Like, I saw that coming. Because, again, Minty just, like, perfect toss up to get that goal to go. And now Cyber Academy is going to enjoy a comfortable 3-goal cushion.
Minty a little bit too overextended on that play, so really couldn't stop their momentum enough to get in position for the challenge. An odd spot. Minty faked out by the play, and that is going to be a goal for Momo. Unfortunate for the defense, the mind games work out for A&T STEM.
There we go. We take those 100%. I mean, a goal is a goal is a goal, and that one is as good as any. 1 minute and 11 seconds left to go. A&T, they're back in this thing.
As you mentioned, not much time remaining in this game 4. NC Cyber Academy looking to put it on championship point. Minty with the touch. No follow-up in sight, though, from Dark. A little bit too delayed. Didn't want to overextend, but that's the time to do it.
Now a good pass out towards the mid, which is something that has been lacking from A&T, are those passes. And now they get one goal. They start to feel a little bit better, and they start getting more shots and more goals as a result. A beautiful pass from Average Curse and a great finish coming from Momo in order to get the second goal here, now putting themselves within one of equalizing against NCCA.
Less than 20 seconds later, goals back-to-back from Momo. A rally of epic proportions for A&T STEM Early College, but will it prove to be enough? I talked about the uneven footing that NC Cyber Academy found themselves on going into Game 4 after the technical pause, delaying the start a little bit longer than normal for this game. Well, usually it takes them a bit to get warmed up, and they got to really turn the heat on in the kitchen, or else they got to get out. They can't handle it. 24 seconds on the clock. Dark with the musty to try and take this away. A demo, huge onto Average Curse. But will it be enough to keep this pressure going?
I mean, there's only just over 10 seconds left to go. If you're going to make a play happen, it has to be now. As you can see, Dark is going to be going up high, trying to take control. They played the off-speed touch to maintain possession, and they are running the final second off of this clock. The clock hits 0, the ball hits the dirt, and Cyber Academy are now only one game away from being your Greensboro regional champions.
Can they do it? Can they claim the $2,400, the state championship spot from the Greensboro regional? Or will A&T STEM Early College bounce back, get the first goal for the first time since Game 1, and rally from that? We got to see Tally, we got to see Curse, and Momo all come together in tandem to take down NC Cyber Academy. It's not just Dark. It's Landon and Minty doing everything necessary, and look at those shots.
You know what? I was actually about to comment on that exact point you made. You're looking at the score count, and you mentioned Dark. Dark is the MVP there, the top scorer, for sure, right? But you also have to mention Landon and Minty. Why? Because every single player on their team has the equal amount of goal participation. Every single one of their players, all three of them, have the same amount of goal participation because all three of them are working in unison. They are rotating, they are communicating, and everybody is getting involved on every play. Nobody is outshining the other. They are working as a team, and that right there is the makings of a championship squad.
Well, will this be the final championship point for NC Cyber Academy versus their opponents in A&T STEM Early College? Or will this match continue further on and give the first 2-game loss to NC Cyber Academy? The entire regular season and the conference playoffs, they have not lost more than an individual game in a series.
Well, let's see if it will be here and now. Match point for Cyber Academy. A&T have to figure a way to strike back as we are well and underway here into Game 5. Our first Game 5 of the day. Psionics be praised, we finally made it.
Game 5 Champions Field, not exactly where we expected it to happen, but it happens nonetheless between these two teams. Average Curse, relatively silent throughout the day today in this semifinal and grand final that we're witnessing now. Need more from where that came from with the pressure, and Tally. A huge setup from Momo for Tally on the finish. This is exactly what they needed to get started on the right foot.
Absolutely. Now, you know me. Normally, I'm against the full send. But in the case of A&T, I feel like that's where they play well. They play well at full send. It doesn't work for nobody else, I will say.
Just them.
I don't recommend it to any other team in Rocket League to go full send. But A&T, this might be where you thrive at.
Thriving they are doing, but that is a great read from Dark. A huge setup by their teammate and Minty. Perfect positioning.
My goodness, that's the give and go right there. That's the play.
He almost scored it.
You got Dark running into the corner, and then they just move a little bit forward, and then Minty comes in to get the ball to meet Dark right there in the mid. Great play, tied up right at 4 minutes, 1-1.
10 seconds after A&T STEM Early College. We're enjoying their 1-goal lead, ripped away from them in mere moments. And now back to even Stevens between them as we start at the beginning of a Game 5. NC Cyber Academy, again, championship point. Just need one more game, win under their belts to move on to the state finals, and there's another goal. And that could be the last one they need if things continue this way.
The confidence from Cyber Academy right now is absolutely insane. They are diving at plays now. They are not giving A&T any room to breathe because they know if they give A&T any momentum, it's going to be a full comeback. It's going to be a full swing. So now they are just putting their hands up, metaphorically, to every single shot, every single play, and they are forcing the issue. They are pushing forward, and they are not hesitating on any play.
And you can't hesitate in the grand finals of any tournament. Because if you do, the other team, like a shark, will smell blood in the water and attack as quickly as they can at a moment's notice. That's exactly what we saw happen for NC Cyber Academy after that first goal by A&T STEM. But again, still a 1-goal differential, still anybody's game and series, even with the odds against A&T STEM.
Now out towards the side, an unfortunate touch. A&T puts it in front of their own net. Landon doesn't get the touch, but that tactical whip could have made an opening, and that ball was just kind of running free. It was a loose ball in front of the A&T net for a little bit there.
Musty into the challenge from the Dark to just try and keep the momentum going on offense as long as they can. Dwindle down the seconds on the clock. Hold on to this lead as much as possible for NC Cyber Academy, but even then, A&T STEM Early College have it in them to pull back the veil and pull off a tying goal. But a great save at that, an opportunity for Landon to get another one on the ticker. But it won't be enough for them just yet to have a confident lead.
And my goodness, A&T getting closer and closer to finding a goal here, finding the equalizer. But again, somehow, some way, these last-second saves keep coming out for Cyber Academy, and they constantly manage to find an answer when you think there is none.
That bounce not really favoring A&T STEM Early College too much, as there's a perfect center for NC Cyber Academy. But as the announcer always says, what a play defensively for A&T STEM. Really stepping up to the plate where defense wasn't their strong suit in the second and third games, changing things up a bit, but Dark also with the delay. The demo was huge, crucial for them to take them out of the play.
Yeah, I was thinking that one was going to be a goal for a second there.
Felt
now,
like it.
You got Momo, big opportunity. You got two players v1, and
How?
they opt out for the solo play. They didn't go for the pass. And again, it's a 50-50 chance either way, but if you're in a 2v1 scenario, I feel like you've got to take advantage of it.
Have to be selfless in these moments. Can't afford to be selfish at all when it comes to getting that tying goal. Have to work as a team, and that's what we've seen from NC Cyber Academy thus far. And A&T STEM, when they got their first game win all the way at the beginning of the series, that's exactly what we saw from them. But not much time remaining now. Still chances for A&T STEM to tie things up, forced an OT at least in the grand finals. But it's here and now for either team to make their names known throughout this series.
Well, here we go. 40 seconds remaining.
Oh no!
Big touch by Minty off
Huge
the
deflection.
corner. Nearly going in, and luckily for A&T, the recovery was there. But look, they still aren't giving up. NC Cyber Academy find their third with a 2-goal lead and only 31 seconds left to go.
Not much time remaining for NC Cyber Academy to have a victory lap, but A&T STEM Early College have it in them to pull it back from the brink. Plenty of time for 2 goals to come out, but they need a kickoff opportunity here and now.
They definitely do. I mean, they got to get a goal. I mean, they're running out of time. Only 20 seconds remaining. Average Curse goes up high, does get the touch. It gets cleared out back all the way to the other side of the pitch. And here comes Momo with an uncharacteristic missed touch there. You don't see that often from Momo.
You don't see that often, unfortunately, but what we do see often is NC Cyber Academy in the lead with not much time remaining. Time ticking down, almost the last second goal, but that is the last seconds for this final, for the regional for Rocket League, as NC Cyber Academy will book their tickets to the state finals, winning the independent conference, now winning the Greensboro regional for VESL.
And there you have it, well deserved. I mean, my goodness, they came in and played one heck of a game, and it was such a well-rounded performance from all of them. I mean, you're looking at Dark right now, shooting 3 for 7, such a good shooting percentage. And now, not only that, but you have Minty coming in with 2 of the assists of that hat trick. And not to mention, they were also getting their shots in, and then all 3 of them are equal on the saves, but also got to give it up to Dark for getting those 3 extra demos as well.
Huge performance from them, and what I wanted to point out too with that scoreline, that's exactly what we saw from Momo before against them in game 1.
crazy to see how things are going for this anti-STEM early college and how they were trying their best throughout that series. They got that first game. They had the momentum from their series, but it just did not prove to be enough. Gave it their all, had the pressure, had the saves from Momo. Tally did everything they could. Average Curse maybe didn't seem like it was their series, but even with that, kept up the pressure against this NC Cyber Academy team. The flowers and credit where it is due. NC Cyber Academy, $2,400 throughout this tournament specifically. $300 from winning their individual conference final as well. Almost $3,000 to their team. And now a ticket to the state finals on the 31st of May and 1st of June in Raleigh. That's going to be an amazing time to see how they performed there, but still, now we got to see how things are going. We have a player interview going on here, and I'm sorry I got to ask for doing this one as the independent conference director to do the interview itself for the player here.
No, you got it. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and bring them on now. Come on in.
There we go. How's it going? Can you give us your gamer tag and also how you felt about this series?
NCCA Landon had to change it due to some technical issues, but it doesn't matter in the end. And honestly, like, I just leave it up to teamwork. Honestly, like, the communication, it was on point when we got scored on. We didn't let it get to us. We just laughed it off most of the time, and we just kept up the positivity. And in the end, it works.
That was crazy to see the improvement from not just you, but also the entire team throughout the tournament today. What was the adjustments you guys made after that first game in the first series to really make the drive all the way into these grand finals wins?
Well, obviously, Dark's the star of the team. Like, he kind of carries us most of the time. But
yeah.
Like, he complained a lot about last season because last season he didn't. Well, I mean, I'm not going to say his teammates were bad, but kind of hard to keep up with him. You know, he's an SSL. But that we used that pressure as motivation to just play faster, play better. We grinded custom trainings, got shots down that we wouldn't normally be able to get down, and it just picked up our pace to help keep up with them.
So I was going to mention that as well. You guys had Mittens as your coach throughout the season. How do you feel like his coaching style helped you get the win today?
Mittens is a great coach, man. He helps focus on me and Minty's training and stuff so that we would be able to keep up the pace. And oftentimes, like, even when we would lose, he would just – He really instilled that mentality to just keep up the positivity, don't let it get you down, and just use it as a driving force to do better.
So now with states on the horizon, looking at the competition that's out there, we'll get some more updates on exactly which teams will potentially be joining you. Are you thinking you're going to go all the way and take the state championship?
Oh, I mean, I can't guarantee anything, but we're going to sure try.
That's exactly what we want to hear. Any final shout-outs from you before we send things away to a break, and congrats again on the victory.
Well, I mean, obviously, shout-out to Minty, shout-out to Dart, and, I mean, big shout-out to Mittens, really, but just shout-out to everyone who was able to make it here today and make all this happen.
Well, thank you for participating in the tournament. Great job throughout the tournament, and thank you all for watching. We'll be back with the NBA 2K Finals right after this. Or actually, we have one more interview. Sorry. We're good. We're good. We're doing this live. That's how LANs work. Okay, well, welcome back on to the broadcast. Another NCCA player. Again, as I said before, with your teammate, gamer tag, and how you felt about the series.
What's up, everybody? My name's YMG Minty. You would have saw me in the games. Honestly, these games were awesome, man. Thanks to my teammates Stark and Landy out there. They were going crazy. Shout out to Minutes, too, man. He's such a great coach, honestly. I used to be Plat 3, and now I play around Diamond 3 at the Champ 1 server, so honestly,
there we
shout
go.
out to him. He's a crazy coach, man.
So let's talk about that series specifically. After the first game, it seemed like maybe a bit of a warm-up period for you guys since you had to wait a little bit for that matchup. Is that how the mentality was? You just brush it off and get into the next one and continue from there?
Yes, honestly, we kind of struggled at first because, honestly, me and my teammate Dark, we have better monitors. But we built the practice. We didn't struggle with it at all. So apparently after our first game, we felt confident. So we just said, you know what, let's just go with it because, you know, we got it in the bag.
And I noticed the passing plays from you guys that changed since the first game of the day and throughout some of the competition in the regular season. Was that a focus for you all during the regular season coming into these regionals?
Honestly, yeah, it was a very big focus. We knew if we were to like come to regionals, we know it would be a big hit on the team. We know that we had to like push past our limits and all that. So we took it. We had at least maybe 2-to-1 coaching sessions at least once a week. They were about maybe like I would say maybe 2 to 3 hours. So it was crazy. But all that practice, thanks to Minutes, was worth it because now we're going on to the finals. And I thank him so much for that.
Well, congrats to you guys for getting that victory during the championship matchup here in the regional. Any final thoughts and words you have for any future opponents you'll be facing at the state finals?
Yes, I just want to say good luck out there. I hope you guys play your best. And thanks for everybody coming today. And everybody have a good night and everything, and we'll see you guys at finals.
Well, thanks again for joining us and competing at the Greensboro Regional. Again, this time for real, we'll be taking a break and be back with those Greensboro NBA 2K finals. found our X, and we also found the bracket here.
There's an X on the floor that we have to stand on.
But we found the finals bracket after all the action today for Rocket League. So let's take a look at that and see how things progress throughout the day of competition. We started off with esports versus esports legends, a great series at that. Fortunately for esports legends, they fell a little lacking in that series. Did take a game, but not the series, as esports progressed to the semifinals. After that, West Forsyth versus Surrey Early College. Surrey Early College, we were thinking they were an early contender to make it all the way to the grand finals, but then we saw the other sides of the bracket. NCCA versus East Lincoln. NCCA, after losing their first game, were looking pretty confident after that. And then also STEM Early College dominated West Guilford High, and then also Surrey Early College in their semifinal to make it to face off against NCCA after their own sweep. And that final, not a sweep. We did get 5 games finally, but it was a best of 7. And NCCA, after that first game, were able to rally behind, feel confident as they were talking about the practice, the training that they were putting through with their coach, and also the synergy to keep up with the highest ranked player in Dark in their team. Made it that much easier for them to play synergistically throughout that tournament, and that's what eventually gave them the win and made it so that they can move on to the state finals and represent the independent conference.
Yep, and now that has been dealt with, Rocket League is in the books. We have our Greensboro regional champions, but now it's time to take a look at 2K to see who will be competing to be the Greensboro regional champions of NBA 2K. So let's take a look at the bracket and see how we got here. Of course, it was West Forsyth to come out on top over West Lincoln, and after that, we had Roxborough taking on Kearns Academy. Kearns Academy.
That was a really close series, too. I mean, 2-point differences for all of those games. And Northeast Guilford, they looked really strong against NCCA. Winston-Salem Prep got the 4th win over Carver High. And Northeast Guilford and Roxborough, they both won the conference playoffs here on the LAN environment. They've been warming up throughout the day. Well, now they're facing off against each other in the best of 3 grand finals. Only the best can win, but guaranteed at least $600 for their team if they go down.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm noticing right now that I'm going to be looking at here is that between Roxborough and Northeast Guilford, Roxborough has given up a loss.
That's true.
But Northeast has not.
Has not dropped a single game. That's the thing to think about here for this series for Northeast Guilford. They are a dominating presence. They haven't really struggled too much against the teams that they have been facing off against. So we'll see exactly how things are going to go in this grand final. Again, they'll be changing their roster throughout the day based on the team that is available to them. Roxborough, I believe, has 3 players. We'll get an update on how many Northeast Guilford has specifically there. But they'd have 1 player. So, again, we'll have to change their team throughout each game to be different than one that they have played before because of them only having that 1 player. So we'll get into this game as quickly as we can, but it looks like the LA Clippers and Cleveland Cavaliers will be the 2 rosters represented here in this matchup. And it's going to be a good one because this will be our first full series of NBA 2K we'll be able to go through today.
Yeah, and I'm really anticipating getting into this one because, again, we haven't gotten to see a full-length match in our 2K event until right now here in the grand finals. So, again, going to be looking forward to see how this one plays out. And already you can see big plays being made by Roxborough.
Zubak's always going to be using that height to their advantage as a player and just so good when it comes to working inside the paint, and that's what we like to see from that kind of a player on this roster of the LA Clippers. And Roxborough, again, coming out with the win here. Had to go through the most matches today. They played a semifinal, then a final, and then also the quarterfinals into the semifinals, and then also into the finals here now. So they've been playing all day long, trying to make sure they can get the win and make it all the way. But Cleveland looking pretty confident with that 2-pointer as well. Just a little alley-oop getting it in.
Yeah, a lot of fast breaks happening so far. Meanwhile, looking for the pick and roll here as it passes right back to Harden, trying to get some crossovers going. And now a big open lane here. They're going to have to pass out, but that one gets batted away, and it's going to go out of bounds.
Paul George not really in position for that one, unfortunately, to get that away. So James Harden had to send that into an odd position, but instead does go batted away, as you mentioned, by the other team. So that will maintain possession of the ball. A really odd spot there, and will be recovered by the side of the LA Clippers. So Roxborough trying their best to see what they can do here. Kawhi Leonard on the other end looking for any opportunities.
There is the Cavaliers, the Cavaliers in white, the LA Clippers in blue this time.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, right now, Roxborough, they were able to take an early lead, but one thing that I'm noticing is that they love to dive on the ball. Doesn't matter what the scenario is, they love going in, and matter of fact, they dive straight for the hoop this time, and they get a foul because of it. Going to the foul line, here comes Harden, misses the first one, unfortunately, is able to drill the second, so that is going to be a 1-point game for the Clippers.
That's such an interesting factor of NBA 2K2, like the rumble on the screen, too, just based on, like, the crowd that's around you as well, seeing how that's going. But that was a nice two-pointer from the Cleveland Cavaliers for Northeast Guilford to get back on the board and in the lead yet again. Trying to see what man can do this time. Kawhi Leonard having possession of the ball, still plenty of time on the shot clock, looking for something, but still.
I mean, regardless, we'll take those fouls any day of the week. Those are free points right there. And if you don't take advantage, those can really make or break teams. So, again, taking a trip to the foul line is a win every single time. As here comes Paul George to put that one down.
So the Cleveland Cavaliers, I've been told, are actually Roxborough. On the other side is Northeast Guilford for the LA Clippers. So we'll get that corrected as quickly as we can. Nonetheless, we'll just talk about the teams themselves till we get that corrected as Cleveland Cavaliers ties it up yet again. Cavs looking pretty strong. Talk about that field goal percentage we saw there. 80% shooting, 4 out of 5 from what we've seen. Pretty decent between these two squads. And a good pass forward, plenty of room to work with, and there goes the dunk.
Yeah, surprised they didn't bring the goal down on that one. I mean, they were wide open on that one. As now you can see possession is going to be going the other way. Westbrook looking to find a goal, but hold on. Paul George from 3 sends it home and takes the lead for the Clippers.
Nice one for the LA Clippers, getting that there as well. So LA Clippers for Northeast Guilford still holding on to this lead as best they can. Neck and neck still between these two in the first quarter with time ticking down. And so is the shot clock for the Cleveland Cavaliers. They're looking for an opportunity. Roxborough having a chance. Only 10 seconds to go, though. Looking for a three-pointer potential. Might be a dunk instead or just a simple two-pointer. They're on fire right now.
Hey, if you're Roxborough, you take those because now you got yourself a 1-point lead. And, again, that is a big center you got right there. It's going to be hard to block those, even if it's not a dunk. Meanwhile, here comes Westbrook coming from Northeast Guilford as they will once again take the 1-point lead.
More points for Westbrook in NBA 2K than we saw in the playoffs. Either way, we're seeing Cleveland Cavaliers doing everything that they can to make sure they bounce back from that 1-point deficit. Almost a dangerous deflection off the side, but that'll be an easy two-pointer for Garland that time.
I mean, we take those for sure, but how does that pass, like, it hits the hands and still goes up? Coach always told me if the pass hits your hands, you're supposed to catch it.
Well, they're catching these hands on both ends of the court this time because it's going back and forth every single moment. Not as much defense as you would want. I'm expecting this to be a higher scoring game than what we've witnessed before in the NBA 2K playoffs here for the regionals themselves. Nonetheless, though, a good transition. Now we see Powell doing the best that they can to Paul George, trying to see what they can do in the paint, but they are getting pushed out of it. Right back to Russell Westbrook for Northeast Guilford, looking to maintain this lead as quickly as they can, and there's another two-pointer for them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're not going to stop that. That's classic Russell Westbrook. They're going to take that one to the crib every single time. If they can get that good pick and roll, I mean, it's pretty much all but over. But now you can see Allen going to be raining that one down to put themselves within 1 point of equalizing against Northeast Guilford.
It's been so close between these two and time ticking down, and the LA Clippers are just really holding on to the ball, putting a final shot. Oh, they can't get the buzzer beater that time, but it will be the LA Clippers holding on to the 1-point lead. Northeast Guilford, the ones on the Clippers side there. Cavaliers, Roxborough representing them at this time. Let them know. Well, we'll have to let you all know that this has been a pretty amazing event so far for the Greensboro Regionals. I mean, Rocket League we just finished up. This is the grand finals for the NBA 2K portion of these regionals as well. Whoever wins this series is going to be moving on to states.
Yeah, and now we can see we are getting ready to head into the second quarter. And again, we have to take a look at how they are going to approach going into the second quarter. Again, this is where you can make some adjustments. You could still pause, change your options, so to speak, but this is where you really change your play style. You got to take a look on how you are going to really come together as a team and try and find openings. Now that the first quarter is gone, you kind of got a taste of what to expect from the opposition. Now is the time to try and find an opening, try and find the Achilles heel of your opponent.
And you can really see the adjustments that are being made there. We can't talk about them too much just so that the players don't get an unfair advantage about that specifically due to the point of view that we are seeing here. But still, the Cavaliers for Roxborough, we got it corrected this time. looking for any option off of the three-point line. Really holding on to it, trying to get the shot clock down, and there is Garland on fire, putting the shot up slightly early, unfortunately, on the release of the button. But it's nice that we get to see that, depending on exactly what went wrong with their shots when it comes down to putting the shots onto the net at that time as well.
I really don't understand how that missed. I mean, it was slightly early, but at the same time, they were on fire. And the release wasn't perfect, but still, though, I've seen shots with horrible release.
No, it wasn't. Oh, my goodness. LA Clippers.
Shots still go in.
Wow.
Oh, they're still on fire, though.
I was expecting that to be a shot clock violation. It was down to the wire. They somehow were in the air at the perfect time, and another dunk coming through. This is still 1 point difference. We need a three-pointer from Roxborough if they want a chance to really come back here, but they don't have possession of the ball as it switches sides every time during each quarter, and a good pickup. Unfortunately, James Harden dropping the ball that time.
Yeah, honestly, Harden has been getting a lot of fouls this game. Like, they've been getting fouled consistently, but that's exactly what I expect.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, but the thing is Harden is supposed to make those free throws. So far, they've made a conversion for 2, but one of them was only a 1-pointer. Now there's going to be another 2-pointer going for the side of Roxborough, as they do manage to take now a 3-point lead. But here comes the follow-up, and now Northeast Guilford will come away with a 2-pointer.
Crazy to see how the Cavaliers were able to really come back there that time, and now we're seeing Northeast Guilford on the Clippers doing what they can, but again, I believe that was a bit of a foul, so they'll be giving it back to the Clippers onto the sideline. James Harden going up for it into the paint, seeing if he's going to be contested whatsoever. Baits him out for a second with the pass to Paul George on the three-point line. Spin move a little bit. Not much time remaining on the shot clock. Kawhi Leonard has a chance here, but they aren't really being given too much space. And a good denial there. Dunked it right over top of him.
Oh, absolutely. What a denial there, and a good block at that. But still, possession is going to remain into the favor of Roxborough as they're able to dish it out, go for the catch and throw, and that one's going to rim out.
What
but
a
rebound coming from the Clippers as they are nearly able to convert, but no, it will be denied.
Oh, the Clippers now having possession, or not the Clippers, excuse me, Cavaliers have possession there, and they finally have their first lead since we started tuning in to this game. So Roxborough doing the best that they can in this game, but they have possession to the other team, and we'll see exactly what's going on here.
Yep, that is going to be possession once again going the way of Guilford. And a foul. Okay, we take those. I mean, we'll take the foul every single time. I don't think you're not hurting anyone's feelings by getting the foul.
Yeah, I'm glad we got the names corrected out too, though. Northeast Guilford on the Clippers, Roxborough on the Cavaliers, for those that are wondering out there, as we are seeing Cavaliers with their first lead here. Oh, and the foul coming out. We'll see if it's an offensive one there, and it will be an offensive foul going the other direction.
Yeah, here comes Harden now, taking possession, making their way back up to the court, looking for the pick and roll, wide open three. Harden takes those. To be continued. I don't think they made it.
No, they did not. You don't see the point change whatsoever. The ball hitting the back of the player on the Clippers. Cavaliers looking for that 2-pointer. They do get just that. Now with a 3-point lead, but again, 3-point lead not really enough to cement yourself as a victor in this game. Need a lot more than that.
Well, here we go. Harden again looking for that pick and roll. Not able to take advantage of the last open opportunity that they had, playing isolated here. Once again looking for the pick. They're trying to go towards the outside. Going to fake the pass. Nearly losing possession as they're not able to convert, but they get the rebound. And now here comes the shot from three-point land, and it is good.
That is beautiful. Tying things up was Northeast Guilford. But the transition down to the other side of the court for the shot for the 2-pointer will go through right off the box. A beautiful look there. The Clippers players, of course, probably having the same look as the person playing them as well. But the unfortunate foul doesn't go through, so they'll have to go for another opportunity once they get this away from the LA Clippers, jumping a little bit too early in the paint.
Yeah, I mean, they're being really aggressive in the paint, and I don't blame them. Going up, gets the hand up there, but it's not going to be good.
Nice
and
rebound.
You got to give credit to Guilford here, getting a lot of offensive rebounds, actually.
Those rebounds are going to be so crucial moving forward, but with 4 seconds left in the shot clock, they have to put something up here and now. There was a change being made to the roster. I think they knew something was going down there, so we'll get that cleaned up in a second. It will be a Clippers timeout.
Shirt cannon.
I like how they have that as like a thing in the game itself, and they have like cheerleaders and stuff going on, the mascots and everything as well. I mean, tried to be as good as it can be to have an homage to the actual game of basketball in the NBA.
Oh, absolutely. And now you can see 1:20 still remaining here before halftime. As you can see, this is a Clippers timeout as they try and find a way in order to equalize. Only down 2 points, which is not that bad considering that they have been down by at least 3. But now, because we have seen Roxborough not able to convert on the last 3-point play,
Ooh.
we now have ourselves a tie ball game.
Those changes were huge for Northeast Guilford during that Clippers timeout, and that's exactly what they needed for the three-pointer. There's been a lot of plays in the paint with these two-pointers, and there we go already from the Cavaliers. Roxborough giving it their all. Good touches as well and passes, from LA Clippers. Some blocks coming forward, but just can't really do enough there to stop the shot from coming through, and I think they also got a foul on them.
Yeah, I think that was an and one, trying to go for the three-point play. Here they go, not able to convert, and that's the third time we've seen those three-point plays not capitalized on. And I got to tell you, if you're the coach, you got to be a little disappointed. Those are free points.
Woo. That's got to feel good for the Clippers, though. Cavaliers, Oh, the C teams. But the Cavaliers feeling pretty confident with that dunk they were able to put on Paul George with possession of the ball this time. Moving up into the paint. Spin move for a second. Try to delay. Good pass back to Russell Westbrook, who seems to be working out pretty well for Northeast Guilford. Shot comes out from beyond the three-point line, and there they go, getting the lead yet again for Northeast Guilford.
And I got to tell you, I love how close these games have been. We've been tuning into 2K time and time again, and we have gotten some close matches. But it's like really thrilling and really satisfying to see that the close matches are now consistent, and that might be another 3-point possible play. No, this one's going to go the other way.
That it will. Unfortunately, not going to work out in the favor of the Clippers that time, but there is a chance for the Cavs to do some magic here. Big thing is they haven't really been able to get too many three-point plays. Instead, a lot of two-pointers that they've been relying on, and no rebound there. They desperately needed that, especially down by 3 points with only 5 seconds remaining. A good block, a good turnover as well. They give a chance for at least a shot to come through at the last second, but it's not going to happen, and it will be Northeast Guilford still holding on to the lead at halftime.
Yep, here we go already going into the second half. And still insanely close. It's literally been back and forth the entire time. If it's not by a 2-point gap, it's by a 3-point gap. There's even been a 1-point gap at a point in time. So the tug of war is really going down here between Guilford and Roxborough, and that's exactly what my expectations are going into the grand finals.
Smart to do a timeout right afterwards, too, from the Cavaliers, just so they can change things up exactly for what roster they want going into this second half. And if something doesn't seem to be working for them, well, they need some more offensive shots happening from outside the three-point line. I know a lot of the plays that have been going on with that man-to-man coverage in the paint between both these two teams, but the blocking power of the Cavaliers hasn't been as strong as it could be, as the Clippers really have that height advantage.
Yep, that they do. And now, still, it is the Clippers with the 3-point lead. And that's exactly how you want to start at the second half. But possession is going to go the way of Roxborough as they're able to dish it out. Looking for the pass.
Ooh.
Completely blocked by Harden, of all people. I really don't expect Harden to play a lot of defense, to be honest.
Not at all, but he's been doing pretty decent in the playoffs recently. Nonetheless, though.
Yeah, when someone else is Harden,
here.
someone else has to be Harden for Harden to play defense.
That is so true. Still, the dunk comes through. The point lead strengthens for Northeast Guilford. We do see another two-pointer again in the paint for the Cavs for Roxborough, but they need a three-pointer at some point to be able to get this within reach, within their grasp. They haven't had really that strong of a lead against their opponents. Northeast Guilford has had the longest leads in this specific first game of this grand final.
Yep, trying to drive up the paint now. Harden from the three-point line. They're going to drive in. They do have an opening there into the corner.
No one's there.
Big three-point shot, and it will go.
The speed at which the player on Northeast Guilford can really change up their roster and know exactly when they need to go for these challenges is what's really been made them be undefeated throughout the competition today. And another 2-point play for the Cavs seems to be their bread and butter, but again, not proving to be enough against this LA Clippers roster. I mean, they have such good talent on the team too. It's a really tough roster to play against in that first game of a best of 3, but if Northeast Guilford, again, do get this win, they can't play the Clippers for the rest of the series.
I mean, go ahead and pull it with Zubac, just for fun. Pull it with Zubac. Just let him try.
Well, he's going to try here, and now he's going to get the dunk every day of the week. 5-point difference, the largest lead we have seen so far in this first game. We still have plenty of time to go in the third quarter.
Yeah, now looking for the drive wide open. Allen just going to put that one right on in. I mean, they barely have to jump. It doesn't even look like they jump when they –
That was the Allen oop.
Yeah, it really just looks like they get on their tippy toes and drop the ball in the net.
That's typically what happens here. James Hardendale, no need to get on their tippy toes. They're going to jump straight up for the dunk. And such a large lead for Northeast Guilford yet again. Points not really going their favor, but also possession. They should have gotten control of it, but they gave it up already with another turnover to their opponents. James Harden is trying to bait out the defense. See a screen being put up by Northeast Wern, Kawhi Leonard specifically. And, man, has possession. Is going to be blocked that time, a beautiful one. But the rebounds you were talking about are so crucial for this Northeast Guilford roster. Every time they're getting these rebounds.
Not just the rebounds, but the recovery. That ball was not loose. That's a turnover. But for some reason, Northeast Guilford, they're just converting on a lot of these offensive rebounds and the turnovers.
Yet again, though, we do see the dunk consistently coming out for the Cavs. These transition plays have been good for them, but we do need some better blocking from the squad, and you're not going to be able to block Zubak whatsoever on that play.
Yep, Zubak is a big old boy. Is now it will be Roxborough take possession, and again, Allen. I mean, it's all about the centers right now.
It really is. They are the focus of the game, the bread and butter for both these teams. James Harden doing everything that they can, passing it off, and seeing what they can do for Kawhi Leonard that time.
I'm surprised Kawhi hasn't been getting more action in, honestly. Like, Kawhi Leonard is, again, a great player. I mean, of course, like, Harden is going to slam it down. Yeah, sure. But, again, you're utilizing one tool specifically. And not to say that, you haven't been passing the ball to Zubak, but I just feel like, you have Kawhi there and you're not utilizing.
Maybe they don't really need to utilize them. I mean, they have a 7-point lead. The way that they're
True.
feeling confident with James Harden, he's on fire right now too, so it's a lot of potential. But the great pass over to Paul George to get that one through, and a beautiful touch. So a perfect timing, I would say, for that timeout for the Cavs. I mean, they have so many remaining, but it's really going to come down to a difficult situation once we get to that fourth quarter with all those timeouts remaining for the Clippers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they have been holding on to him. But with that being said, like you had mentioned earlier, maybe those timeouts that were used by the Cavaliers were necessary. I mean, we're going now into, well, not just yet going into the fourth quarter. Again, this is a Cavaliers timeout, but we're right around the corner from that fourth quarter. So now I guess you want to make those adjustments that you need now before you get into that final stretch.
And if you notice there as well, as we were looking at it, 0 3-pointers for the Cavs. That is something they need to work on here and now in these remaining minutes of the third quarter and the fourth quarter as well. If they can get the 3-point shooting going down, that might be exactly what they need. But, again, when it comes to NBA 2K, 3-pointers are pretty hard to pull off consistently. 66% that we saw from the other team, that's pretty insane from West Guilford and why they have been able to have this strong of a lead.
Yeah, now you have to really look at the side of Cleveland, and you got to wonder who's going to be the one to take those 3-point shots. And honestly, maybe it's just the guarding is too good on those players. Meanwhile, Cleveland taking possession, looking for an opening here, not going to be able to get a lot of space. And more often than not, it's been Allen that has been getting the majority of the goals, I feel like, for the side of Cleveland.
Ooh. Plumlee, substitution coming in here, does get the foul, so we will go back to the free throw line, as we get 2 points for the Cavs. Probably about what they were going to get, so I'd say I respect it. Makes sense. They weren't really feeling confident with the 3-pointers, so might as well force the foul when you can in those situations. But Brown is going to put that one through. Another one for the Clippers, and they are feeling unstoppable, almost a 10-point lead.
Yeah, I think they need to take a little bit more time when passing because that's the second turnover that we have seen coming from, the out-of-bounds line. And they're, like, literally just handing the ball back over to the side of Guilford. And they're going to make the most of it. I mean, they got a 9-point lead now from what was once only a 1-point game.
That was a 1-point game for such a long time, too. Well, now it's even stronger lead at that. Make it 12. Biggest deficit we have seen Roxborough face so far in this competition. So they'll definitely have to turn things up a notch in this fourth quarter. Still have some time to at least get something going, but they got to focus on working on their three-pointers. Just focusing on the 2-point conversions that we've been seeing haven't really been enough for them. Yes, they're feeling confident. They're feeling consistent with that. But they're down by 10 points. You need those 3-pointers for a chance to come back.
And, I mean, there's just so many threats coming from the Clippers from 3-point range. I mean, you got Harden, you got Westbrook, and not only that, but you got Paul George. And, all of those players can convert 3-pointers. So, again, you're going to have to find some competition in order to match that.
There's nice passes happening here to Russell Westbrook, With Man going for an opportunity. A good pass off the three-point line. Almost going through slightly early. But, again, as I mentioned there, the defense not as strong as it could be for the Cavs. So, going into the fourth quarter, Northeast Guilford feeling very confident in this game to take at least game number 1 of this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, I mean, considering that for the majority of the match, we were seeing like 1 to 3 point difference between the two. Now you got 12, and we're in the last quarter of play. So right now, this is the best that we have seen Guilford look from jump, and they're already going to get some free throws on the board. Here comes Harden from the free throw line, drills the first.
So quickly into this one, strengthening the lead yet again to 12 from what we have seen. Seems insurmountable. Cavaliers, I mean, what do they really got to do to change things up other than, hitting those three-pointers?
I mean, they're definitely going to have
another turnover.
Literally as I was getting ready to say it, they have got to avoid these turnovers. And again, it's a little bit of like careless passing. They're trying to pass too quickly, and they're passing into traffic.
And those passing plays are really what are messing them up here and now. So, got to see what Cavaliers can do to change their fate in this game.
Ooh.
That was clean if it went through, but unfortunately was exactly what they were wanting. The coverage really wasn't there from the other teams. They're just unlucky on that one, but still the Clippers are inevitable here. Like Thanos, it feels like, with this all-star roster that they have assembled during the past seasons. And still a good block, another steal and turnover again. And the Clippers just doing everything right to make sure that they can get this win in Game 1 for Northeast Guilford.
Yeah, and, right now we have been seeing Guilford really pop off, not just on the turnovers, but also at the rebound conversion has been insane underneath the goal. Again, I don't know if we're going to attribute that just to Zubac or just to Guilford as a team, but again, their offensive recovery just from the rebounds and loose balls have been amazing.
Well, you have a Cavs timeout yet again. I mean, you got to do what you can to try and change your fate and see if there is a chance for you to really get things going. But the Cavaliers, maybe not the best team they could have chosen going into this one for Game 1 of this best-of-3.
I didn't want to say it, but, I'm glad somebody
We were all
did.
thinking it.
Okay.
Not really much three-point potential, I think, is maybe the reason why they haven't gone for many three-point shots. But even then, if you're giving up all these turnovers to passing plays, might as well go for some three-pointers, even if it does give it up to the other team.
Yeah, I mean, we're really running out of time here in the fourth. And not only that, but the Cavaliers are pretty limited in terms of timeouts. I think they only got 3 left.
Yep.
And now, here we go again. The Cavs going to try and convert. But, again, the defense from the Clippers are just swarming right now.
And that defense is what's making it so difficult for the side of the Cavaliers to even have an option to go for a three-pointer. They have some time, but it was almost turned over there for a second. Time ticking down. They need to just go for a shot here. They have 1 second on the clock, and there it goes. Might have been a violation for a second, but it wasn't. Barely at the last second we're able to get that off, but instead we'll be going the other direction for the Clippers.
Yeah, take a look at this. I mean, that, Paul George could definitely drive in the paint. And here comes the conversion. Not going to be any good, as that one's going to get rebounded and will go the other way.
Nice one from Plumlee that time, but still we need to see a little bit more from them moving forward. And Okoro, a shot coming through, not going that time, but at least we get to see a three-point attempt from the Cavaliers, and we need more where that came from going into the next games.
Come on, let them pull it, Like, I just want to see it. I mean, you got what is it? What is the lead now? Like 11, like even more?
Too much.
Yeah, it's a lot to a little, right? So at that point, you can let
almost 20 points.
You can let the big man shoot a 3.
Might as well have fun with it as you're going into potentially the next game, but still time remaining to come back if you can hit some three-pointers or even just a two-pointer there, but no conversion that they were hoping for to get those 2 points. Some good looks from the other team that are hitting the quick times you need for all these button presses at the perfect moments, and that's the big thing here for the Clippers.
Yep, that it is. Now you got Allen, the big man, I guess trying to take point. Meanwhile, here comes the push from Levert in the paint. Don't spend too much time in there. Able to dish it out. Looking for an opening here. Goes up, but goes right into traffic. And the conversion and the turnover go the way of Guilford.
Northeast Guilford feel like they have like a mastery of the mechanics of this game, the way that they are performing. I mean, three-pointers, going for the dunks, the passing plays, but also the interceptions on a lot of these passes as well, and gets the steals. It's just been a perfect masterclass performance from them so far in this first game.
Ooh.
And, you know, we have 1-0 already there for Northeast Guilford. That's a reason.
Question for alley-oops. If it doesn't end in a dunk, is it still an alley-oop?
Yeah, it isn't.
It's not or is?
I don't think it is.
Okay, because, again, I feel like this is a philosophical question.
I don't think it is technically.
Because, again, I mean, the assist was there, and it was midair, right? It just didn't end in a dunk. Still.
Well, I guess, yeah, if it doesn't end in a dunk, but the assist is still there, I'd still count it as an
right,
alley-oop.
but it is thought-provoking.
Yeah, that is thought-provoking.
Well, time still winding down here against Roxborough as they look to try and make somewhat of a comeback here. But, again, they're down over 20 points as that one's going to get knocked out.
Kicked into the audience there.
That's a souvenir for a lucky fan.
Oh, gosh. It's always the funniest thing, too, whenever you, like, see the players. Well, it's not really funny for the players, but, you know, when you're watching it, when you see the players, like, fall into the audience out there just based on the plays that they're trying to make.
I'll be honest, like, if a ball gets, like, somehow knocked to me while I'm in the crowd, I'm just going to, like, turn and run. Like, you know, for me, me being from New Orleans, I'm at a Pelicans game, so the tickets were already cheap. So I could just, you know, forego that and just run away with the ball.
That's very fair. Well, 20-point deficit with a minute to go here in the fourth quarter. Basically a formality at this point for Roxborough versus Northeast Guilford. Really got to see how they're going to change things up, which team they're going to go for in the next one. And Northeast Guilford starting off strong with the LA Clippers, a great team that is out there, and we'll see who they choose after this.
Yeah, well, here we go. That's going to be from three-point lane, and still not a single conversion from the three-point line for Cleveland. Roxborough, again, they're trying for three-point range, but, again, I just don't think they have the roster for it. Meanwhile, you have so many threats on the side of Guilford from the Clippers that are more than capable from three-point range.
Some great looks for all the players on the LA Clippers. As far as it goes to shooting capability for this roster that they have on the court, and that's the biggest thing. I mean, Zubac's so much height. Just delayed it there for a second, too, just to get the dunk as well. An extra cherry on top for everything. Just go for some three-pointers. That's all I got to say
Yeah,
at this
might as
point
well.
in time.
I mean, you might as well go for some half-pointers, too. Why not? Like,
Have some fun with it. But
Yeah,
or
go.
just do some style points, and that was almost one. Unfortunately, as you can see, the coverage, so much coverage there, but it does force a foul. We do have a free-point throw. Excuse me. We'll see how they can go for it, but it's not going to connect with anything there.
Let Zubac pull it. You know, let him pull the three. I mean, you're running out of time here. There, pull it. Ah, you had it. And you let me down. You have broken mine and Zubac's heart. And all for that. You know, you might have had a closer shot with Zubac. You don't know. You didn't try.
Well, we still saw the win come out from the player from Northeast Guilford. Now they got to change up their team a little bit here in the next game. So the big question is, what is Roxborough going to do? Who is going to be on the roster representing that squad to try and tie things up and force it to a Game 3 for this finals? Northeast Guilford, since they have one player, if they win, all $2,400 to that one player.
Oh, my goodness. That
again,
like, my goodness. And it's got to feel good that you don't have to, like, you know, share that. Like, again, it might sound like a little greedy, but still, you know, you got to call facts for what they are. You know, you don't have to share the sugar, so to speak. You know, you get to keep all the bread. But with that being said, you know, that was a great first game coming from Northeast Guilford as they are able to put themselves onto grand finals point.
Yeah, it's a great matchup so far between these two teams. So we'll see what the Roxborough players will be able to do in this one. But still, some great looks from both of them. It really was so close until, I'd say, the end of the third quarter and the fourth there for a second as well.
Oh, absolutely. Now I'm wondering what the swap-up will be, if any. Because, again, you know, I'm thinking that they would switch off of Cleveland.
I wouldn't say with Cleveland.
I mean, I wouldn't either. That's why I'm saying that. But for all we know, that could be a comfort pick team. Maybe that's their bread and butter. So, I mean, we might not see a switch. It's possible.
Well, we are going to see a break real quick as we get things figured out for the players switching things up for their controls and everything for their team. So we'll be back after this with Game 2. game after that one, of course.
Which is 2.
Which is 2.
The game after 1 is, in fact, game 2. And now we got OKC taking on the Los Angeles Lakers. Now, I like this matchup a lot more.
It is a great matchup. Unfortunately, for any NBA playoff fans for this season, it's not one we're going to be seeing because the Lakers bowed out a little bit early in the quarterfinals there. But nonetheless, OKC looking as strong as they can.
It's always a good season when LeBron doesn't make it. I am an avid LeBron hater, by the way.
Oh, goodness.
And you know why? You know why I say that?
Why?
It's because their Space Jam movie was not that good.
You know, I didn't watch it, so I
Me
wouldn't know.
neither. But I know it's not as good as the original.
That is very fair. So still, we need to see what Roxborough could do to bounce back after the last game, picking up OKC. I mean, they're the #1 seed in the Western Conference for a reason. They have a really good roster and some great backing behind them. But the LA Lakers, with this Northeast Guilford player, I mean, I think any team they play with the performance we saw in that last game, they will be able to pop off and do well enough. So, again, 1 versus 3 pretty much throughout this series. How to see what Roxborough and Guilford can do. They'll switch the score there for a second, but OKC doing everything that they can to make sure they hold on to this 2-point lead.
Yeah, I'm sick of getting debated over here because I was nearly
Let's just
certain.
talk about the teams, and then we'll get the graphics correct on the side.
Okay, because I was already saying that, Guilford, they got the 1-0 lead in the series, their own finals point, and I need to make sure that is correct. I'm pretty sure
that is correct. Guilford got the win. We don't know which side is Guilford or Roxborough right now. I think that's a big thing.
Okay. Regardless, it's going to be the Thunder that is currently going to equalize after the Los Angeles Lakers managed to find their equalizer. And now, wow, that pull-up was brave. But it is good
what a beautiful
from
three-pointer.
OKC. My goodness.
So, LA Lakers is Northeast Guilford. They just moved the point to the wrong spot. I'm recognizing now Northeast Worm, that is Northeast Guilford. Worm is the player, so we're watching their POV here specifically as they play through things, I believe. Could be wrong on that, though. Nonetheless, though, OKC doing everything possible to keep this as an even game, but that was a really nice shot.
Yeah, that it was. OKC looking pretty strong here as that one's going to get hit out of bounds. And it's going to be a throw-in for the Lakers. Trying to find an opening here. And a lot of crowded defense coming from OKC. Going to the top of the key. And Vincent able to get the pass out. And it is going to be thrown down by Hashimura.
Great dunk from the Lakers.
Did I pronounce that right?
You did indeed. Hashimura.
Okay.
Now we got to see what OKC can do this time for Roxborough. They kept it so close in that last game with their first player, but now they have the second player on the roster. Time ticking down, almost at the three-point line, but I believe that was only a two-pointer, barely on the margin.
I was still thinking that wasn't going in. That was too much on that.
Close.
It was the spin move into the fadeaway. Those don't go in. Unless you're like, Kobe. R.I.P. to the Mambo.
R.I.P. Still Jay Williams looking for something. Giddy with the pass, and there goes the dunk again for the Thunder. 12-8. Pretty decent lead for now, but again, we've seen what Northeast Guilford player is able to put up numbers-wise, especially at the three-point line, so defense is going to be a big focus here.
Yeah, and you know what? I really am liking this early start from Roxborough. I mean, you could clearly tell the difference, from when they were playing with Cleveland to now what they're playing with OKC. Again, this is a much better matchup, and it is showing as they are able to, once again, find themselves a rebound, but a great interception. Could convert, and there it is.
Wow. That was a huge steal for Northeast Guilford to take that away from Roxborough, make sure that they could get that point as well and keep it even closer than it was currently at that time. Now Giddy almost with a three-pointer, but went into the two-point zone instead, keeping that lead at least up by enough so that even if a three-pointer comes through for Northeast Guilford, they still have a chance to strengthen their lead back again.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a two-possession game. So, again, that's a fair lead. Ooh. Big pull-up from three-point lane. I don't understand how they make these. When I play 2K, that'll never happen. A three-point in traffic, no shot.
They got the skills to pay the bills is what we're seeing from both these teams so
What's the
far.
difficulty on? Check the settings. That's my excuse
every time. I think it's the highest difficulty that they're playing on, like, All-Star or something like that. But.
No, they probably are, but that's just always my excuse when I'm losing in 2K. What settings you got on?
Oh, good block as well, though, and steal from OKC. The turnover from the other side, Northeast Guilford Really was hoping for a little bit more there. Almost gave it up, though, with the passing play. We do see the shot come out. The rebound comes through yet again. The offensive rebound's a little bit better from this player on Roxborough than the last one for OKC. Good shot comes through, and there it goes. Yet again, lead strengthened by OKC.
Yep, and once again, we're back in that two-possession game from downtown. I was about to say, that's the horrible part is that it almost went in.
Wow, that would have just been amazing. I mean, you might as well go for those when it's right at the end of the first quarter. Now going into the second, home court advantage for LA Lakers. I don't know if that does anything in the game, but probably does a little bit when it comes to
I think
those
you get
free
the shaky
throws.
screen, right? Yeah,
exactly.
you get the shaky screen.
So that changes things up a little bit. I believe the way that they determine things is whoever loses picks their team first, but then the other team gets to decide if they're home or away.
Yeah, because Roxborough was away last time, if I'm
That's
not
true.
mistaken. So, again,
No, Roxborough was home.
Then they're home
because
again.
they were Cavs.
No, we're at the Lakers. You're right. You're right. I'm
Yeah,
tripping.
you're good. You're good.
You're right. This is yellow-purple land.
Not like bright blue and white land. I don't know.
Yeah. Pull up from Davis. Okay, that's not characteristic. AD makes those.
Yeah, AD does make those.
You
well,
know, fear of the brow.
Almost saw another one there a little bit early.
You know why he missed that? Because he left the Pelicans. That's why he missed that. If he was on the Pelicans, he would have made that.
Oh, gosh. Well, that's going to be a foul onto James. LeBron James.
Can you tell where I'm from?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Free throw comes in. First one strikes true. Looking for the second. Will be deflected to the side and will be picked up instead by
LeBrick not able to convert two there.
Ooh.
That's right. I'm bringing the heat.
Speaking of the heat, we see it on one of the players. Might be feeling good in the paint if they are able to get a pass on over to them. Trying to set up a screen, get something going for them as well. Only 4 seconds to go. They have to go for a dunk or a shot of some sort. Will be denied because of that contest.
Yep, now going the other way. Here comes LeBrick James. I'm kidding. I'm not going to call them that all game. LeBron James now cutting up through the mid. Surprised they still hold on to possession there. Now Davis has to back away. Back to LeBron. Looking for an answer here. Shot clock winding down. Going to take it to the paint. The skip is not good. As that is going to get turned over back to OKC.
Hashimura doing everything that they can to keep that pressure going, but that was a nice one. Not the three-point line exactly, but again, hitting those two-pointers as often as you can, keeping this competitive defensively too. When you're in the paint, is making it that much more difficult for Northeast Guilford to really come back. And if they are going for a timeout, okay, now, yeah, I was going to say this would be a good time for a timeout with the way things have been going pace-wise.
And right now, a pretty solid lead for OKC. That's going to be an 8-point game as they look to find even more. And that is a perfect release. That's going in every time.
25-14, 11-point deficit for the Lakers this time. Good shot coming through, but was not timed properly. Instead, turned over to OKC. Instead, this go around right at the three-point line, seeing if they can go for a shot or just bait something out. They have a chance for the pass, and there will go the dunk. OKC feeling so confident.
I mean, really, they are playing fairly well. I mean, you're looking at a 13-point game. My goodness. They are just converting on nearly every play. And finally, we do see a nice play right up the lane, and that is going to be a layup for the Lakers as they try and chip away at this lead. 2 minutes and 30 until halftime.
12 for 17 on field goals for Roxborough in this game. I mean, a complete different game than we saw in the last one, and this is exactly why. 30-16, the difference is massive for Roxborough, but now Northeast Guilford really have to put the pedal to the metal in at the end of this first half for the next 2 minutes to really change their fate going for the rest of this game.
Yeah, not going to take the shot from the corner, and still they're going to give it to Davis. And there goes AD, able to lay that one up and in.
Nice looks from Roxborough. But Northeast Guilford still have it in them to rally back with the time that is remaining. Maybe not as much as they are hoping, but at least get it closer before it goes to the halftime. And there's another three-pointer. And that's what we were talking about was missing from Roxborough in the last game, was those three-pointers. And might have something to do with it being the Cavaliers, but still,
yeah.
OKC feeling good here.
Definitely seeming that way. And now, this time around, they're hitting their threes, and you could see the monumental difference between then and now. Like, they weren't able to sink a single three. Now, I mean, I don't even know how many they have, but it's pretty high. I mean, look at the score count. You're looking at 33-18 in the favor of OKC.
Oh, what a great shot, too, but it was a bit too early that time to make it 35-18. What a deficit. Russell Westbrook back in it now, seeing if they can make some moves for this LA Lakers squad, but Hashimura will put that through instead. Perfect timing, too, for them to get that point. Bring it within 13 before the second half of the game, and well, Giddy's going to make that three-pointer almost a little bit too early that time, and we'll go the other direction.
Time ticking away until we hit halftime now. Going to dish out to Davis, and that is going to be a dunk to go on and in. And now only 11 points separating the two. Not too shabby to end out the second half. But
three-pointer.
OKC Roxborough not done yet from the three-point range and still gets the steal and converts.
Okay, I see you, Roxborough. That's exactly what you needed to change up from the last game into this one. Put fate in your hands, and that game 3 is going to be such an interesting one.
Oh, so you're going straight to game 3?
I mean, I don't know. We'll see. There's
no
still plenty of
comeback
time.
potential
There's
here?
definitely comeback potential, but with the way the first half's been going, there's going to have to be some changes made for the LA Lakers to have a chance against this Roxborough squad. And now we see another shot coming through. I think there was a foul, and there will be a field goal this time. And there it goes easily in as that player is on fire, making it easy for them to get 2 for 2.
Well, there you go. And, I mean, that's what we love to see. I mean, once you get that player on fire, you got to, like, feed them the ball. I mean, you got to take advantage while that is there before you eventually going to have to call them out so that way they can get hydrated. But regardless, I mean, OKC, I don't even think they really need it. I mean, they're up 16 points, nearly able to convert on the three-pointer, but they're going to get fouled out again, and they're going to take these free points all day.
They will take those all day, especially with not much time remaining at all. 2 seconds. 42-24, inverse scores against each other going into the second half. We'll see if there is a last shot going through, but no, it will be an air ball that time. OKC up by a massive margin that time as we go into the second half.
And now get ready for your halftime show, which is nothing. You don't get a halftime show. We're going straight into the second half, 5 minutes on the clock, and nearly getting the conversion off the turnover there, but no, OKC, they managed to recover, and they're going to draw yet another foul. You got to be careful because right now, you know.
Could foul out some of your players, yeah.
Yeah, Guilford, yeah, they're in the potential of fouling out.
That's something to worry about depending on who those fouls are being attributed to, but still 3 foul shots is crazy to think about here and now. But we will get it changed up 44-24. A 20-point lead for OKC is exactly where you want to be going into the second half, but we just know that Guilford can pull off some insane plays, and that was a great tip-up by LeBron James.
Can we just call that a three-pointer anyway? Like, it was shot from the three-point range, right? And then you know get the little volleyball tap. You convert, and now here comes the drive, and a wide-open look from three-point land. Not going to be good.
Not going to be good, unfortunately, there, and will be transitioned back to the other end. LeBron James looking for an opportunity. Williams had a chance there, but it will be stopped out that go-around. So OKC holding on to this lead as much as they can in a vice grip against the competition from the three-point line. Might be a chance here. Step back, can't really go for it. Williams having an opportunity. 10 seconds less than that for the shot clock. Good pass does get taken up, and there might be a chance if you can't get a shot on for Dort. Goes for the three-pointer, has the opportunity, barely off the mark, unfortunately, there.
I mean, why not? I mean, you're sitting currently, you know, with like an 18-point lead.
This could be a good three-point conversion.
Well, we fitting to find out. I mean, here comes LeBron. Already managed to brick 1 free throw. Let's see how this one will convert, and they get the three-point play.
Feeling pretty confident there on those free throws from the LA Lakers. And now it comes down to the three-pointer. This time, nobody there to stop them, and they will easily sink that basket.
I mean, three-point play answered by yet another three-point play. And now you can see
LeBron,
Roxborough.
what are you doing?
they're just running away with it now, looking oh so clean.
Oh,
nearly able to convert, and there we go. Put it right back in.
And back to the 20-point lead we were talking about that we were at right after the half. Another shot coming through. Air ball, though, unfortunately, for the Lakers. This game might end the same way that their playoffs run did this season, in misery.
Yeah, another two-point conversion there coming from LeBron. Going to put them back within the teens at least. And now oh no, they didn't pull the three. They went for the pass instead. Coming up the lane, you can see Worm going to have to try and avoid the danger. Now going right into the paint, wide open. Russell will convert 3 more points.
There's good comeback potential for Northeast Guilford. We've seen this happen a couple times today, that as long as you get going on a roll with your team and the other squad can't really do too much against you, well, that's all we can witness from this team. And OKC able to put that through, as we had a little bit of a disturbance for our side of things. But still, LA Lakers not out of this just yet, even with this differential as time is ticking down. Though once it gets into the fourth quarter, with the time that they have in a NBA 2K game compared to the NBA itself, it will make it that much more difficult for Northeast Guilford to really do anything to stop this tying series.
And a big spin move into the layup. What a play coming from Roxborough. And again, just to reiterate, this is a night and day improvement from the first game.
It really is. I mean, that's what what it comes down to when you have multiple players to play with. You send one forward to kind of just get in the mind of your opponents and make sure that you can get an idea of what to expect from their skill level. And then you send in your ringer for game 2 and maybe game 3 as well. Still, Reddish looking for an answer to try and even up the score. Russell, good pass back. Warren has some chances with some different players here, and that was a nice double spin move basically for LeBron James.
And nice little hop, skip, and jump there, as it will be OKC once again to maintain possession. But, I mean, they got such a monumental lead at this point. Time continuing to tick away. Beautiful pass. Able to send that one home, and OKC still with a monumental lead.
And no timeouts made. These two players know that, they have the right adjustments for exactly the settings they like with these squads. I mean, they're very popular in the game itself, so kind of makes sense that by now, if you've been playing the game for a while, what exactly you want to have on your roster as far as those adjustments. So it makes sense why they haven't gone for any of those timeouts. But I feel like having a mental timeout after a certain bit of time is always needed too.
Absolutely. Now, from the top of the key, going to have to dish it out. A nice little back and forth there, and the time continuing to tick away for the shot clock, and they're able to get it off for 2.
Nice one there, 59-36, 40 seconds and counting it down into the last bit of the third quarter of game 2 of this best of 3. Roxborough looking to tie up the series. Well, nice touch there by the Lakers to put that one on through. Russell looking like he's on fire for some defense. And all these players looking to do everything necessary for the win in this game. Good 2-pointer there yet again by the OKC Thunder. 61-38. It's not impossible with another quarter to go, but might be improbable with the way this pace of game has been set up.
Yeah, looking for that reverse layup there. Not going to be any good, as the final 10 seconds are ticking away here into the third quarter. Looking for the pass back now. Able to find Williams, but with no room to work with. And that'll do it for the third. Final throw up, and it's not going to be any good.
Fortunate there for the Lakers, as they can't get anything really through this presence that we are witnessing by OKC in this game specifically. So now going into the fourth quarter, really got to change things up. And we did see OKC and Lakers, again, as the quarters go down, using their timeouts. But, again, only have 4 remaining at this point in time, or else it'd just be like a timeout fest between these squads. Still, unfortunate that not exactly what they wanted. Does give possession to the Lakers. They might have a chance for something here. They get the shot going, but it was a bit too early on that one.
Yep, just a little bit, as this one's going to go the other way. And just literally all the room in the world. Williams from 3.
Wow.
And it will be good to go.
I think that was a 2-point play, though. It was a little bit too far
Foot was on the line.
Foot on the line, as you mentioned. Jumped inside of the 2-point line. Or not the 2-point line, 3-point line, excuse me. It made it a bit difficult there. But, again, we'll be slowed down as we'll see what happens. Oklahoma City, 4 blocks and 5 steals. That's been a big difference maker for them to have this large of a lead.
Yep, going to be a jump ball.
Interesting.
OKC there to take it, as they're going to be going the other way now. Roxborough looking very strong. Goes for the pull-up, and it's not going to be any good.
Fortunate for them, because they were hoping to strengthen their lead even more so against the LA Lakers, who feel a bit more confident here. The defensive presence we were witnessing from Roxborough in the second game It's really been the difference maker for them. They haven't been giving as many opportunities and open space to their opponents, make it that much more difficult for them to pull off these plays and have them have to really pop off with those button presses, even based on the coverage that is against them.
Once again, Roxborough looking for an opening. Okay, big fake there as the defender goes sailing past. And that is going to be an early goal there for Roxborough as they are just running away with this game now.
1-2, Toodaloo as it goes through for the Lakers on that play, but
not the Toodaloo.
I had to go to old teammates' sayings, but still 25-point deficit. I don't know how you overcome that in 3 minutes.
You don't. That's the neat part. You don't. But regardless, you could try. I mean, the same. I would apply the same rules to 2K as I would with Rocket League. You still got to put you still got to continue to fight. You still got to put your best effort in there, so that way you can build some momentum when you do decide to say GG and go next.
The fouls do make it a little bit easier for the free throws, as we had 2 go in for those 2 points for the Lakers, make it a little bit closer here and now. But OKC, such a strong lead, and even stronger now. Yet again, 25 points over top of the Lakers this time. Here comes another one from Giddy, another 2 points. And they seem unstoppable in this game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're eating right now, no doubt about it. As once again, you can see James able to send it right on through. And now with 2 minutes and 40 remaining, Roxborough seem to have finally found their footing and now finding yet another opening to send it on home. And for a moment there, I thought that might have been and one.
It could have been, but no foul came out
there,
that time. Instead, OKC looking to clean up at the end of this fourth quarter. Still some time to go. LA Lakers 44-71. I think this is the biggest deficit we have seen so far today, at least on stream, for the games that we have tuned into and talked about. Giddy does get a turnover. It's going to help the Lakers a little bit here. We only had 2 turnovers, notably, before then, compared to the 6 from the Lakers that time.
And now here we are at the 2-minute mark. Time now ticking away here in the fourth quarter and in game 2, for that matter. And now both teams after this are going to be on to regional finals point. As you can see, layup now going the way of Roxborough is going to be good for another 2.
14 points in the paint.
Home
for shit.
run.
That is amazing stat for them. And, tried to fake it out for a second with the passing play, really just trying to wind down the clock as well. A good shot and no contest on that one as well.
That was a filthy spin move.
That was.
That was pretty sick. Meanwhile, it's going the other way. Russell able to dish it out. James from 3, and it's going to be good. I mean, if LeBron James doesn't make that, then you're just not playing him right.
Hang up the sneakers.
Bro, hang up the sticks.
Or that too. Oh, nice back pass for the three-pointer. A little bit early that time, even with the wide open opportunity that they had. A good recovery there by Reddish for them to keep it moving down to the other end of the court. Ron James trying desperately to get this 2 points, and that's exactly what they do. Focusing on them. They'll have to do a lot of good defensive work here once they get back to their side, and you can see those stamina bars as playing these players without much of a rotation throughout the series. Makes it that much more difficult for them to really do too much. But there goes the dunk for OKC yet again. And even when LA Lakers have a chance to bounce back at all, it just seems like they don't have any answer to OKC in this game.
Now you got Anthony Davis trying to make their way into the paint. Not going to be able to get the pull up. James now, once again from three-point line, has to drive into traffic. Not going to be any good, but they get the rebound. Looking for Worm, trying to make their way through the lane. And, again, it's just nothing but traffic.
Oh, there's another one for Worm, though, for the Lakers, for Northeast Guilford. And no, it's not going to go through that time. Time ticking down in this game, basically over, trying to just use the shot clock and maybe go for a crazy, almost half-court shot.
Almost went in.
Almost went in that time, but hey, might as well have fun with it at the end of it. Deflection will be almost saved. Right into the camera, people.
Dude, I've seen so many matches. Well, maybe not so many, but I've seen a good amount of matches where like the cameraman gets like dived on and ends up like breaking bones and stuff. Like
no.
it's bad. Like the camera people, like they're also in danger for the record. Like you're talking about players.
They are, but they're trying to get that shot. That's
That
more
risk
important.
injury. Speaking of, one of the gnarliest injuries in basketball was Paul George's injury. Like that was gross, right? But still, the camera people, everyone on the sidelines, they are also at risk for injury.
That they are. Well, we are going into our final game here for the finals for the NBA 2K for the Greensboro Regional. We are going to be taking a little bit of a break, though, before we get into that, just to give them a breather. They've been playing a lot of NBA 2K, long games, and it's been a long day of competition. So with that, so we're not going to analyze anything. We're just going to send it to a break, and we'll be right back after this. We'll be getting into the game momentarily, but welcome back, everyone. We are currently in the grand finals for the NBA 2K Greensboro Regional here for VESL. This has been a very intense series. More one-sided in one game than one-sided in the other game. Now it comes down to the final matchup here, Wern versus Devon. The ringer here coming out for Roxborough. We'll see what they can do in this final matchup, who the teams are going to be that they are playing on either side, and how this is going to go down in this final game. This is where the money is made, but also the champion is made as they make their way to the state finals, depending on who comes out on top.
Yeah, and just for a friendly refresher, you know, in game number 1, it was Guilford that managed to take the dub with the LA Clippers over Roxborough's Cleveland Cavaliers.
True.
And in game number 2, we got to see the LA Lakers, another LA team, because there's like an infinite amount
so many
of them.
LA teams.
Exactly. and they took on OKC, but this time it was Roxborough's OKC team that managed to take the dub. So now here we are in game 3.
The better LA
grand
team
finals.
won is what we saw happen.
100%.
Still, we'll have to see exactly what the rosters are for this next game specifically. I'm curious on like who they're going for. I know Phoenix Suns has been really popular for some of these players. Also, the Denver Nuggets is another one out there too. There's a couple different options that they can go for that we haven't seen play by either of these teams. So that's going to be the biggest thing is
Milwaukee too.
Milwaukee, yeah, Milwaukee Bucks are pretty solid as well. I know we saw that a lot from Roxborough too. So we'll have to see as we go into the game specifically. But nonetheless, we'll be getting into it. It's Devon versus Wern here. Roxborough versus Guilford for the final. I know it says best of 7 there. It's actually a best of 3 for this. We'd be here all night. It was the best of 7 for NBA 2K. But NBA 2K, I mean, this is so much more intense than I thought it was going to be. And it is going to be a very interesting matchup between these two. It looks like we'll have the Milwaukee Bucks versus potentially the Lakers in this matchup. And that seems to be the case.
Yep, and, you know, that's exactly what we were talking about. We already got to see the LA Lakers come through once, and now we are seeing Milwaukee. As we have already discussed, again, there's some pretty popular picks, even though, you know, the Lakers did come up short in the previous game.
That's very true, but changing it up, having the Lakers on the side for Roxborough, I believe, and the Milwaukee Bucks for Northeast Guilford. That's going to be an interesting thing to see between these two teams as they're changing up some of their specific offensive, defensive, and standard matchups and plays and fixing their settings for a moment. It's a cool thing about NBA 2K is that you can change up those settings on the fly if you really need to. But now it comes down to Lakers versus Milwaukee. Nobody able to get that first point just yet. We do see Milwaukee looking for an answer, trying to get into the paint, see if they can put a shot on. Some good defensive pressure here by Devon so far, and that's what we're going to be needing to look out for Roxborough if they can keep that defense up from the last game that we saw from, I think it was Volt that was playing for them.
Yep, running low on the shot clock. Looks to get the shot to go, and that was a foul. So we're going to take this one to the line. Here comes Beasley. Going to be taking their first of 2. And it's not going to be any good. You know, we saw a couple of those missed free throws from the previous game as well, and, you know, it really kind of stifled some momentum there.
It did not work out as well as they were hoping it to in that last game, and pressure getting to them again. This is game 3, championship point, trying to see who's going to come out with the win. $2,400 versus $600, a very big difference, especially if you are the one player on Northeast Guilford who could take that lion's share and the state championship spot from Roxborough this time. But still, Northeast with Wern doing everything they can for the shot, and there they go, the first 2-pointer out from the free throw line. Now into the driver's seat yet again, able to get some good looks so far. And the Lakers, not much luck on the other side of the court from what we saw with Northeast Guilford. We'll see if there's enough out of Roxborough to make them work.
Yeah, and still just a one-possession game. As you can see, LeBron from 2 points, not going to be able to get it to go. And this could potentially turn the lead into a 2-possession game, which would be a really big early advantage here for the side of Guilford, as they're going to have to get the ball out to Beasley. That was a risky pass.
That was so risky.
Just to get it to Worm across the way. Still, shot clock ticking down. Has no choice but to go up with it, and they're going to send it home.
Beautiful dunk there from Milwaukee to make sure that they have that confident lead in the opening minutes of the first quarter. Almost saw a dunk, but didn't need it. LeBron James feeling pretty confident with that 2-pointer. Finally on the board, and also potential for the 3-point conversion. They get just that.
Yeah, no surprise there. Again, LeBron being LeBron should be able to convert on nearly all of their three-point plays when it comes to getting fouled out, getting the and one. And they do. And a big steal and conversion now going back the other way. Okay, we're just going to keep kindly changing the ball around.
Oh, I think that was a foul there too. So back to the free throw line. Since they are away, there will be that bit of a rumble, but that was a nice free throw that time. 1 point. Can they get the second? Yes, they can. Lakers feeling confident, but still down by 2.
Yeah, AD not bad on the free throw line. Got to give them credit where credit is due. Going for the quick layup, and they're able to get it to go. Now a 4-point game in the favor of Milwaukee.
Might be a chance here for Roxborough. Devin looking for an answer. Going into paint with the pass over. Deflected off into the out-of-bounds zone. And will be back in possession for the Lakers. Helps them a little bit because it does reset that shot clock a little bit. But, again, still only so much time on the clock in this game. It will be a deflected turnover over to Milwaukee. This will be their time to shine yet again and strengthen that lead.
Oh, my. Here he goes. Driving straight through the lane. Has an open person on the outside. Surprised it didn't pull, but instead, Worm is going to pull the three. Not going to be any good, but good offensive rebound as they maintain possession. Looking for yet another opening. Worm again from three-point land. Not going to pull it.
Yeah, not what they were hoping for that time. Time ticking down. Shot clock violation potential as it does get blocked that time. Just sliding all the way back. As it will be possession for the Lakers this time. In a better spot. A wide pass all the way to the other end of the court. See what they can do in the paint. Wide open for them. And that will be another 2-pointer for the Lakers. Roxborough, Milwaukee. With Northeast Guilford feeling pretty confident. 2 for 5 for the Lakers. 4 for 7 for the Bucks. A lot more opportunities from Northeast Guilford in this third game. And there's another one. That was a 3-pointer, making it 12.
And, again, we have seen this from Guilford, for more often than not, they've been decent from three-point land. However, in the previous game with Roxborough, they really stepped up their three-point game. So now, going into game number 3, they can't relax too much on the three-point line. They still got to be able to pull a little bit of bravery and a little bit of risk to be willing to shoot from three-point range.
And within those 3 points, as you were mentioning, LA Lakers still haven't had a lead the entire game. They've been down and almost out in this first quarter. With time ticking down, so is the shot clock for Milwaukee. Back into the paint with a good pass. Can they put a shot off before it gets violated? Oh, it does get denied, and it will go the other direction. They need to quickly transition here as well. LeBron James, spin move with the shot. Able to bring it even closer within 1 point, 34 seconds to go.
Yep, and we have seen this scenario between these two teams time and time again, just being within 3, then within 1. And then even in last game for what felt like, not entirely the first half, but definitely the first quarter, it was within that range. And then all of a sudden, you make it towards that second half, or at least into the second quarter, and that's where we have seen the gaps start to come into play.
Turnover onto the other end again. A steal from the other side as well. Unfortunate the pass didn't connect as they were hoping to. And Milwaukee holding on to this, seeing if they can at least get a 2-pointer to go home with into the second quarter, but no. 1 point differential, not too bad, especially after they started down by such a deficit.
Oh, absolutely. Now we're seeing a big revitalization from Roxborough here. And you really got to applaud the defense because they have been getting a lot of steals and conversions on those as well. It's one thing to get a steal. It's another thing to convert on the goal in order to, get points on the board. And now possession will be going back the way of Roxborough as they go for the pull-up, but it's not going to fall.
Slightly early on that button press. Unfortunate for that one. So will go by the wayside right out of the hoop. And instead, there is a chance for more of a lead for Milwaukee this time. Plenty of chances with the time remaining on the shot clock. Lillard looking for an answer in the paint. Good pass. One shot comes through at the 3-point, and there it goes through. Down by 4 now is Roxborough. But that's just the start of the second quarter.
Yeah, and that was a great play, too, just to drive everyone into the paint, leaving that three-point range wide open. And really, if you leave anybody that open, there is still a solid chance that's going to go in. That's why I say you got to let the centers pull it every once in a while for fun.
Another shot, too, from the Lakers, unfortunately not connecting as well as they would like it to. Didn't really seem to be too much defensive pressure from Milwaukee, but will be stopped out either way and back onto the favor of Milwaukee on the offensive end. Back into the paint, back with the pass at the three-point line. Got to go for something. Been very close to these shot clock violations, and a good shot again right at the last few moments for Milwaukee. They are choosing their battles at the right moments.
Yep, that they are. As now you can see going the other way is going to be Roxborough. That's going to draw out the foul. Ooh, maybe reaching in just a little bit too much there from Guilford. Is now trying to operate from three-point land. Looking for the pick and roll. Not going to be able to get it to go. Pass back, but it's intercepted.
Steal. Crazy move from Northeast Guilford yet again. We've seen that happen a couple of times throughout this series in this grand final for NBA 2K, that Northeast Guilford very confident when it comes to those steals and getting in the way of the opponents. Now it's not going through, so the rebound will work out in the favor of Roxborough for a second. Almost another steal there. Again, Giannis, the star player of the show for Milwaukee here.
And that's just wide open from, just close range. You're going to make that one every single time. And now the Lakers back within 4. Ooh. Big layup, but an even bigger crash down back on the ground.
The Giant comes tumbling down, and they won't be the ones to be able to get that point. Now within 2. Very close competition between these two players. Devin tried to do as much as they can to bring this to a tie game in the second quarter before we go into the next half. The last half of the day of the tournament for NBA 2K and any of the matches we have going on for the first day of competition here at UNCG Esports Arena in Greensboro. Nice shot, but unfortunately would not connect that time. Now's the transition for LeBron James. Large and in charge in the paint, tying it up.
Yep, I mean, again, that's LeBron for you. I mean, if you find them 1v1 in the paint, chances are LeBron's going to make it. Now, here we go. It's going to be sent right on in by whom I believe was Anthony Davis.
First lead for Roxborough and the Lakers. We'll see how long it can last, against, the steal, the actual turnover more than anything else, threw it right into them, and there will be another potential for the 2-point, but the foul comes out instead. And we'll see what they can do here. A little bit of screen shake based on being the away team, but on fire. LeBron James feeling very confident with the points that they've been able to get.
Yep, and now the Lakers have a pretty nice lead. 2-possession game, a big turnaround here in the second quarter. Going the other way. Meanwhile, we do have Guilford looking for an opening here, passing it between the big men, driving through the paint, and it's going to be good to go.
Feels like a Giannis versus LeBron battle between these two teams with the way that their players are using them to their full capabilities. Giannis in the paint scoring the majority of their points. LeBron also feeling confident there as well, but a little bit too early and too much congestion as well, and contest happening there at that moment in time. Here's a chance, though, for Milwaukee. They're going for the three-pointer. They want to get the lead if they can. Pushing into the paint, though. Pass back to Beverly. That will be at one, going sink and in. A nice swish, as there is nothing really that the Lakers can do that time.
Yeah, and you know what? They have really been hitting the corner there for Milwaukee as well. I mean, that corner three has been the bread and butter of Guilford, and they have just been playing so well. And, they really are capitalizing on those dives whenever they do need a three-pointer. But capitalizing on a wide-open lane is going to be Roxborough.
Nice for Roxborough, but a quick transition for Giannis into the paint again. They've been feeling very confident in that spot with that player. Lillard looking for the three-pointer, and they are going to get it. Swish yet again for Milwaukee, getting the lead back up by one. Passing it back and forth, I feel like the biggest difference maker between Northeast Guilford and Roxborough is the way that Northeast Guilford feeling so confident on the three-pointers. Anthony Davis over LeBron James. Not too much time that they can work with here. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Hashimura looking for an answer as well, but it will go back to Russell, and not a chance just yet for that point. See, maybe Anthony Davis? Yes, they do get the dunk and back in the lead.
When only 17 seconds left to go. Trying to see who's going to be able to take the lead going into the third quarter and right into halftime. Trying to drive through the lane, goes for the turnaround, instead of going to pass it right back out. finds another wide open three-point, and it's not going to be any good.
Oh, slightly early on that
Shoot the
one.
J.
Unfortunate. There we go from LeBron. Oh, that was almost another three-pointer too, but this is a 1-point game between these two. A lot closer in that second quarter than the first one.
Absolutely. Now going into halftime for your non-halftime show. We're going to be making some changes here, and rightfully so. I mean, you made it through the first half. Still only a 1-point game. It's literally anybody's. So, again, you're going to have to make some appropriate changes so that way you can try and start to break ahead from your opponent.
And that's what we need to see from Roxborough if they want a chance to take down Northeast Guilford here. I mean, they have the energy and wisdom from their roster to talk about during these pauses and these timeouts, as you could say, so that they can get everything tuned and fine-tuned as much as they would need to in this second half of the game. Northeast Guilford, again, from what we have seen, they haven't really needed to make many changes. I mean, they've been doing some really great work so far, so good throughout the entire tournament and also these finals. So I'm curious to see if those adjustments are exactly what is needed for the Lakers or if they'll need to take another timeout and change things up one more time. But the dunk comes through. The lead strengthens even more so. Again, 1 3-pointer is all it'll take to even it up for Milwaukee, but that's a lot better than the trades back and forth with 1-point differentials.
Yeah, as long as you keep it within a one-possession game, you should be fine. Wide open lane, good pick and roll. And now, once again, we are back at a 1-point game.
65% for the Lakers, 52 for Milwaukee, but they've had a lot more opportunities, and that is the difference maker for the most part. Pretty strong and on fire for defense, but that's a good pass to Anthony Davis as it's back to a 3-point game. Another conversion potential here for Giannis. Shot comes through.
Yeah.
Nice one there for another 2-pointer. Still keep me within one.
Let Lopez get some, even if it's from even if it's from 2-point lane. I still like to watch the big men jump.
Oh, and there comes a foul. We'll be going to the sideline. So we'll see what they can do. 19 seconds on the shot clock, and it is wide open.
Straight to the crib.
Reeves might
Take
not
it
have
to
the
the
height,
crib.
but they have the hops.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you got to take it to the crib on the homie. I mean, they're going to leave you wide open on the lane. You best believe we fitting to drive it. We're fitting to drive it like a brand new Tesla. Right up the court, right up the gut, and we're going to bring it home into the goal.
I'm liking this defense from the Lakers as well. The positioning that they have against all the players on Milwaukee is feeling a lot more confident, but no, somehow able to get that. If that went through, you would never be able to recover emotionally.
You're going to have to talk about that one in therapy. Remember that time, Lopez shot from the ground and made it? I still haven't gotten over it. But that is going to be a timeout coming from the Lakers as they take their first here in the second half.
And that's smart, changing things up a little bit, making sure that they have exactly the energy for their players, and with the lead right now, the confidence to go forward into an even stronger lead gain for them in the remainder of this third quarter. If they can hold on to that, they would potentially be able to close things out in the fourth. Not have to worry too much about Milwaukee, but this is the largest lead they have had so far. We need to see if they could strengthen it. And then we do see a dunk come through. That is the strength that we were wanting for a Roxborough team to rally against Northeast Guilford. But got to talk about Northeast Guilford. They are no slouches either. I mean, the way that they are able to consistently put up these 2-pointers, keeping it close.
Yeah, I mean, they're constantly, teetering the line between a 2-possession and 1-possession game. But the problem is that, they kind of slowed down on their 3-point game. They were hitting the 3-pointers in the first half, and now, they just kind of slowed down a bit, which you want to be consistent. You want to make the conversion. So, by all means, take the high percentage shots, make sure that you convert on every turnover, but also, you can't be afraid to take those threes when you got them. Meanwhile, it is going to be all dunks coming from Roxborough as they find another one.
Good looks from both sides of the court. Trying to see who can get the advantage, and that's a good one from Milwaukee.
And one.
And one as well.
And
back
one,
to
Coach.
the free throw line. First junior puts one through.
Started walking
2
off
points
before
is
it
all it's
dropped,
going to take, and Milwaukee, if they get possession of the ball, and if there isn't a point scored by LA Lakers, that's going to be a lead for Milwaukee after this.
Well, let's see if they can get the turnover. Meanwhile, wide open look off of the pump fake, not going to be any good. Running out of time on the shot clock, trying to set up the pick and roll. Nearly able to get the steal, and there it is, wide open lane all the way down. Take it to the crib. That is going to be an easy one for Guilford, and you were just talking about it.
I was just talking about
spoke it into existence.
The pressure getting to be too much. And no, they can't get the 2-point there either. Trying on the rebound, does get it there. Lead back in their favor. Still a one-possession game, as you have been mentioning. But really a three-pointer, all it's going to take for Milwaukee to get the lead. Going into the paint, though, with Giannis feeling confident. Portis Jr., they need to put their hands up and block them as best they can. Almost got a steal there, too. Would have been huge, but they can't give Beverly the space and this time to work with.
Well, here we go, back to the corner again, and they wanted to take it so bad.
They really did.
They wanted that pull-up, but now
Oh,
only
step
1 second
back.
on the clock. Step backs and tattoos. No points for you. That's not going in.
Oh, the block, too. Almost able to get a steal off of that as well. They got a steal off of it still. No, why did you pass it back to the same player? Oh, it happens. The pressure is getting to them in this last minute and 20 seconds for the third quarter. Nonetheless, Giannis feeling confident in the paint. Now pushing in forward. Portis Jr. going for it and does sink that basket. Tied 37-37. The turnovers for the Lakers are really what's doing them in.
Oh, absolutely. And, again, we were talking about that for not just this match, but in previous matches. I mean, Guilford on the turnover rate has been pretty consistent no matter what team they're on. I mean, their turnovers and their offensive rebounds have usually been pretty good, all except last game.
Yeah.
But it's coming back alive this game as well, and now we are still tied 37-37. Shot clock winding down, looking to get the last-ditch effort in, and there it will go. Hold the phone. What had just occurred?
I think it was a shot clock violation, so it didn't
right
count,
at the last
unfortunately.
second.
Right
No.
at the last second, so they don't get those 2 points that they were hoping for. It took a little bit too much time on it, so it gives it up to Milwaukee for them to potentially get the lead here, and that's a big change and a big difference maker for Northeast Guilford, for Wern, if he can close things out in these next 25 seconds with the lead going forward. There's a three-pointer, and that's going to not somehow go in. Here's a chance for the Lakers. They need to convert on this quickly.
Oh, they're going to fake the three-pointer, too. I would have pulled it. But
14 seconds. Here
also
comes the dunk. No, the layup. Oh, it's not going to happen.
It's also why I lose a lot of 2K. Like, I just be pulling it.
Time ticking down. 5 seconds. You need to keep everyone in the paint and just get the shot off away from Portis Jr., and there it goes. Tied into the fourth quarter for the NBA 2K Regional Finals here at UNCG Esports Arena. This is as hype as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. But we have seen many close games here in 2K all day today. But, I mean, again, making it all the way into the grand finals, into the fourth quarter, in game 3, tied. I mean, now this
now
is
just
where
need overtime.
Right. Now, remember how I mentioned earlier, this is where the difference is going to come in.
True.
You've made it throughout this entire day. Are you going to go numb in the thumbs now, or are you going to go sick on the sticks? Now's the time. This is where you have got to lock in.
We will see who will come out on top as a winner for the $2,400 and the spot in the state finals in Raleigh at the Convention Center, 31st and 1st, coming up at the end of this month. This timeout for the Lakers, I feel like, is crucial for them to make the adjustments necessary to feel confident going forward into these final 5 minutes of play. The final 5 minutes of the day as well, you know, a little bit more than that based on the way the passes go and then the timeouts for the fouls and all that, but you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. No, we're going to see how long we
The
can draw this
dribbling,
one
though.
out. Oh, yeah, showing some handles there for Worm. Now Lopez backing down in the paint. That is a mismatch there and a wide open three, and it will be good.
And this is where you definitely want to take a pause for Devin, change things up a little bit here, and make sure that you have some opportunities to change up the matchups that have not been really working out too well for the Lakers. So, again, Russell, free reign, but going against Giannis makes it a little bit more difficult, and they will not get that one off. Unfortunately for the Lakers, it's been a scoring drought, as it says, in the last 2 minutes and 40 seconds now. They have not been able to get a single point.
Look at the drive. Look at the force. Going to dish it back out to Lillard from three-point range. Going to dish it back out. Good pass in the paint, and that's good for 2. And, again, it looked like it was and 1. I think it is.
Yep. It goes to the free throw line. Portis Jr. with another one coming through.
Portis Jr. with 3 points.
Easy as it can be. 6-point difference between the Lakers and Milwaukee. This needs to be a change-up for Roxborough. Otherwise, this could be the end of their run if things continue this way. It's been a struggle for them, and then we almost had a steal there for a second. Very dangerous position to be in. LeBron James
I mean, we saw them doing so well with James. Maybe just need to use them a little bit more so here after they had some more energy going forward and stamina. But now it's all eyes on Northeast Guilford. Can they close things out?
I mean, they got time on their side. I mean, look at them. They're already starting to run the clock. You know, we're going to count it down. We're going to try and draw those timeouts from the Lakers.
Oh,
and it's
good
actually
tip, but no one's there.
It's actually a really good strategy. Try and force the Lakers to use their final timeouts.
Oh,
and
no.
Oh, my, what a shot.
6-point difference, 2 possession between these two teams. Lakers need all that they can get here and now against this squad.
Spin move.
Went for it a little bit too early there, so gave it up to the other team. Lopez, large and in charge, giving it to Lillard this time. And plenty of chances for Milwaukee to close this out. I mean, they have the confidence. It's the largest lead Milwaukee has had so far. And they have not let go of it for a moment. The Lakers had such a drought for half of a quarter. And you can't afford to be that scoreless for that long, especially in the finals in Game 3.
I love that they are literally draining the clock for all that it's worth, and I'm surprised they got that off. Like, again, earlier.
Oh, no, another
How
tip.
did this get knocked out? And they recovered, though. They still got it.
They still got it, but that was very close. They do force the foul, which is good for them, but that was not a good spot to be in. Anthony Davis trying to put in at this free throw, but it's not going to go through for the first one. We'll see if the second does, too. Home advantage, not as good on that second one, but still 5-point difference. And this is definitely the time to make a change if you are Milwaukee. Coming down to the wire, 5 points between these two, 2 minutes and 51 seconds, a little bit over half of the quarter remaining. I mean, what is there that you think Milwaukee would be trying to fix?
I mean, right now, you got to fix those fouls, because if I'm going for the fouls, I'm going for the eyes. I'm making sure they're not coming back. You know what I mean? I'm taking them out the game. No, so that's what I would fix right now if I was Milwaukee. If I'm going to foul, I'm going to make it count.
We'll see what counts here. Giannis almost able to get that through with the 1-2. Reeves, possession of the ball. Oh, but no, the steal from the other side. Good pass over to Giannis. Portis Jr. seems to be the star of the show recently for this team. Lopez. I wonder if they were going to go for a 3, but not exactly what they were hoping for there. Still up by 5, draining the clock even more so. Into the paint they go. A good pass to Portis Jr. They have plenty of room to work with for all of their players.
What? Like, that definitely wasn't a shot. I mean, a pass maybe. It looked like they were going for an alley-oop.
There we go.
But no one to oop to. That's what it looked like.
Well, we saw a lot of opportunities for the LA Lakers on that transition to be intercepted, have the steal happen. Thankfully, for their sakes, it didn't. Now it's just a 3-point differential if Milwaukee can't get something here. And they want to change up their fate, keep it with that much of a difference. And not going to go in that time. The rebound for the Lakers, they need to turn things up a notch for Hachimura.
Yeah, that was not the cleanest hop step.
No.
But
it went in, though.
Yeah, I mean, they converted. And still, Milwaukee holding on to a 1-point game nearly at the final minute of play in the fourth quarter. And at a point not so long ago, it was a 2-possession game for Milwaukee. Big open lane there. Has to kick it back. Now going to be driving down the paint. We'll take the foul. We will, in fact, take those.
That foul is going to be so crucial for Milwaukee, too, because it felt like they were being covered completely on any option that they had to get into the paint and go for a 2-point conversion. But now we have the first field goal go through, free throw, and it's still up by 2. Make it up by, no, only up by 2. I thought they'd get the second one, but no. It all comes down to this last minute of play time, and that's not going to go through. Will be transitioned over to Milwaukee quickly with these passing plays back and forth, trying desperately to make sure that they can hold on to this lead. The LA Lakers feeling the pressure.
Yeah, and we still got 3 timeouts in play, 1 for Milwaukee, 2 for the Lakers. Kick back now, going towards the 3-point lane, going to be driving down, looking for the drive, but it gets batted away. Able to convert. Shot clock is expired. That's going to be a free ball going the other way.
Woo. The pressure is getting to both of these teams.
Ooh, Nutter Butters.
Some change outs for the roster. And now the Lakers down by 2 points. Need a conversion of some sort to get this going. I was hoping that they could get it there, but still 14 seconds, plenty of time to work with to get one on the board. Anthony Davis has a chance. Will get the foul to come out. Really comes down to how these free throws go.
There goes the first.
Oh,
no, good for AD. AD does, well, sometimes. But, There you go. That's more like AD.
1 point game.
Yeah, well, I mean, this has literally been the conversation for the entire grand finals, coming down to this 1 point game. This has been the relationship between these two teams.
Oh, the steal here coming out.
Oh, what is happening? Pull it!
Oh,
it's not even good. What is happening?
Other direction it goes.
Not
Anthony
the
Russell
1
has the
point.
chance. Reeves going for it. A good pass back, trying desperately to get this through. Anthony Davis in the paint. Russell looking for an opportunity. Hachimura has a chance. 8 seconds to go. They got to get one in, and they do
No
just
shot.
that. And there is going to be a timeout. 47-46.
No.
No, it's not a timeout, actually. It's just going to be a change-up in possession. We'll see what happens.
This doesn't
There's
happen.
the timeout. Okay, I was going to say, that is the time you make a timeout.
Exactly. This does not happen. You don't finish the grand finals with literally 1 point.
Oh, my goodness.
It doesn't happen. My goodness. But if they convert, though, I mean, oh, my goodness.
If they convert, that's it. That's all Milwaukee needs. They have possession of the ball. They need a conversion. And even if they force a foul, that could be all they need, too, because the amount of time it's been taking these players to get down the court and get a bucket of some sort.
You should not foul at this point.
No,
Don't
you
send them
shouldn't.
to the line. Oh, but they convert the
Water
pass.
throw.
Final seconds, they got to drive. They got to go for the drive and they'll convert. They get the dunk and they get the 1 point
Lakers
lead.
timeout. Lakers timeout. 2.7 seconds. They need to go for anything that they can here and now, taking their time, taking a breather, and getting ready for what is about to be the most stressful 2.7 seconds of their lives.
My goodness. Again, just what is happening with these This is like the second time we've seen a 1 point
This
game
is the
finish.
second time, yeah.
That is ridiculous. And that wasn't even the grand finals. This is the grand finals. And here we are.
On the sideline. Now it comes down to this, using their timeout so that they can force the possession to move forward. And no, the last second, and they could not get it through. Will bounce out from the rim, and it will be Northeast Guilford, your champions for the NBA 2K Regionals.
By literally 1 point in the grand finals. Unbelievable for the second time today.
Wow.
In game 3. My goodness. I mean, you cannot ask for a better game.
You can't. I had everything we were hoping for there and now. So crazy to see how things went throughout the day today. But we do have some brackets to go through. Then we'll be getting that interview in just a moment. You'll be doing it this time since I did the last one. And so,
oh,
so
okay.
good luck.
So you take Rock League. You're going to give me 2K.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Sure.
But let's take a look at the Rocket League bracket as we wrap up the day's competition. NC Cyber Academy were able to represent the independent conference and move on into the state finals, getting $2,400 for their team. STEM Early College, $600 for their team as second place finish. Still great matches throughout the day's competition. I mean, which, apart from the finals, is your favorite?
Honestly, again, I got to take it back. I got to take it back to Surrey Early College and STEM Early College.
That was a really good one.
It was a great game, and it was a lot closer than what the scoreline is portraying.
So many of those games were.
Like, don't get me wrong. Initially, I would say the finals. I would go straight and say, you know what, the finals was the best game for sure. But if I had to pick one other than the finals, it would definitely be the semifinals between Surrey Early College and STEM Early College.
Well, let's take a look at the final 2K bracket as we saw things progress through there as well. I mean, the way that we were experiencing the playoffs happening throughout the bracket before actually getting into the main regional bracket, and Roxborough unfortunately fell at the end there, but Northeast Guilford, kudos to them, only dropped a single game throughout the regional bracket. What an insane performance from them. Even though it was 1 point difference at the end, they felt like they were in command in that final quarter for the entire time.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? Just to being able to have the mental fortitude in order to come in clutch with seconds left on the clock in order to get just a dunk in order to take that one goal.
That's all
lead.
you needed.
and not just that, but they had to throw to the center from the three-point line, and then the center had to make the drive in and just slam it home.
Giannis is him. Wern is him.
Oh,
and
my
speaking
goodness.
of him, we'll be having him here for an interview in just
Not
a
Giannis.
second.
We don't get
not Giannis.
Not that
but,
interview.
you know.
I don't even think he'd walk in here. He'd probably like his head would be through the ceiling.
He's got similar height to Giannis, so we'll see him here in just a second. But congrats again to Northeast Guilford as they did get that victory 2-1, making it so that it could represent their conference, going all the way to the state championship. And again, having this interview, it's going to be intense to hear exactly how things went down for their mindset going into all these matches, being the solo player for their team and really representing Northeast Guilford.
Oh, absolutely. And not to mention, taking home a little chunk of change has got to feel pretty nice, too, as you get ready to head into the state finals to try and win it all. I mean, that's the ultimate prize, is that you get to punch your ticket to go to state and try and put on for your team at Raleigh.
Yeah, so we got Wern here coming up in just a second. I'll be giving him my headset here and now, so enjoy the interview here at SoCa.
Oh, I most certainly will. That's the one thing I needed, is someone taller than you to stand next to me. Well, hello. Welcome to the desk.
Hey,
How are you feeling after that win?
feeling excited. My heart's still beating.
Yeah, honestly, my heart's beating for you. I mean, it literally came down to 1 point in the grand finals. And you know what? I got to ask you, I mean, the job is done here.
Yeah.
But how are you feeling heading into state?
I'm feeling more excited because since I was like a single player, I got way more games in than a lot of people over here. And it was fun. And I get to learn a lot of jump shots and stuff.
Yeah, and we got to see a lot of different teams being played today. Of course, you being as a single player, you had to change up a little bit more. But if you had to pick one, who's your go-to team when you're on 2K?
If I had to pick one, if it's on next gen, I'm picking Suns. This gen, I'll probably pick the Clippers. They got a lot of defensive players and good shooters.
Oh, what I mean, the three-point range is stacked on the Clippers, and that was one thing that we were noticing from you. In the first game, mostly in the first game, I'll be honest, because you had the Clippers. Yeah. It was just three-point range all day. You were just absolutely drilling them. And then in game number 2, we saw little to no 3 points. What happened in game number 2?
He took over. He took over with that player. He was going crazy. He did his thing. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, they had us in the second game. Not gonna lie.
They
But, another thing I wanted to ask you, how do you prepare for a tournament like this? Do you just go home, you run scrims? Do you just run online? Like, how do you prep for a tournament of this magnitude?
I think just get as much games as you can because you get the feeling of it. You get to know every animation in the game, what you shouldn't do in certain situations. So, yeah, that's what I like.
Yeah, and you know what? I got one last question for you. First of all, are you familiar with any other of the other teams that are going to be going to state?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that pretty much wraps up my second question. I was going to ask, is there anybody you're looking forward to playing that you haven't played already?
Anybody. I love playing anybody.
All the smoke. Doesn't matter who. Everybody anywhere can get it all the time. And, again, congratulations to Northeast Guilford for being able to take the dub and go all the way to winning the grand finals. And, it's not even much of a question, but, for the moment, you are the victor. You have won the Greensboro Regionals. For any remaining comments, right now, the floor is yours.
Hey, I appreciate everybody. Good luck to them. Y'all did good. You did your thing. Everybody, I appreciate it. It's the best thing I ever did.
Anybody you'd like to shout out?
Him right there. He handed me my first L.
You never forget your first L.
Nah, can't.
But, again, thank you so much for joining me on the desk. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you. And you know what? It's been an absolute pleasure just being able to watch you play throughout the day and also to watch you come through the grand finals to get an amazing win. Thank you again.
No problem.
Well, with that being said, that is just going to about wrap things up for us, VOD. Again, it has been one heck of a day. And I got to tell you, I don't know if it was your first time. It was my first time commentating 2K.
Same.
Yeah, I rather enjoyed it. Yeah, I liked it.
I mean, it's very enjoyable to commentate a game when you have such great competition. That's exactly what we saw here. And I also love the spirit of competition, too, the good competitive spirit from all these players and how they are showcasing that throughout the tournament, always going for fist bumps, shouting out their opponents, and just having a good time playing the competition. No one's even mentioned the money when we've done these interviews. A lot of it's just been, we grinded, we won the competition, we did that because the eye is on the prize for states. That's what they're wanting to win. They're making their way there, and we have a representation from, I believe, Guilford here, and now we'll see what we have from the other conferences, for Valorant and Smash tomorrow. So what are your thoughts going into tomorrow on what we can expect after a crazy day today?
Okay, again, I'm probably going to get so much heat for this. But once again, tomorrow, for Valorant in particular.
True. Best of ones, best of 3 final, by the way.
I got to once again go with West Forsyth.
Okay.
And again, got to watch them play throughout Valorant. Fair. They are a great team. I still have faith. I'm going to be keeping my eye on West Forsyth.
Maybe it was just
for
like
Valorant.
a delayed expectation for
I'm
West Forsyth.
telling you.
That's what it was.
I promise you. During qualifiers, during regionals, they had one of the best records. They had one of the best records through the regular season. Going to keep an eye out for West Forsyth. And then for Smash, we'll have to wait
We'll have
and
to see, honestly.
Yeah.
It's anybody's game for Smash Ultimate, honestly. But it is still another day of competition to go tomorrow. Thank you all for tuning in to the Greensboro Regional here for VESL at UNCG Esports Arena on Saturday. We'll be back tomorrow with some Valorant and Smash Ultimate, and we'll see you then.